Helsinki. Slush 2018. Slush 2018. Pooley, the PSM. Let's go.
With the round pegs in the square holes, everything we do is out of
Control.
Life is not a rehearsal, this is a show, this is the show.
Show.
Give it everything and keep on giving, cause my life was made to be living.
Yeah.
I am in the fast lane, ahead of the game. Come sun, slush, these storms or rain. Yeah, we're back again. The rebel kids are back again. Red, gold, green and black again. PSM, I'm back again.
And again.
We're back again. The rebel kids are back again. Red, gold, green and black again. Helsinki, I'm back again. I break the rules, then I change the rules. Nothing you can say can ever hold me down. I break the rules, now I make the rules. Sinking or swimming, but I will never drown. With the round pegs in the square holes, everything we do is out of control. Life is not a rehearsal, this is a show. This is the show. I give it everything and keep on giving, cause my life was made to be living. I am in the fast lane, ahead of the game. Come sun, slush, these storms or rain. Here's to the crazy ones, misfits, rebels, never lazy ones. With the round pegs in the square holes, everything we do is out of control. Yeah, here's to the crazy ones, misfits, rebels, never lazy ones. With the round pegs in the square holes, everything we do is out of control. I break the rules, then I change the rules. Nothing you can say can ever hold me down. I break the rules, now I make the rules. Sinking or swimming, but I will never drown. I break the rules, then I change the rules. Nothing you can say can ever hold me down. I break the rules, now I make the rules. Sinking or swimming, but I will never drown. Break through the barrier, break through the glass. I don't live in the past. Live on the precipice, live on the edge. This is my pledge. Break through the barrier, break through the glass. I don't live in the past. Live on the precipice, live on the edge. This is my pledge. There is no stopping us, we are the truth. And we got the youth. Never give up, I have a dream. You can't get in between. I set the goals, I choose to win. It starts from within. These are the levels, this is my soul. I'm out of control. I break the rules, then I change the rules. Nothing you can say can ever hold me down. I break the rules, now I make the rules. Sinking or swimming, but I will never drown. I break the rules, then I change the rules. Nothing you can say can ever hold me down. I break the rules, now I make the rules. Sinking or swimming, but I will never drown. Success is made to be shared. Failure is made for us to be embraced. We all know that life is not fair, but if you live on the edge, you'll face your fate. You are back again. The rebel kids are back again. Red, gold, green and black again. PSM, I'm back again. Yeah, we're back again. The rebel kids are back again. Red, gold, green and black again. Helsinki, I'm back again. I break the rules, then I change the rules. I break the rules, then I change the rules. I break the rules, then I change the rules. I break the rules, then I change the rules. I make the rules, now break down the rules. I make the rules, now break down the rules. I make the rules, now break down the rules.
Helsinki. Slush 2018. Pooley, the PSM. Thank you.
$3,127 startups,
1,800 investors,
more than 450 C-level executives in the room,
plus 2 degrees Celsius outside.
20,000 people from more than 130 different countries.
And over 300 side events.
All of this, by the way, is made happen by a fantastic group of 2,400 volunteers.
My name is Alexander.
I'm Andreas. Welcome to Slush.
Slush.
Good.
Wow. But this is only what's happening in this room or in this city. But a lot of you guys are not from here, and you might be still wondering, what on earth is this cold and dark place that you just arrived into? So we were thinking it might be a good idea that if we go through very briefly of what's going on here in the north.
So in the wake of Nokia, Ericsson, and some decent schools, the Nordics have, during the past decade, quite stealthily produced 3 startups worth over $10 billion. And it's not just that. There's also a dozen of these $1 billion+ startups in the making in the region. And by the way, all this is done with less than 0.5% of the world's population.
And I think it must be the saunas, right?
Oh, yeah.
But we're lucky to have some saunas in our Salem village, so you should definitely try it out yourself. But now, these founders and early employees of these companies are raising VC funds, becoming angel investors, or starting their new companies. So it's pretty easy to say that we're very excited about the future, and we're only getting started.
By the way, we as Slush are only getting started as well. After talking with a couple thousand entrepreneurs over the past years, one very common theme has emerged, which is to prepare for running a high-growth business more than the current university courses are needed. Which is why, as we here at Slush, our core mission is to help entrepreneurs. We started to do something about this. And today, we're going to bring you something completely new.
Yes. With the help of world's leading universities, top-tier VC funds, and growth companies, we at Slush have started building a global, modern education program for entrepreneurship. Let us present you Slush Academy.
All right. So, we're going to kick off with a lightweight program in the summer of 2019 by gathering a group of people from around the world to do internships in top-tier venture funds and growth companies, and to get mentorship from some of the most established entrepreneurs of our time. The first set of companies that we have involved, by the way, are Accel, Atomico, Index, Klarna, Supercell, Unity. And after the first year, we're going to scale Slush Academy into a highly personalized global program for academic studies, practical work, and mentorship happening all over the world. And it'll be free of charge, of course.
Yes. And the application period for this program opens in February 2019, and at the same time, we're going to publish the complete list of partners involved.
I have to say that I at least get the shivers from thinking about the group of people who will go through that program and where they will be a couple of years down the line.
Definitely. But what about this little gathering over here? What's going to happen at Slush for the next 2 days on the stages?
All right, so in addition to the founder stories that Slush has already become known for, this year, as a new thing, we wanted to cater for the people who are building specific parts of growth companies, which is why we have the best builders and makers of growth, fundraising, product teams, back-end architecture, you name it, to tell you exactly how they do what they do.
But before we jump into all that, we're going to hear opening remarks from a person who's, by the way, attended all the Slush events that has taken place here in Helsinki. He's a founder of F-Secure, chairman of Nokia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Risto Siilasmaa.
So good morning, everybody. I have been an entrepreneur since I was 12 years of age, and I'll be an entrepreneur until the day I die. And I have often reflected, what is entrepreneurship? And I have come to the conclusion that above everything else, it is having a deep sense of ownership, a deep sense of accountability. When you start your own company, you're the founder, you hire the first 100 people yourself, you do all the jobs there are in the company for at least a little while. It's really easy to have that sense of accountability, to feel that everything that goes wrong in this company, it's my responsibility. Every problem is something that, if no one else deals with it, I have to deal with it. It's much more difficult to get that sense of ownership if you are a paid executive, if you are an employee. I have sometimes compared entrepreneurship to cars. Hands up, who has rented a car? Pretty much everybody. How many of you have washed your rental car? Hands up. For a rental car, you don't have a sense of ownership. You don't think of it as something that you will keep for a long time. And you don't feel that you have to take good care of it. It's just a rental car. So how do we make all our employees and all our paid executives think of the company as the car they own? It's not necessarily simple, but it can be done. And it needs to be done. It should be our objective. Think about the event where we are now. Look around you. This whole event has been organized by students. For example, Andreas, who you saw on the stage, the CEO of Slush, he has not graduated yet. But they have a deep sense of ownership for this event. Roughly 10 years ago when they started, there was nothing. They were given the ball and told to run with it. And they decided themselves what they want to build, what should Slush become. And look at what they have achieved. With basically no experience, halfway through university, and with volunteers doing everything. I think this event is proof of the power of entrepreneurship, of the power of the sense of ownership. And that's what we are really celebrating here these 2 days. Having that sense of ownership, thinking of what you do as the car you own and you're responsible for, and you're thinking about it as something for the long term. So welcome to Slush. I hope you enjoy these 2 days, have lots of fun, find new great people that you will do some exciting things with. And above everything else, have fun, rock.
guys!
Helsinki.
What is up?
Hello, hello, hello.
Slush 2018, baby!
Woohoo! Thank you, Pauli, for the opening show. Thank you, Andreas, Alexander, and Risto for the opening words. Welcome also on our behalf. We will be your hosts for the next 2 days here on stage. My name is Katarina Helaniemi. I'm the former chief curator of Slush and currently work with a VC fund called 50 Years in San Francisco. Super excited to be here.
And I'm super happy to be here with you. And my name is Juhani Mykkänen. I'm a co-founder at a Finnish food delivery and tech company called Volt. This is my 7th Slush as a visitor. First one hosting. I could not be happier to be here. It's going to be an exciting 2 days here on the founder stage. Couple things we want to highlight before going on with the day's program. And those are the theme for this year and the stages that we have here. As for the theme, this year's Slush, we really want to highlight the people who are the makers and builders of the company, but who are not necessarily the founders, the people who are the early employees or angels or mentors, everyone who helps build and scale the company. And those people have a special role at this year's Slush, as you can see from example from the stages.
This year at Slush, we have 3 official stages. This one is the founder stage, and as the name explains, this stage mostly focuses on the stories of the people who have actually started their own companies. Pink stage, which can be found from over there, then again, mostly focuses on the theme. Different types of operators, makers, builders, people behind companies like Amazon, Spotify, Lyft, share concrete examples about operational experiences and advices about how they have grown the companies. The third stage, Evergreen, which is on my left side, is the home for wider, broader discussions about different topics and industries.
Exactly. And here on the founder stage, we have our actual program starting in about 1 minute. So Kata, what is actually happening next? Fill us in.
Well, today we have the honor to have Julia Hartz, the co-founder and CEO of Eventbrite, which is one of the world's most used event management tools, opening the stage here. Within a little over 10 years, Eventbrite has grown from an online ticketing platform to a global event technology platform that powers millions of events in 170 countries. They process over 2 million tickets per week, and that's quite of a scale. Julia led the company through an IPO earlier this year and is here today to talk about Eventbrite, how they have scaled the company to 11 countries while trying to sustain the company culture. They have also acquired 9 companies in the meanwhile. She will be interviewed by the young master Stebbins, Harry Stebbins, who, despite his young age, has actually had the time to do a lot. Probably he's most well known about his amazing venture capital podcast, 20-Minute VC, that has over 100 million downloads, and his newest venture, Stride VC, that he founded with Fred Destin.
I, for one, am super excited to hear this. Are you guys ready for the program to start here on the founder stage?
Woohoo!
Yeah, let's hear it for Julia Hartz and Harry Stebbins.
Welcome.
My word, what a pleasure. So, Julia, I want to start today, and thank you so much for joining me for a second time. My dulcet British tones weren't enough the first time, so thank you so much for this.
Thank you for having me. It's so enjoyable to be up here with Mr. Harry Stebbins.
So I want to start today, Julia. Tell me a little bit about the backstory. How did you come to found really the leader and what we all know today as the incredible company that is Eventbrite?
Well, the story started around 2006. I was happily focused and working in a totally unrelated career in television development. And basically my career path got hijacked by a serial entrepreneur by the name of Kevin Hartz. And we decided to start Eventbrite together. And Eventbrite really was born out of many years of Kevin's career focusing on online payment processing. He was an angel investor in Confinity Labs, which became PayPal, and then built Xoom, XOOM, International Money Remittance. So when we got together and started thinking about all the ways in which online payment processing still hadn't disrupted or democratized different industries, live events seemed like sort of the last bastion of e-commerce where there was no great platform to serve all types of event creators of all types of events. And so we put our heads together and we met up with Renaud Visage, our third co-founder and CTO, and we started working on building something that could really empower creators to bring people together around the world.
Now, we're in a room full of entrepreneurs. I want to start by asking a question. You mentioned the differing backgrounds there. Are entrepreneurs born, or do you think this is something that one can really transition into over time?
You know, I think we are interesting examples of entrepreneurs, the Eventbrite founding team. We came together from very different backgrounds and very different expertise. And Kevin and I are married. I guess that's probably an important point. So I've been able to have a front row seat to someone who I think is a natural-born entrepreneur. And I think one characteristic that I observe in natural-born entrepreneurs are that they're missing the chip that says this might not work out. So there's this almost eternal and infectious optimism. And myself, I don't feel like I was born an entrepreneur, but I certainly found my passion in becoming an entrepreneur. And I think for me, it was about satiating a curiosity and really learning by doing that spoke to me. And so I think that absolutely somebody can become an entrepreneur even if they weren't sort of, born one. I didn't have a lemonade stand growing up. I was a ballerina. I was really good at doing what I was told and sort of following the rules. And through Kevin and through other great entrepreneurs around us, I think that I've picked up some more risk-taking abilities and skills.
I'm sorry, I'm too interested. You said about kind of the chip that says it's not possible. Yeah. How do you balance when you're running a company between having that kind of meta vision that kind of empowers investors and the employees as a whole, but also the reality that next quarter's numbers and actually Simon in sales isn't hitting his targets and how we're thinking about the more granular elements of the business? How do you balance between the two?
Simon in sales.
Simon in sales.
You're lucky we don't have a Simon in sales.
I'm very lucky.
By the way.
That could have been a reality.
Well, I think the balancing, so as leaders, you have to balance multiple situations and realities. And I think that what I've learned in the almost 13 years of operating Eventbrite is that there is not one single truth except for why we exist. Right? So our why is really around bringing people together through live experiences. It's around enabling event creators to be able to create any type of live experience faster, better, cheaper. So that's the truth. On the long term and the short term, you have to be able to oscillate between the two. I think that's just table stakes when you're operating a company. In the early days, that meant, are we actually going to build something that people will use? Mm-hmm. And will more than just one cohort of early adopters use it? For us, our earliest adopters were actually tech bloggers who were hosting meetups and using Eventbrite as a platform to gather other people. And they were a great early adopter group because they did not hold back on all the feedback, all the feedback. And so we really built our product with this high velocity feedback loop and our earliest adopters. But I'll never forget the first day that I noticed that other types of creators were adopting Eventbrite. And remarkably, they were speed dating event hosts in New York. So completely different part of our country, totally different type of event. And I remember thinking, wow, we might actually be onto something. So you're taking these sort of baby steps along the way, and with this, dream of a long-term vision. And as that scales, just the components get different, but you always have to balance the long term with the short term.
So we spoke about kind of the metaphorical Simon in sales, but if we kind of apply it to the team, I've interviewed over 3,000 people, and the majority say that certain employees are destined for certain stages of company scaling. Is that something that you'd agree with, or do you think people have that kind of plasticity to move with stage?
I absolutely believe that people are capable of having the plasticity of moving with the stage. It's rare, though.
Okay.
So it really comes down to curiosity. How curious is that individual? And curiosity breeds empathy. How empathetic is that individual towards either the mission or the customer? And that breeds really the resilience to continually learn and grow. And so I guess just by nature, it would be pretty hypocritical for me to say I don't believe that somebody can scale with a business, since I had zero experience 13 years ago, and here we are. But I also think that it's important to understand when a team member doesn't have that type of resilience or curiosity, because it's not a given. However, when we recently went public and on our IPO day at the New York Stock Exchange, we had 10 of our longest tenured, we call ourselves Brightlings. And when I looked at the 10, I was looking at the pictures, I realized that each one had traveled this really interesting journey at Eventbrite, and not one of them was in the original job that they took to join the team. And so I think there's something really wonderful about that. I think it comes down to the individual, but I also want to make Eventbrite the sort of most fertile environment to cultivate your career. It's in my best interest to retain great talent and help them find development paths.
You said about recognizing in those individuals. I actually interviewed Matt Levchin recently, and he said that when there's doubt, there's no doubt. How do you think about kind of assessing when a stretch candidate is maybe that stretch too far, and the kind of process that goes with that?
Well, again, I mean, I love Max, and so I love his profound statements. And I think there's a sort of degree of truth in that when you start to feel doubt that somebody can really step up and take on the challenge. I think his point is that there is no doubt in that moment. I tend to think of it a bit differently. I think that, when you bring someone into your team, whether you're early stage or late stage, it's sort of stage agnostic, you're making a commitment. It's more of a relationship than a transaction. And so there is a sense of trust and commitment and investment, really, that happens between the company and the teammate. And so I think along the way, if that trust breaks, or if, again, there's in the characteristic of the person themselves and the individual, there isn't that sense of willingness to stretch and resilience and ability to learn quickly, then it's probably not going to be the right fit for that right time. More often than not, that happens. Mm-hmm. But there are plenty of situations, especially at Eventbrite, that I can see where if not given a different opportunity or a slightly different path, that person probably would have left Eventbrite, and now they're in a brilliant role for their skills and their stage of career.
We did mention Matt Levchin there. We mentioned the IPO. Pre-IPO, you raised funding from incredible investors, Lee at Tiger, the team at Sequoia. I'm really interested. Imagine, hypothetically speaking, I'm an angel investment of yours, and you're advising me. What would the advice be, having been through multiple rounds with some of the best in the world and really having kind of gained the experience there?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think I very much benefit from living with Kevin, who is a prolific angel investor, so I get to watch sort of front row as try to pick up the patterns that he sees in entrepreneurs. I think it's definitely, at least I would bottle it up as conviction. So strong conviction in mission and vision, a willingness to listen, and those are two things that are sort of precariously balanced at any given time, because listening and taking advice, but also being incredibly convinced of your path are sort of sometimes can be two ends of the spectrum. So I think there's a delicate balance there, and some of the most successful entrepreneurs, I think, are able to balance that and toggle between the two realities. And I also think, part of being successful is just getting really comfortable with failure. And it's astounding to me how much time we spend talking about the successes, and we really don't talk about all the failures that happen to get to those points of success. As humans, we tend to just forget them. And so I find that some of the best entrepreneurs who are attracting great investors are the ones who are really incredibly comfortable with who they are and with failure, but just always hungry. And I don't know how to create a commonality between the people who have that hunger. I think that it's innate, it's within, but it comes from many different types of people and entrepreneurs.
We spoke about kind of the funding itself there. The funding allows for expansion, be it product or geo. I'm always interested, when you have that kind of market saturation element where you've reached maybe the critical mass and you're looking for that additional line, it could be South America, it could be an additional product. How do you think about product expansion versus geo expansion?
Well, for us, Eventbrite, the platform is built in a very modular and extensible manner, almost expressly for that. We have, for us, it's a huge market to expand into different categories of events and different geos. So in 2017, we powered 3 million events in over 170 countries. And, there's no shortage of opportunity within this mid-market space. It's incredibly fragmented. And so when we think about expansion, it's through our platform and through the capability of our product to be modular enough for us to be able to quickly develop new solutions that fit in a certain geo or category, but also to allow ourselves to be extensible. So we've built an ecosystem that is powering about 100 partners that integrate with Eventbrite. So when we step back and think about our manifest destiny, it's really to induce the creation of more live experiences by being the enablement platform for creators. And the sort of playing field for us is this incredibly large mid-market of live experiences that is in the billions of tickets. And so that's what really fuels our growth and our investment. And I think that when we think about sort of any path to prosperity, it's through product.
Can I ask, you spoke about kind of the billions of tickets, the massive opportunity that you've had in the past and also have in front of you, something that the public markets have seen. I'd love to say, take yourself back 6 months pre-IPO. What advice would you give yourself in that kind of very momentous time that you now know, having been through it yourself?
Well, that's a great question. So when we set out to go public and we sort of started the process in earnest, we had 3 objectives for ourselves. One was that in the process to go public, you hear a lot about how extractive it is of your time, and certainly it's a very expensive fundraise. So I wanted to actually flip that equation and make sure that we would extract serious value from going public. And so for us, that was part of the drafting of the S1 document, which is this hundreds and hundreds of pages, pretty dry business document. But within the S1, we created the business section. And within the business section, we really carefully drafted our mission and our principles and also what we're building. And so it codified and simplified who we're serving, how we're serving them. And for us, that was incredibly valuable because when you're a startup or a growth company, you're just going. And unless you are forced to step back and really put pen to paper in something that is going to live forever, you don't necessarily get down to the level that we got down to during that process. The second objective we had for ourselves was to bring in exceptional investors. And so we have had the pleasure of working with some of the best. And at least in the IPO, I wanted to make sure that we were able to connect with investors who could help us be better and really who we could learn from. Mm-hmm. And the third was to put our customers front and center. So to be able to tell our story authentically through the eyes of our event creators, because those are the people who we wake up every day thinking about how we can serve, and they're entrepreneurs in their own right. And so their stories really help set the backdrop for what Eventbrite has become and what we hope to, mean to the world in the future. And so all three of those objectives for me were really important to anchor the team, because at times you feel like it's an incredibly tedious process. And I would have to give the team a big shout out for hitting all three objectives. And for me, it was worth it.
No, absolutely it wasn't. It was an incredible day. But I do want to finish today on my favorite. As you know, you've been through this before. It's a quick fire round. So I say a short statement, and then Julia will give me her immediate thoughts in 60 seconds or less. We have
only if I can ask you my own questions at the end.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay. I'm ready.
Sure. Thank you for warning me about that one. So your favorite book and why, Julia?
My favorite book is Personal History by Katharine Graham, because I find her to be an exceptional inspiration.
Okay. The requirements for a successful CEO transition.
The requirements for a successful CEO transition when you're married to the previous CEO is to communicate a lot.
No, I'm sure. How to integrate people through acquisitions?
Empathy. Lots of empathy.
What's the biggest challenge about acquiring a company?
Well, I think it's about integrating cultures and making sure that you have a common point of view. And so, I think Eventbrite has done a good job at bringing people together around the world we've done 9 acquisitions. We have an incredibly strong culture, which helps anchor us. Mm-hmm. But we're also really flexible. So I always think about the culture as being a manifestation of the people at the company at any given time. And because of that, when we acquire teams and we integrate them into Eventbrite, the Eventbrite culture has to shift and make room and be flexible. And so I think having that type of empathy is really important.
Who inspires you most and why? Can I ban Kevin?
You can ban Kevin.
Okay. Who inspires you most and why?
Oh, God, can we come back to that one?
We can come back to it.
Thank you.
For someone listening now, what's the one key thing you'd like them to take away from this conversation?
I think the secret to success in building a startup through a growth stage company we've been public for about 60 days now, so maybe check back in a year, is just being completely resilient and focused on the mission. I feel like I'm on this sort of monorail journey, and conviction is the one thing that keeps us going and keeps us growing year over year. And so I just think that gets underrated sometimes, and I feel like that type of singular focus is really important.
Okay, final one. The next 5 years for you and for Eventbrite, kind of paint that picture.
Well, Eventbrite in 5 years will be powering more live experiences than are even happening today. So our manifest destiny is really to induce more live experiences through our platform. And I think that we're well on our way to doing that. Are you going to come back to who inspires me?
I am. This is my next one. Have we thought about it?
I think it's hard for me to pick one person.
Okay.
It really is difficult. But I really look at other women who have charted the course and who have been great sort of leaders in their own right. And one woman who just joined our board is Jane Lauder. And you would know her last name because she's related to Estee Lauder, but you wouldn't really know a lot about her because she's spent the last 20+ years working her way up through her family business. And so I always find women who have really put one foot in front of the other and worked hard to be inspiring. And Jane would be one of those top people who inspire me.
Well, I did well to leave you 1 minute and 30 seconds to ask me a question.
Harry Stebbings, what is your favorite food?
What is my favorite food? So I was actually asked by Julia before the show, what's one embarrassing thing about me?
Just answer the question, Harry.
I'm addicted to protein bars.
What kind of
although
protein
it doesn't tell, obviously. Grenade, it's a make a protein bar, and they do a birthday cake flavor.
And how many do you eat a day?
Generally 5 or 6 a day, and I always travel actually with 8 in my rucksack.
That's really unique.
It is very unique.
What's the one thing that you don't know how to do in your home domestically?
I have some flaws domestically. Washing machines are still an anathema to me as dishwashers. So that would be
anything to do with water.
Anything to do with water is a learning curve. 2019 resolution for sure.
And what is the name of your new venture firm?
New venture firm is called Stride.vc. New UK seed VC fund, partnered with Fred Destin.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Julia. This was so much fun, and I was not expecting that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Julia and Harry. That was great.
So, next up here on the founder stage. When it comes to payments space, there are companies and then there are companies. And next up, we will hear of 2 of the companies with a capital C, so to speak. The first one being PayPal, the company that was founded 20 years ago, the iconic company. There's people who are called the PayPal Mafia because people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, who were part of founding this company, which has since become one of the standards in how people receive money and how they pay merchants. And today, 250 million people have a PayPal account. The other company that we're going to be hearing about is iZettle, company founded 2010 here in the Nordics, and who revolutionized how small businesses get paid, how people can pay small businesses. Now, just a few months ago, these 2 companies finally closed the biggest M&A deal in Europe this year, worth more than 2 billion.
Next up, we have on stage people who were actually very, very central in this deal. Please welcome on stage Bill Reddy, the COO of PayPal, and Jacob de Geer, who is the co-founder of iZettle. They will be here together with Ingrid Ludén from TechCrunch, discussing this cooperation and the future of payments. Thank you.
Woo!
Hi. Hey, everybody. You want to go here, or should we go here?
Please.
Both chairs?
Here we go. Let's go here. Let's go here. How's everyone doing? Thanks for coming, you guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So we have an amazing. Can you hear me okay over there?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good. You guys are have a very distinctive place in European history at the moment. Your biggest M&A deal of the year, which is PayPal buying iZettle. But it's a very funny one because you guys filed for an IPO, and then 9 days later, boom. So can you take us back to what happened there? What happened, Jacob?
That's a good question. Like you said, we had been planning for that IPO for almost a year. and then you guys ruined it. No, but honestly, so we have been planning for that, but eventually, roughly, we've been talking to PayPal over the years, and we've obviously had sort of business discussions, but come close to the IPO, we started to have more sort of in-depth discussions and meeting with Bill and also the CEO, Dan Schulman. We realized that the visions are so very much aligned, and combining forces from the iZettle perspective would kind of give us a fast track to reach our vision. So it kind of all made sense.
I guess it helped that the IPO would have valued you guys at about $1 billion. PayPal doubled it for 2.2.
There's a whole art form to IPO crashing. But no, as Jacob said, we're extremely excited about it. Having joined PayPal as an entrepreneur myself, with Braintree and Venmo, number one, just as Jacob was sharing, alignment on what we want to do for small businesses around the world. We serve 20 million plus businesses today, but when you think about sort of in-store mobile payments, bringing more of those small businesses around the world into the digital economy, we think there's a huge opportunity around that. And Jacob and the iZettle team have done a fantastic job with that. 12 markets. You look at some of the other players in the space have not really been able to go as far internationally as what Jacob and the team have done. And so we felt like that really fits with our ambitions at PayPal, that we think these are capabilities that businesses around the world should have access to. So I think a lot of great alignment around that. And then as an entrepreneur, we've really built up a team of entrepreneurs at PayPal over the last 5 years. And so having Jacob, his co-founder Magnus, and the team come in, we think really adds to a great entrepreneurial family that we have inside of PayPal now.
So I don't really, what's weird to me is you had been, I'd been told also, you guys had been talking for a long time before this happened. But what was it? Did his filing for the IPO wake you up? Or what was why did you wait for them to do the IPO before making an offer? Or were you already talking to them?
It's certainly something we've been thinking about for a long time.
Okay.
I think so we didn't do it because the IPO was happening, but I think it's one of those, made the joke about, IPO crashing, like wedding crashing. It's sort of like that moment at the wedding where it's speak now or forever hold your peace. Like I think it's not that you couldn't have done it post-IPO, but the conversation we had is that, well, hey, we think this makes a lot of sense. If there's going to be a time, it's much better to do it pre-IPO versus post-IPO because the complexity goes up. And so certainly that we thought about that complication, but we felt like these, what Jacob and the team have been building, we felt like was something that we wanted as part of the family for a while. But certainly that notion of like, do you do it pre-IPO or post-IPO? Certainly less complicated to do it pre-IPO than on the other side.
Yeah. Now I know that iZettle, part of it was that you guys didn't have much of an overlap. So there's a very complementary thing. And iZettle has done quite well as a startup, and obviously PayPal is PayPal. But that's kind of slightly bitten you guys now, because the competition authorities are investigating the deal. Is that right? Are you going to be, can you give us a little update on where that's going?
Sure. I mean, the CMA in the UK, so there's one market. The deal is closed. So the deal's closed. But the CMA in the UK, we're working productively with them, to make sure that there's comfort that what we're doing is, adding to choice for businesses, helpful to competition in the market. And we're very confident that's the case. I mean, if you look at the payments market broadly, as much as PayPal has grown, we're still a very small piece of the overall payments market. And what we're doing with iZettle, we think is bringing a lot of great choice into the market and bringing a lot of great competition into the market. Is one of the things that we loved about what Jacob and the team are doing, is that there's a lot of I would say entrenched players in the payment space when you go to markets around the world. There's been a lack of choice, and I think what we're doing together brings more choice to that. I don't know, Jacob, if you comment on that.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting to see how this sort of where we are now, especially given where we started 8 years ago, going into the market to really sort of give the opportunity to small businesses to get access to the tools that we offer. I mean, at that time, sort of the UK was really an oligopoly, sort of dominated by the banks, and we offered sort of our services. So it's interesting to see, but we'll get there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just anecdotally, I can tell you that there's been a real shift. There was a long time where you couldn't pay with cards in quite a lot of places. You had to use cash, which is fine, but can be quite inconvenient. There's just a huge swathe of merchants who just weren't taking cards, who are now. From iZettle, but others too. PayPal has a pretty extensive business there too, as you know. So now, both of you have really interesting backgrounds as entrepreneurs, of course. Now you're part of a big behemoth, a giant in payments, a friendly giant, a friendly giant in payments. Now, what do you think about the kind of opportunities for smaller startups? Like, where are the opportunities in payments now, do you think? Or do you think that we are in a stage of consolidation where you have to be bigger?
You can take that first, Jacob?
I think looking at Europe, obviously sort of the European and US and Asian landscapes are very different. But I'd say if you look at Europe with what's happening with PSD2 and bank-to-bank payments and things, we see a lot of sort of innovation in that area. And looking at Asia, I mean, the entire sort of ecosystem is so much more, I would say, advanced compared to in the Western world. So, we see new companies emerging everywhere. I'm not really sure what it's like in the US, but I mean, the same.
From my perspective, I think it's a very long way from being at a place where you have to be big to succeed. In fact, quite the opposite. I've done 5 startups going all the way back to the late 90s. Before Fintech was a term, when I used to have to explain to people that you could actually do technology in the world of finance.
Now there is no fin without Fintech.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And now the amount of innovation happening in the world of Fintech is 100x what I think it was a decade ago. And so I think it's quite the opposite. There's actually way more innovation happening, and certainly we feel like we're contributing a lot to that, but we're also partnering a bunch on that. We want to be an enabler of others who are innovating as well. It's one of the major shifts in what we've done at PayPal over the last 5 years, is really opened up the platform at PayPal to say we want to be a great enabler of others that are innovating in the space, and that people that want to go build and create can use our capabilities on our platform to do more of that. So we see a huge opportunity in that. And the great thing about it, as Jacob was mentioning, it's a global phenomenon. I think that's the other major shift over the last 10 years or so, is that you don't have to be close to capital to go innovate now. The cost of entrance has come down tremendously with cloud-based computing and great distribution platforms like social and mobile. And so there's innovation happening all over the world. This is a great example of that. Like, what an amazing place with so many great tech companies. And so I think that's a really interesting phenomenon as well, just how global the phenomenon has become.
But I think what's also exciting is that now it's, innovation in payments is one thing, but it's really what we're sort of looking at doing together. It's building on top of payments and building sort of all the sort of complementing services for, in our case, for small businesses, and see how that can really sort of transform the situation for small businesses around the world, and then eventually also for states and people. So I think that's really what excites me. Payments is still sort of core infrastructure, and that will be changing and will always be part of what we do, but it's everything that we build on top that kind of excites
I feel like
us.
One thing I've seen a lot of when I think about like new companies in fintech, it's been a lot of apps to do sort of, for example, mobile banking for people, but it's a lot of Me Too stuff. Do you think we may be in a period where the most innovation is happening behind the scenes, or do you think there's still something left to do for the actual recipient, whether it's a business or consumer? I mean, Braintree, you guys completely changed the landscape with peer-to-peer payments. I mean, massive thing that you did with Venmo, which I think is, everyone has copied that now. iZettle obviously with the dongle and changing it, but. Is there something, do you think there is still uncharted territory at that end of the market, or do you think it's more about, as you said, creating a platform to enable more transactions and things?
Well, I think, let's start with, mobile point of sale that iZettle's pursuing, as you mentioned, in markets that iZettle has entered, many of those markets, like small businesses, were taking cash only, right? And I think if you look around the world, there are many, many markets that still look that way. And I think that's one of the things that we're most excited about with Jacob and the team joining, is that they have really found a way to localize and expand into new markets really quickly. 12 markets so far, many more to go. We hope that we'll do together. But I think the other thing is, while yes, anytime you see something succeed, you'll see a lot of sort of players want to go emulate that. At the same time, we talk about, for example, like underserved consumers. And like in the US market, there's 30 million plus people who don't even have basic financial services in the US market. But then when you look around the world, there are billions of people that don't even have access to basic financial services like a checking account or a debit or credit card. And as you look at the rise of the digital economy, if you don't have basic financial services like a debit or credit card, well, how do you participate? You can't take that Uber ride that maybe costs you less money, or you can't engage in sort of whatever interesting new services are being built. You can't engage in that. And so I think there's a massive opportunity to go get billions of people into the digital economy that currently are locked out because they don't even have access to basic financial services.
Yeah, I mean, in Africa, they're doing really interesting things with M-Pesa, for example, where you're using your mobile phone, which essentially becomes like your bank account. You top up on your phone account as essentially a place to keep credit. Do you think that you guys would is PayPal's idea to integrate with more of those localized services, or would you ever try to build something of that yourselves or buy one of those?
I mean, all of the above. So like M-Pesa specifically, for example, we have a partnership with them.
You're partnered with them now. Do you think you might ever try to buy them?
I can't comment on something that hasn't happened. But we certainly don't need to buy to go partner well. I mean, that's one of the things that I think is also quite different about the PayPal of today versus the PayPal of a decade ago, is that in opening up our platform and saying we're a platform-based company, we want to partner with others. And so it's not just companies like M-Pesa that we've worked with. We're working with local players in markets all over the world. Yeah. Sometimes those local players are tech companies, like what we're doing with Ali in China, or working with banks and card networks and more traditional players. And so what we're really trying to do is make our platform an entry point for others to participate in the digital economy, whether you're a traditional player like a bank or a card network, or if you're a startup trying to build the next thing, or if you're a local player that's figured out something about the sort of fintech ecosystem in your country. All of those are places where we want to go be an enabler of those different services.
And I mean, from our perspective, there's such a sort of rapid development of new sort of payment methods, and it's such a diverse landscape, and the most important thing for us is to make sure that our merchants can capture whatever type of payment there is. And so we, from our perspective, go integrate is probably, our core objective, as it has been over the last 8 years.
How has that been going, though? I know that still the bread and butter of iZettle is still the card payments at point of sale in a physical place. I know you guys launched something for online payments about a year ago, maybe. How and you do other financial services like PayPal does as well, whether it's financing and other things. How much of that has worked out for you guys so far, or are you still majority point of sale?
From a sort of revenue perspective, iZettle is still sort of majority. The majority of revenues comes from payments, but I mean, we've been on a journey for a long time. Even though we're perceived as a payments company, I mean, what we really offer is a commerce platform for small businesses to be able to grow their business to the next point where they can employ that second person or expand. So I think even though sort of revenues do not sort of correlate, we see really strong pickup of the different services that we offer in a more complex landscape for small merchants where they keep competing with the giants. They need to be able to run their business offline and online, and then who handles inventory if you're only one person? That creates complexities, and those are the things that we're trying to solve.
Okay.
I'd say that
I'm going to switch the gears a little, because I feel like biggest thing I've heard about, people talk about in fintech actually in the last couple of years has been cryptocurrency and the blockchain. I'm so sorry to mention them.
Yeah.
I'm a skeptic myself, but I try to keep an open mind. What do you guys, first of all, what's PayPal doing on this front? What do you guys?
We certainly stay close to it, and we've experimented with the technology a good bit. As an engineer, I can appreciate the computer science breakthrough that blockchain represents.
Not smoke and mirrors? It is smoke and mirrors, just a little bit, isn't it?
I think the thing that has yet to happen, the real breakthrough of blockchain is this notion of distributed trust. And while that's a major breakthrough, there just aren't a lot of analogs to that for people to look at and say, well, how would you operate something in a sort of fully decentralized trust model? And I think a lot of the early cycles with blockchain have been people trying to go replace well-functioning central brokerages of trust with a distributed system. I think the bigger breakthroughs are going to happen when people start to apply that technology to problems that could only be solved through distributed trust. Right. I think the reason that's been a little slow going is, as I said, people don't have great analogs for that. Like, there's not a great framework for oh, I see 100 different problems that are well solved by decentralized trust because it was a previously unsolved problem. Like, that was the brain teaser in school. It wasn't solved before.
I mean, isn't PayPal almost like the counterpoint to it? It's like, why do we need that? We have PayPal.
Yeah. Well,
isn't that what you would say? Because I mean, you guys have already built rails that you would consider secure. It's not like people are constantly defrauding each other on your network, are they?
Well, I mean,
or are they?
Certainly, a big part of our value. A big part of our value prop is that we broker trust.
Right.
We provide buyer protection. We provide seller protection, and so certainly we do a lot to fight fraud. But we also guarantee both sides of the transaction through buyer protection and seller protection. That is certainly a lot of what we do. At the same time, a lot of people will ask us well, does that mean that it's a threat to you? And I look at it and say, anything that helps to bring more innovation is something we want to get behind and that we want to encourage. Yeah. And like I said, I just think that it's going to take more experimentation for people to find the right problems to apply that technology to. I think that technology being applied to some problems that maybe it's not as well suited for, but as you find problems that could only be solved through decentralized trust, then I think you'll see some much more interesting use cases.
Okay, now, sorry, Jacob, I'm going to ask you a question, but are you guys trying to find those problems yourselves? Where are you sitting in the blockchain stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly look at some of those, and I think there are interesting examples of, any place where there's not a well-functioning central brokerage, I think are interesting places to go apply the technology. So cross-border currency swaps are a good example. If we're going to go swap dollars to euros, you can do that in milliseconds at a super low cost, right? But say you want to go swap, Kenyan currency to Nigerian currency, that's going to take, many, many days. And you're going to pay a very high fee to go do that because you don't have great functioning central brokerages there. So there's some companies out there that are doing exactly that kind of thing to say, oh, well, what if you use cryptocurrency to go make those currency swaps instead of going through a central brokerage? And they're taking 7 or 8 minutes on the blockchain to settle is way better than the 3 days it might have taken otherwise. But I think that's a good example of where you need the right use case. Kenyan currency to Nigerian currency, great use case. Yeah. Dollars to euros, maybe not as much because you can settle much faster than what the blockchain could do.
Okay, so you guys, if PayPal were to move into something in a blockchain-based solution, it may be in an area like that, either getting behind one of these companies or launching a service like that first, rather than just, I don't know, something else that's more, within the US or something, buying products on the blockchain.
Yeah,
or
as
something.
A basic transaction processing system.
Yeah.
It's a public ledger. Bitcoin, for example, is a public ledger. Taking 7 or 8 minutes to go settle in the world of transaction processing, where things happen in milliseconds, it's not a replacement for that kind of transaction processing. But like in that currency swap example, I do think there's other things that it can work well for, and we're definitely staying close to those.
Okay. Jacob, did you want to add something to that? And then I have another question for you on this to follow up on.
No, I mean,
you guys have you guys
from
been
our
looking at it?
perspective, I mean, we just try to deliver to our merchants what they're looking for and sort of the most frequently used sort of, payment methods, and sort of Bitcoin up until now has not been one of them.
Right. So that was the second part of it all. Of course, is you've got the blockchain, which can be is a kind of distributed architecture, but then you've got the cryptocurrencies that sit on top of it. How much have you had merchants on the iZettle platform start asking if they can take payments in Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever?
Well, I mean, we were looking into sort of adding that as a payment method. Exactly, adding that as a payment method a couple of years ago. Then the fluctuation, obviously, of the cryptocurrencies, and sort of there is really no demand from sort of offline merchants, at least. They're selling sort of coffee to get paid with Bitcoin. So from that perspective, we haven't done much. But as you said, Bill, you know, where it becomes interesting maybe for us is more sort of from a back-end perspective. If we can sort of replace some internal systems with sort of blockchain, that could make sense. But that's as far as we've pushed it internally.
Yeah. What about you guys? I mean, are we going to see a Venmo coin coming out soon or anything?
No, we're not.
That's so silly. Sorry.
You know,
you're a big fan, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
huge.
As Jacob was saying, we follow user demand, and you know, we were accepting Bitcoin for a while, and as Jacob said,
you were doing what for a while?
We were accepting Bitcoin for a while.
You were accepting,
with Braintree, and you know, I think the consumer demand's not there for that. But as Jacob was mentioning, we see a lot of consumer demand for alternative payment methods. And so, for example, like we recently launched smart payment buttons, which is democratizing access in the world of e-commerce for small businesses all the way to large businesses to get to whatever form of payment somebody wants to pay with. And so if that does become something that you start to see consumer demand, we've created a scalable infrastructure where a merchant can easily say, oh, well, flip that on for me, and the merchant's not doing a new integration to go add, you know, a locally relevant payment method to go into a new market, or as consumers change their preferences to go add whatever consumers are preferring to pay with.
Nicely converted the question there, Bill. But just to bring it back to the cryptocurrency, I think that's really important, by the way, what you've just described. It's so fragmented. I mean, once you start looking at payments globally, it's really surprising, because I think people just think that cards, if you live in the West somewhere, you assume card payments, whether it's debit or credit, is all that's needed, but it's really not even
That's exactly what we realized over the last couple of years from our perspective, that, you know, when we started, I think the payment landscape was actually a lot easier for merchants to be dealing with. It was basically MasterCard, Visa, and American Express from a card payment perspective, and then PayPal. But now the multitude of payment options, you know, in the Nordics with Swish, Vipps, Mobile Pay, you know, these bank-to-bank transfer schemes, that's really, you know, escalating really fast. You know, the demand for those types of payment solutions to be accepted at point of sales is much, much higher compared to crypto.
So no driver yet to try to create your own cryptocurrency or start taking some of the more popular ones.
Not from us.
No. From merchants or buyer consumers or anything like that.
No, I mean just the. If you
do you think it's? Let me put it differently, because I've already asked you this question. But do you think it's a healthy market right now?
Well, I mean, you certainly see that some of what's out there is speculation on the currency. So you got to. I'm certainly not the only one to say this. Lots of folks have talked about this, sort of separating out the technology from the currency. I think the technology, there's a lot of interesting things that will happen. As I was saying before, you just need to apply the technology to the problems that are best suited for it. I think on the currency side, you know, there's certainly been a lot of people that are engaging in currency speculation there, which I don't know that that's a healthy thing, which is why we've chosen not to really participate in that aspect of it. But that doesn't mean that we're not paying very close attention to the technology and what could be there. And even the things I was mentioning, you know, part of you know what you do as an innovator is be prepared to adapt as things evolve. And so, like I mentioned on smart payment buttons, like there's a bunch of things like that that we're doing to say, well, hey, we know we can't perfectly predict.
Yeah.
We want to be flexible such that we're prepared for the fact that you can't perfectly predict how markets evolve, but that we can be flexible and adaptive as markets evolve.
Which is a great thing to say, because that segues into my next question. I wanted to ask you guys what you thought about Amazon's cashierless stores. Do you think that that's something that could actually become ubiquitous, or do you think it's a marketing stunt by Amazon? And if it's ubiquitous, how will you adapt to that one?
Well, I think it's an interesting experiment. I think it will, eventually we'll see whether it's something that actually works. But my personal view is that we'll see some sort of hybrid of the sort of completely sort of digitized offline retail store and someone with actual people selling things in it. But the transformation of retail right now is crazy, and a lot of sort of retailers are really feeling the stress of Amazon and the likes.
I think that's right. I think in the world of retail, you see it every day with stores closing, going bankrupt. These kinds of things. There's going to be more change in the world of retail in the next 5 years than there's been in the last 50. And I think the question really is, as those retailers work to adapt, how do you go give them access to the kinds of tools that previously had been reserved only for the largest few? And I think that's a really important thing that we endeavor to go do, that we want to go give access to the many to engage in those kind of capabilities. But I think that's going to be a very important theme across the industry for the next 10 years, is how do you make it so that many players get to participate in that versus only a privileged few having access to those kinds of capabilities.
That's always the theme, isn't it?
And to summarize, that's sort of the whole logic behind the two of us sitting here together. So.
Exactly right.
Yeah, but does that mean that you guys are working on cashierless now?
Well, we certainly care a lot about innovation in the store. We see that blurring together. We see that a lot of what we're doing with mobile payments, like this past Black Friday, for the first time, we had over $1 billion in mobile payment volume in a single day. Then crossed that again on Cyber Monday. But that's a great example of how you see the digital world and the physical world really starting to come together. The Black Friday that used to be a completely physical world event now is as much about digital as it is about in-store, but those are merging together. So that's a big focus for us, and that is, as Jacob was saying, a primary driver of us working together is to say we want to combine those digital capabilities with great in-store capabilities like what Jacob and his team have been working on.
Okay, we're out of time, but thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Hello.
Hey guys, how you doing?
The European tech landscape has been blooming for the past decade, with North Europe producing the most unicorn companies per capita in the world. What kind of challenges do the companies in Europe face? Which industries are the hottest ones, so to say? What kinds of founders are over or underrepresented? Since 2015, Slush and Atomico, one of Europe's largest VC funds, have teamed up to answer these questions, among many others, by producing a comprehensive data-driven snapshot of European tech ecosystem. Today, it is time to reveal the 2018 version of Europe's most important tech reports.
And now, make no mistake, this report has been an enormous overtaking. It will be discussed by Mr. Tom Wehmeyer, who has really poured his blood, sweat, and tears in this report. Tom is a partner and a head of research at Atomico, which is one of the leading VC funds in Europe. And he will discuss these findings. This will happen in two parts. First, Tom will present you with some really interesting stuff, after which we will have a discussion. And in this discussion, Tom will be joined by Mr. John Thornhill, the innovation editor at Financial Times, Roxanne Varza, the director of the startup campus Station F, and Sebastian Siemiatkowski, the co-founder and CEO of the Swedish Fintech unicorn Klarna. They will discuss key trends for 2018, funding, talent, and actually this report has a really cool extra theme this year, which is diversity and inclusion. So you guys and we as well with Kata are in for a treat. Are you ready for this?
Woohoo!
Are you ready? Yeah.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. It's great to be back at what is still, without doubt, the coolest tech conference on the planet. Last year, I spoke for the first time about this report that I produced in partnership with Slush and with Oric called The State of European Tech. It's a comprehensive and data-driven guide to what's happening here in our tech ecosystem today. And I'm delighted to be back this year to share our analysis once again, to try to move the discussion beyond the headlines, beyond the skepticism, and beyond the hype. And I'm also delighted because this gives me a chance to transcend Brexit and actually feel cheerful about Europe. So as you've heard, after I've talked through the highlights, I'll be joined on stage by Roxanne, Sebastian, and John Thornhill, and he's going to give us a good grilling on stage. So here we go. What's this year's report telling us? Well, there's some good news, and there's some bad news. The bad news is I'm going to sound like a broken record. And the good news is that I'm becoming a broken record talking about breaking records. 2018 was another record year for investment, a record year for exits, and a record year for the creation of billion-dollar companies in Europe. The fact is, a $2 billion exit today wouldn't even make the cut for the top 5 in Europe this year. And of the 10 most valuable global public listings in tech this year, 3 of them are European. Looking beyond the public markets, there are plenty of companies building and staying private longer too, and Sebastian's Klarna is, of course, a great example of that. And at the very earliest stages, both the number of rounds and the amount invested continue to march up and to the right. We've heard a lot of people say that tech is seeing bigger but fewer rounds. Well, that may be elsewhere, but it's not the case here in Europe. Europe is now both harvesting the fruits of its earlier labor and at the same time sowing more promising seeds for the future than ever before. Look at Spotify. Spotify's public listing earlier this year is unequivocal proof that European founders can think big and long-term, can hire the best talent, raise the right capital, stave off ferocious competition, go the full distance, and still win on a global stage. I think it's hard to think of a company anywhere that has had to fight fiercer competition from the world's largest tech companies and yet still come out on top. It's a defining moment for European tech. So don't ever let anybody tell you that we can't compete on the global stage. We're not going to kid you that it's easy or that everyone will make it, but don't believe for a minute that it's not possible. In fact, not only is it possible, but all of you who are aiming to replicate Spotify's success are a critical part of Europe's economic future, full stop. Overall economic growth here is flatlining. In the third quarter of 2018, Europe's growth rate slumped to just 0.2%. That's the lowest rate in 4 years. And even before that sharp decline, Europe's software industry was growing at least 5 times faster than the rest of the economy. And that gap is now widening as European tech accelerates and other traditional sectors stagnate or even decline. And as a result, Europe's tech workforce is now growing at 4% year on year. So to put that number in context, the European Commission forecasts that employment in the EU as a whole will only grow 1.1% this year. So as we all know, tech is bucking the trend of slow economic growth across Europe and represents an important bright spot for the continent. So as all this has happened, it's transformed the performance of European venture capital, which is now highly competitive with both US VC and European private equity too. So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at the sources of tech investment to understand who ultimately benefits from this growth. In other words, who funds the funders? Well, two things stood out to us. First, a decade of growth has seen previously conservative European family offices turn their attention to tech investment. Over the last 5 years, family offices and private individuals have invested over $5 billion in European venture capital. So to be clear, it's not pension funds, it's not sovereign wealth funds, it's governments, families, and then corporates that have been the three key backstops to European tech funding for now. And just imagine the upside when we finally unlock mainstream institutional capital at scale. So not for the first time in this series of reports, I'm going to call out pension funds specifically. Since 2013, pension funds have invested just $1.7 billion in European VC in aggregate, or just $350 million per year. That's less than 0.01% of total assets under management of European pension funds, which total around $4 trillion. And yet at the same time, they've invested 45 times more in European buyout funds. And that adds up to more than 75 billion over that 5-year period. If pension funds were to rebalance their allocations away from legacy industries and towards game-changing technology instead, they could help to bring the future forward here in Europe. And workers would ultimately be the major beneficiaries if they did. And there is some glimmer of hope, though, and it's coming from this very region. Over the last 5 years in Europe, of the total invested in VC, just 2.2% came from pension funds. However, here in the Nordics, this number is a much more credible 16%. So as ever, you're leading by example here in the North. If last year was about a battle royale for talent, then this year it's about its effective mobilization in a new generation of hubs. Europe's tech communities are growing fastest in places outside the historic strongholds of London, Berlin, or Paris. This is going to fundamentally change the future of talent flows in the region. Until now, tech workers have been 10 times more likely to move country than the average citizen in Europe. That's extraordinary. But a new phase in talent mobility is on the horizon. If the first phase was defined by the flow of European talent moving to the US to build companies, and the second was defined by talent staying to build from Europe, but choosing one of the region's major hubs, going forward, we're set to enter a new and third phase where talent simply chooses to stay where they are, emboldened by the quality of the local ecosystems that are arising all around them across Europe. And the more that this macro shift evolves, the more that 10x difference will contract. And so you might say then that this is not the time to put up barriers to put off talent from coming to you, as the UK is already finding out. This year, Germany has caught up the UK as the #1 destination for intra-European tech talent migrants, closing what was a significant gap. All of this said, a key challenge for Europe and European tech remains a shallow pool of executive-level talent with the experience of scaling tech companies to thousands of employees, to millions of users, or to billions of revenue. And that means we're still reliant on two things. First, attracting global talent here to Europe, including luring Europeans back home from overseas. And second, recycling talent from companies that have achieved big milestones and then mobilizing them all over again to help build a new generation of companies. Europe now offers compelling opportunities to join all sorts of amazing companies. But those same companies also need to be able to align compensation with global benchmarks to attract even more great talent. And that will require intervention from governments to clean up the mess around stock options in Europe. Our friends from Index Ventures are helping to lead that important charge. And so if you care about this issue and you want to sign the open letter they've drafted, go visit notoptional.eu. So it's been said that people only remember the last thing you say in any presentation. And so with this in mind, we wanted to close on the most important section of our report. We all need to wake up to European tech's diversity and inclusion problem. From the outset of this year's report, we resolved to put this issue front and center. We challenged our data partners to help us measure what is happening. And we asked 5,000 of you to share your experiences. Because if we don't understand the problem, how can we hope to fix it? So we've quantified this as best we can. And I'll say now, it's not nearly enough, and it makes for painful reading. But if this doesn't wake us up, I don't know what will. Europe's diversity and inclusion challenges are bleak. While European tech's fundamentals have never been stronger, monoculture and discrimination are rife in the ecosystem. The data in the report highlights the startling fact that just 7% of VC funds go to female or mixed gender teams in Europe. And the level of funding to other underrepresented groups is even lower than that. And what's more, 46% of women who responded to the survey told us that they have experienced discrimination while working in the European tech industry. So given these facts, it's perhaps even more surprising that 75% of respondents claim that the culture at their startup is inclusive. When it comes to discrimination, it always seems to be somebody else's problem. These results are clearly shocking, and the scale of this challenge is enormous. Diversity and inclusion needs to be Europe's first and foremost priority. Just imagine how much talent and value has evaporated away from our tech industry because of diversity inertia. It's only once people of all demographics, of all experiences, and of all perspectives feel safe and confident to participate will we truly realize our full potential. And if Europe takes the lead here, we can build a huge competitive advantage to other parts of the world that are less inclusive. So this is a rallying cry. We all need to do better. And if we do, everyone will benefit. It's a win-win. And the good news is that initiatives aimed at inspiring and empowering women and other underrepresented communities are tackling this head-on and already having a positive impact. Just look around you here at Slush. Change is coming. Diversity VC is one such initiative, and I'm pleased to announce that Atomico has joined forces with them to launch an industry-first resource, a practical and hands-on guidebook for technology entrepreneurs and leaders that will help them to build companies with diversity and inclusion at their core, and to start by taking those first few daunting steps to know how and where to begin. Francesca Warner, the co-founder and CEO of Diversity VC, will talk more about it tomorrow on this same stage with Atomico's CEO, Nicholas Zenstrom. Don't miss that session. And in the meantime, go check out inclusionintech.com and start today. Europe has shown how much it has benefited from achieving a certain type of diversity. We're strengthened here by our differences. European tech is richer for our blend of diverse cultures, language, and heritage. We're not like Silicon Valley, which has coalesced quite brilliantly around a couple of universities and spin-offs within just a few square miles where everyone speaks the same language. And we're not like China either. There is no single government here that can force change and help pick the winners in a closed market with a single culture and population. But to reach our full potential, we need to harness the amazing differences in all of our people. And only then will European tech reach the heights we know it to be absolutely capable of. Thank you.
My name is John Thornhill. I'm an innovation editor at the Financial Times in London. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel today and to be back in Helsinki. I think the first time I was in Helsinki was in the 1990s. I was writing about the pulp and paper industry. It's obviously a very important industry, but not quite as interesting as what's going on today. Something crazily good has happened in this part of the world since I was last here. So, welcome to our panelists today. We're going to be talking about Tom's report. We have Roxanne Vaza, who is a director of Station F, the startup campus in Paris, and then Sebastian Siemiatkowski, who is the co-founder of Klarna. So welcome.
Thank you.
I wondered if we could start. Being a journalist, I take a bit of a more skeptical take than Tom, and I wanted to ask about how fast Europe really is moving. I mean, it clearly is going very quickly, but is it going as fast as it needs to compared to the rest of the world and what is going on in the US and China? And if you look at some of the stats, the EU still has no digital companies in the global top 15 by market capitalization, digital companies, and accounts for just 4% of the 200 leading online platforms. So when are we going to be able to go toe-to-toe with China and the US? Sebastian, do you want to start on this?
I think actually European companies compared to US ones are very competitive and doing extremely well. I think China is a different league, and we should all be very happy that that market is so big that they're currently focusing on winning their own market rather than coming and competing with us guys. The Chinese are faster, more hardworking, smarter, more creative. But we're happy to be here in Europe. There's less competition here, as well as in the US.
Okay. And Roxanne, you were born in Palo Alto, I believe, so you have a very American perspective on what's going on. How do you think Europe stacks up globally?
So before we get into all the Europe bashing that I think we traditionally love to do, I actually think we should stop and take a minute to actually consider all the positive things that have happened. I think $17 billion companies in 1 year alone, that's incredible. The number of developers being ahead of the US, having increasing numbers, that's not something that we should overlook. I think Tom mentioned in his presentation as well the number of IPOs. Some of the biggest IPOs, if you want to consider it, in Silicon Valley this year were European companies. So I think that's stuff that we really cannot ignore, and actually it's just a matter of time. So your question was about time, and I will let Tom tell you when that time is.
Well, I think it's, we can spend a lot of time looking at indicators that tell us what's happened in the past. Or we can spend time, which is what we're trying to do with the report, to look at the data to give us an indication of what's happening in the future. And I think for a long time we've been talking about the promise of European tech. And I think this year, as I said, it's been this incredible record-breaking year. And Roxanne just gave the numbers, but I think we can feel confident in our ability to go toe-to-toe when we've produced 4 companies with an IPO of 5 billion or more. And there were fewer, actually, in the US this year. I think Sebastian's absolutely right that China is a special case. And I think you can't overlook the fact of the special conditions of that market. I think Roxanne also kind of just said, we're just getting started. And, we made the point around diversity and inclusion. We've kind of had all of this progress, and we've done it with our hands tied behind our back and on our knees. So just imagine, how much more we're going to achieve, not only when we're able to build an ecosystem that's inclusive and that speaks to all its people, but also once we start tapping all those markets outside the UK and Germany and the Nordics, there's almost, we've barely got started in tapping the potential from sort of Eastern and Central European and Southern Europe. So I'm super excited.
All right, I want to come back to that in just a minute. I mean, one of the things that has massively changed in Europe over the past few years, as is evidenced by this event, is the cultural change that has happened. And we were just chatting backstage about what people wanted to do when they left university. So, Roxanne, you're at Station F, this startup campus. Clearly, being an entrepreneur is very fashionable in France now. Can you just tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so I've seen a huge change. We were talking kind of over the last 10 years. when I first came out to Europe, it kind of was very far from being trendy to be an entrepreneur. And I think there's some numbers today that show that in certain countries, it's roughly 70% of young graduates actually want to be an entrepreneur. Now, there's some debate about whether that's healthy or not. Should everybody be launching a company? So there's probably going to be some kind of fashionable trends that are going to have people come and go, and some less valuable companies be created. But I think that's just the name of the game.
So there's an image outside France that most people want to go and become a bureaucrat and go to ENA.
That's
no longer true.
Not at all the case, no.
And Sebastian, when you were at Stockholm School of Economics, did people want to be an entrepreneur, and how much has it changed?
I mean, when we started Klarna, there was 7% that wanted to become entrepreneurs, and today 70. So that's a massive shift. Back then, I mean, you got to remember, this was before the financial crisis. People wanted to go and work at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and McKinsey, which is not the case anymore, right? But I also think that, like, in Sweden at least, and I think to some degree in other parts of Europe as well, it's not only about, it's kind of interesting to see this blend of, it's both about being an entrepreneur, but it's also about making an impact in the world and trying to create some kind of company that can benefit the world, right? And those two trends have been combined in a very exciting way, I think, because, I mean, one is that people who have this desire to make an improvement actually use a company as a vehicle to do that. And I think that can be very disruptive and have a very good impact on the world, because operating as a company is a smart way to operate, I think. So I think it's a cool trend. And I want to just highlight on the US and Europe comparison, obviously that's close to my heart, is just that, I mean, I think there's different industries, but when it comes to fintech, I mean, Europe is so far ahead compared to the US. Like in the US, you may mention one or two companies. In Europe, I don't know, like 15, 20, which are probably all of them by now over $1 billion valuation, and are doing extremely well. So, and I think there's a number of reasons for that, but I also would highlight that we never give the EU credit for anything. That's why we all hate it, and some people want to leave it, or are even planning to leave it. But actually, like PSD2, for example, is just such an amazing change for the benefit of the consumer, to protect the consumer's interest and allow the consumers to switch and so forth. So, I mean, here actually the regulators, they're doing worse in other areas like stock options and stuff, but in this area they're actually doing a lot to help the fintech industry and in general make Europe to be ahead of the game. So it's pretty cool.
It's always a great thing for a Briton to hear what a wonderful thing the EU is, just at the point that we're going to leave. But we'll leave that aside for the moment. Now, we were talking about the culture change. One area that clearly does have to change a lot more, that was identified in the Atomico report, is on the issue of gender and inclusion and diversity. And they're really quite shocking numbers about gender diversity, if not unsurprising, I guess. So I'd like to ask all of you, what do you think can be done about this? How can tech be made more inclusive? Roxanne, do you want to start?
So I'm really glad that we're talking about this, because it's a huge issue. And I'm glad that we also called it out a little bit by what it is, because I do think a lot of people consider it to be someone else's problem, and nobody actually comes out and says, yes, we are an all-male team, or we are, we have issues with inclusion and diversity as our team. So I'm really glad that we actually put our finger on that. Again, I also want to be realistic. It's not a European problem, and I do think that means actually there's a huge potential for Europe to even take the lead as a worldwide leader in actually changing that and making a difference. Now, what actually needs to be done, there's a lot of different things, a lot of organizations that are out there making suggestions kind of on a grassroots level. But I think we actually need a different type of movement today. Like we've had a lot over the past year and a half around Me Too. It was a lot of calling out bad behavior, and I'm sad that we had to go that route, but apparently people didn't know what was bad behavior. And now I think we need a movement kind of in the opposite sense. What is good behavior? What are initiatives we should be doing and recognizing, and things that we should be following? So I think we kind of have to take a different approach now to the way things are handled.
Okay. Sebastian, what do you think on this issue?
Look, I think it's all complex problems, so unfortunately there are no silver bullet solutions, right? And I think it's a lot of mixes, but I think that some important aspects are obviously into role modeling, and as people get more successful, highlight the cases of that. I think diversity obviously stretched beyond gender as well. I mean, in our case at Klarna, for example, we have 80 nationalities, so people from 80 different countries working there. So I think that again, our ability to kind of recruit from all over the world, bring people and so forth, these are also things that drives
an improvement. And what are you specifically doing to make that happen? Are you going out and finding?
Yeah, I mean, in our case, it's actually the problem is Stockholm is just not big enough. I mean, we have Spotify, we have ourselves, we have iZettle, there's a lot of successful companies. and there's simply, we can't find enough people. So bringing people from all over the world, now it's because of the current political winds, it's becoming a little bit more challenging, but you know, Sweden has been a great country in that sense to be able to bring talent from all over the world. And now we're also bringing even more to Berlin, actually, which we're growing much faster in because of, and that's an amazing, you know, multicultural city that you can bring people from all the world. So.
Right, Tom, what do you think? What can practically be done to help change this?
I think Roxanne called it out, and one of the things we highlight in the report is the number of amazing initiatives that have already proliferated that are having positive impact. Even in the UK alone, we came up with 28 different initiatives that are tackling it from one way or another. I think the reality is, you know, step one is to be conscious of the fact that there's a problem. And then I think step two is recognition of the fact that we all have a responsibility, including us as investors. And then I think it's about taking those first few steps. And we actually introduced into our term sheet earlier this year a clause that asks of the companies that we invest into to put into place a diversity and inclusion policy if they don't have one in place already within 6 months. And that was something that got an amazing reaction from all of the founders. But one of the bits of feedback that came back was, okay, well, how do we do it? Which is why we've launched this guidebook, which will help entrepreneurs and leaders to know how to think about, how to plan, how to build, how to implement, how to measure, and how to iterate the policies and put it at the core of their companies. And I think, as I said, it requires making it a first and foremost priority.
Does that mean that you won't invest in companies that don't have sufficient diversity?
I think if we found that there was a resistance, then that would be something that we would think about. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I just wanted to jump onto the back of that, actually. I also think it's really important that when we talk about diversity, we don't just narrow it down to men and women. I actually think diversity means a lot more than just that. I think one thing that we tried to do, for example, at Station F, is also address underprivileged entrepreneurs, people that are not just coming out of business schools and engineering schools, but also people that may have very, very different backgrounds and struggled quite a bit, and they don't have a degree, and they're a refugee, and maybe they've had a very difficult situation. And I think that's also something we really need to address and consider with the different diversity initiatives.
Yeah. Now, one of the other things that came out of the report was that, as Tom has been saying, tech is going right across Europe now. It's not just confined to London, Paris, Berlin, Stockholm. Sebastian, I wondered if you could give us a sense of where you think the next kind of hotspots are around Europe. As you said, Klarna is now operating in lots of different markets. Where do you think the next hotspots are going to be in Europe?
I'm not sure if it's the next. I mean, Berlin has been on the map for a long period of time, but I just feel that it has a lot of prerequisites that other places are lacking, right? It has cheap housing, cheap accommodation, and it's also a very attractive young city for young people to come from all of Europe. More so, to be honest, than Stockholm. Even though I love Stockholm, it's amazing in many ways. But just in general, I think the prominence of Berlin is going to continue to rise. To be honest, it's center and it's a popular place to be. And then hopefully, we'll see more parts in Eastern Europe as well happening. I mean, I think what's cool today is also, I meet so many founders today which would say yeah, we are 4 people here, and we have a couple of developers in Ukraine, and we have this and that, right? So I think nowadays, this whole video conference, we talked about that 15, 20 years ago, people are going to work on a distance, but actually the technology is starting to get to a maturity level where actually you can work on a distance from each other in a way. So start seeing companies that are more geographically spread out as well, which is pretty cool.
Right. Now, it used to be said that 10, 15 years ago, entrepreneurs in Europe went to Silicon Valley. 5 years ago, they went to London, Paris, Berlin, Stockholm. What's happening in France, Roxanne? I mean, if you set up a business in Lyon, would you stay there, or would you come and work in Station F in Paris?
Yeah, I think France has changed dramatically. I mean, you said it a few years ago. I think people would look at France. If you were a foreigner and you wanted to build your company there, you would laugh and you would not even consider it. And today, that is not the case at all. We see tons of international entrepreneurs from around the world wanting to come and base their companies there. I think, obviously, some of it has been impacted by Brexit, by Donald Trump in the US, by high Silicon Valley prices. So we see actually people, instead of going to those locations, now they're coming to France. And I think you can be based anywhere you want. I mean, I think Sebastian said it great. You have teams that are scattered throughout Europe. You can be based one place, have your team somewhere else. You can even hop around. I see entrepreneurs now that they'll be 6 months here, 6 months somewhere else. And I think that's beautiful, and that allows you really to become an international company.
Right. Sebastian, you were talking about what the EU has done to create more of a kind of digital single market, but there are still lots of areas where it's deficient. And one of the charts in the report, which I thought was quite interesting, was that so many companies decide to open their first international office in the US or even Australia than they do necessarily in their neighboring country. Now, Tom points out that that's because they don't necessarily need to open an office in a neighboring country. But still, there's very much a focus that you have to make it in the US. And Klarna itself, you're operating in the US. When do you think it will be when Europe really does have a kind of single digital market, that it will be just as easy to operate in Stockholm as it is in Paris, as it is in Berlin, as it is in Belgrade?
I mean, language barriers will always exist, of course, but I do think that one of the fallacies of EU is that they have harmonized the business rules, but they haven't harmonized consumer rules, right? And so consequentially, as you move throughout Europe, the consumer rules, like specifically for us in banking, it's even worse. But just in general, it's a problem that there are specific setups, and every country will interpret these consumer rules in different ways, even though they're officially recommended. Just look at GDPR, even that. So the point is that, like, I think that's the kind of next challenge. Obviously, currently, it's a little bit challenging to drive that political change through the EU. But I think the problem with the EU really is that currently we all sit and vote for people to go there to grab as much money of that coming back to ourselves. And any organization that is built up on everyone trying to grab as much as possible benefit from it is not going to be a very successful one. There has to be a revival of the idea that as us sharing something and making some sacrifices jointly to achieve a greater common good, that is the reason behind doing it, and that's what's going to make it better. And unfortunately, that's not where the political climate is today, right?
Yeah.
So.
And in France, Roxanne, I mean, President Macron has clearly been very interested in the whole kind of tech sector, and he's been a very kind of pro-European president. Is he going to be a kind of driving force for some of these changes we need to see?
I hope so. I think just jumping on the back of what Sebastian said, I actually have seen quite a bit of change with regards to the number of companies that actually consider the US as their second market after their local country. Just in the past few years, I think we're seeing companies that now they'll actually consider the US much, much later in the game, and they consider launching a number of European markets at the same time or from very, very early on. So even if maybe the numbers don't show it yet, I think we're probably at the beginning of a new trend.
Tom.
I just want to make one extra point, which I think is we should embrace this. Because we've been talking a long time about how do we grow the ambition levels of the companies that emerge from Europe. And ultimately, we want to build global winners. And I think being a global winner requires winning in the US too. And so to the extent that that's on the roadmap, whether it comes first or whether it comes after an expansion in Europe, it's absolutely the type of ambition that we want to see. And there's, as I said earlier, we're seeing more and more European companies cross the pond and have success, and that's a great thing.
Now, one of the other points that you made in your presentation was that how little institutional investors tend to put into VCs and startups. And I met Reid Hoffman in London the other day, who was talking about his whole philosophy of blitzscaling. It's quite hard to blitzscale if you don't have this massive pool of capital which is prepared to be thrown at companies like Uber to sustain them for a decade of loss-making before they go public. Do you sense that there is a change in the pension fund industry? Are they becoming more interested in this sector, Tom?
I mean, absolutely, is the simple answer. But I think it's not necessarily as simple as they start to recognize what's happening and the money flows. I think there are some structural challenges that need to be overcome. Not least in terms of the ability to deploy certain check sizes. But I think we have conversations all the time with pension funds. And I think the thing that has really made a difference is the transformation of performance of European venture capital, which is driven by the amazing companies that have emerged from Europe. And I think, of course, what are these institutional investors trying to chase? It's yield. And so when you see that European VC can be competitive with US VC and it's competitive to European buyout, then you'll see that rebalancing happen. And it's happening here in the Nordics fastest. And I think the more that we can educate and the more that we can close this knowledge gap, the faster it'll happen elsewhere too.
Right. We're drawing to a close, but I just want to ask all of you for what advice you would give to all of the entrepreneurs in the room. Sebastian, what is the one thing that you've learned in your career that you think would benefit the people in this audience?
Oh my God. I don't know. No, I would say in the end, actually, it's going to sound a little bit cheesy, but just follow your heart, to be honest. And it's great to take advice from other people, but I mean, life is really about doing what you believe in, and you don't want to regret that you listen too much. So just follow your inner voice and do what you think is right. So
as the singers said at the beginning, or sang at the beginning, life is not a dress rehearsal, it's the show, I believe. Roxanne, do you have a bit of advice?
Yeah, I guess I will draw also on personal experience and kind of in a similar theme to what Sebastian just said. But when I moved to Europe about 10 years ago, people looked at me and they were like, "You're crazy. You love startups. You're born in Silicon Valley and you're moving to France." And I think now people would totally not question that choice. And I just want to kind of hit that statement that a lot of ecosystems are growing, changing, developing very quickly. So if you want to be based somewhere, if you believe in the place that you're at, stay there because it will change.
Well, thank you very much for a fascinating discussion. But just before we leave the stage, I actually want to make an announcement. As a journalist, I tend to report the news rather than make it. But I do have some news today that I would like to share with you exclusively. In the first quarter of next year, with a team of very smart journalists and entrepreneurs and investors, I am launching a Financial Times-backed but separately run media site called Sifted to cover Europe's blossoming tech sector. I've been so convinced by what I've heard today that I'm actually going to set up a startup and try to write about all of this. We intend to deliver the best journalism to tell this largely untold story of what is going right across Europe in some of the regional cities as well as the centers. We will focus on many of the issues that we've been talking about today, and we want to sift the best of the content that's already out there to help you as entrepreneurs. We've already hired 5 great reporters, including Maya Palmer from the Financial Times. Not only is she a great tech journalist, but she is also Finnish, so she can really speak your language in all senses of the word. And she will actually be moderating the next session. We are going to double our team over the next few weeks, and will launch in Q1 of next year. For the moment, we're a very scrappy startup, like many of you, and we have a very scrappy website called sifted.eu. Please sign up for our emails. Look out for these leaflets, which we are going to be handing around today, and have a look at our site. We want to create a media platform for you to share your big ambitions and achievements, and to give you and Europe a stronger voice in the global tech debate. So thank you very much to all of our panelists for a wonderful discussion, and on to the next session. Thank you.
Hey guys. So next up we have something special, and to kind of prepare for that, actually, Kata, I want to ask you something. What did you do when you were 19 years old?
19?
Yeah.
I was living in France studying art history, so probably wandering the streets of Paris trying to figure out what to do with my life. How come?
No, that's actually very cool, because I think I was applying for my first summer job or something. But the next person who we will have on the stage, when he was 19, he basically got a loan from his parents and started a company with his brother to take on the likes of Uber. So this person is now the youngest unicorn founder in the world. His vision originally was to compete with a local touch in this ride-hailing industry, and kind of have a better understanding of the local market, and also be really fair to the drivers. And now Taxify is in tens of countries.
So next up, On stage, we have Markus Willig, who is 24 years old, and we'll talk about his journey as the CEO and co-founder of Taxify, and the personality traits that you have, or he has, and that have helped him to get there. As we just heard, he will be joined on stage with Maja Palmer, the deputy editor of special reports at Financial Times, now with Sifted, and she will be interviewing him on stage. So let's give a big hand for them. Woohoo! Woo!
Okay. Okay, hello everyone. And welcome, Markus.
Great to be here.
So you heard about Markus's biography just a moment ago. You are now officially, I think, Europe's youngest unicorn founder. And I think you're really the classic startup story, right? So dropped out of university at 19 to found a company and then made it a success. But I guess it probably didn't feel like that in the beginning. So tell me about that kind of early phase. Did you always know that this was going to be a business that would work? Or was there a sort of a moment of doubt and your family kind of saying you're crazy? And how did that go?
Sure, we definitely had all of that. So when I was 19, I was certain I want to start the company. I was certain it needed to be in the tech industry because I believe that that's where you can have the biggest impact. But of course, having no experience, no funding, really no connections or network, and actually quite limited tech skills, then it wasn't really the best odds of success. So when I was trying to convince my parents to give me the first couple of €1,000 to get going, it took me many weeks to actually convince them to do it. And I think still 6 months in, they were very skeptical that they're going to lose all that big loan that they gave me. But I think now looking back, it was a good investment for them.
So this started really as a kind of a fleet management company, and then you kind of expanded into doing sort of private hire vehicles. I mean, tell me about what was the moment at which you decided what the direction of the company really would be?
Sure. So we have always been taking the customer approach. So we're always looking at it from the point of view of the passenger, that they need to go from point A to B. And how do we make that as fast and reliable and convenient as possible? But we realized in the early days that actually it was very hard for us to offer a great service for riders without actually having cars on the platform. And we realized that the easiest way to get cars on the platform is not just to go directly to drivers, but rather first contact the taxi companies. And still, 5 years ago, they were all using old school dispatching software. So you still had to call them, they were using radios. And our pitch was very simple, that we're bringing them to the digital age. And then on top of that, they were getting some customers from the app. But 5 years ago, they didn't really even care about the app. They were just thinking, how do we replace the radio? So things have really evolved a lot in the last couple of years.
So it was a kind of gradual process, and now everything happens through the app.
Yes, exactly. So we only used to have the taxi companies using the dispatching software for the first couple of years. But eventually they realized that it makes no sense to keep up a call center, and it's a lot more efficient for people just to book from an app directly.
Yeah. So now, Markus, you've set yourself a huge challenge because you're going up against, one of the biggest tech companies around at the moment, Uber. How are you expecting to compete with them head to head?
So we've been actually in competition all the 5 years that we've operated as a company. So we used to have a lot of competition in Tallinn. A lot of small startups actually started doing a similar platform to ours. And after a couple of years, we managed to build the best one for passengers, and we won. And then, of course, Uber came to most of our markets, and now we've been competing with them for about 4 years. So we've always been used to heavy competition. But what we see is the most important is that if you manage to localize, you manage to build the best product for the customers, then that platform is going to win out, regardless of how much capital the other one has.
So what's the secret sauce of competing? Is it the way you look after the drivers? Is it kind of making sure that you have these negotiations with local regulators? I mean, how do you do it?
So Taxify is now in about 30 countries. So all the way from France to Estonia, to Finland, to Nigeria and South Africa. And each country is very different. So I think the biggest advantage we have is localization. So in some of the markets, for example, we take cash and we've integrated local carrier billing, so you can pay with your phone bill. In other cases, we've built local safety features, which are really relevant in South Africa, for example. And in some markets, like especially mostly in Europe, it's very, very critical that you're the best platform for drivers. Because typically, there's very high regulation. It's hard for new drivers to join. And unless you take really good care of them, they make the best earnings with you, and you give them perks and good treatment, they're just going to leave. So really, this localization is key.
Yeah. And looking after drivers, I mean, obviously, the whole gig economy thing has become a big issue of sort of, are these workers, are they self-employed? Where do you stand on that debate?
Well, overall, it's clear that drivers want flexibility. When we look at an average driver we have on the platform, and we have about 500,000 of them, then they work typically about 15 hours a week. So they don't actually want to be classified as employees and therefore have exclusivity, that they would need to only drive with us, and they would have set fixed schedules and so on. But they actually value that they can use multiple platforms and drive whenever they want to. So we're very much supporting that kind of independence.
Okay, so very definitely self-employed. But what kind of perks then do you give them to convince them to stay with you and drive more for you than, say Uber?
So we got to be honest. The main things drivers care about is their earnings. So you can do all kinds of cool stuff around it, but at the end of the day, what they care about is how much they pocket at the end of the month. So that's what we're primarily focused on. But on top of that, we see that there's other ways how we can help them. So giving them fuel discounts, for example, making it easier for them to get the car or get the phone or whatever is needed in that local market. So all around, really making sure the drivers have the best experience with us.
Yeah. But does it really come down, you said it comes down to the earnings in the end. So I think you sort of undercut some of the other, I mean, in terms of the percentage of drivers' earnings that you take, that is consistently lower than most of your competition.
Exactly. So in some cases, we even take about half the level that our competition does. And why that's even possible is because from the start, we've been a very lean company. We started with just a couple of €1,000 from my parents. We, for the first couple of years, had just a team of 10 to 20 people. So we've always been used to being very lean, being in a high competition state, automating as much as we can. And that has been a very different approach to everybody else in the industry who have been raising billions for years. And now, actually, when we look at what's the state today, then that benefit of us going through those hard times is actually a big advantage for us. So we're able to undercut them, and there's not much they can actually do about it.
Yeah, so you're charging sort of about 15%, and others would charge about 30%. So
exactly. So that makes a massive difference for the driver. I mean, and at the end of the day, we see the nice thing is that actually, especially in Europe, customers are increasingly valuing that as well. So if they see that the driver makes a good income, you have more drivers on the platform, and they're actually happy, then increasingly more and more consumers are realizing that it makes sense to use that platform and rather not use the one where drivers are increasingly protesting.
Yeah. But OK, so you say you started lean. This was kind of your... But are you going to be able to stay lean? I mean, you've raised a lot of money recently. Is there now not a temptation to kind of go crazy, spend that very quickly? How are you going to keep to your style of management?
So we're overall about 700 people now as a company. So it seems huge compared to what we were even just 2 years ago. But when we actually look at the scale of the business, we're doing about $1 billion worth of rides on the platform. And given that we're doing such big volume, then actually the headcount is quite small. So when we compare to our, let's say, US friends, for example, I mean, they're multiple times bigger in their headcount relative to the business size. So we see we're still able to keep up that lean operation, localize, and at the end of the day, that results in a better platform for drivers and riders as well.
Yeah. And what's it been like with the new investors on board? I mean, you've raised, most famously, Didi Chuxing has invested. Obviously, they're kind of known as the Uber killer because they invest in companies that are going head-to-head with Uber. And by the way, they quite often win. So it's probably a good investor to have in your portfolio.
So far, not a single loss.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering, does it change anything? I mean, do they require you to do things differently? Has that kind of impacted on you on a practical level?
No, actually, from day one, we've been very clear with investors that we actually value the independence. So whether we look at Didi, who invested a few years ago, or now Daimler this year, they're big strategic investors with a strategic goal in mind, but they see that actually the best odds for us to win are if we stay local, we stay independent, and actually the management team has full freedom in what they do and where they expand to.
So they don't put any pressure on you to do things differently?
Nothing.
Okay.
So it's fully up to us to where do we go and how we operate.
Yeah. And tell me another thing about scaling so fast. I mean, this is a kind of thing that it's a common problem for founders. Nice problem to have if you have a lot of money and you're able to hire people quickly. But how do you manage to scale so fast? And is hiring one of your most crucial problems, that your daily headache, as it were?
Sure, I think that's the same problem for most European companies that start to scale. Just 2 years ago, we were under 100 people. And now, 2 years later, we're 700. So you can imagine it's not that easy to find 600 great people, especially if you're hiring them mainly in Tallinn. I mean, we don't have a massive talent pool there and not many big tech companies before us. So I think it really boils down to, in most cases, to having a great recruitment team. Mm-hmm. And in our case, we made a really great focus just to, we decided we're going to focus on recruitment when we were about 30 people. And now we have, I believe, one of the best recruitment teams in Europe.
It's
so
really
we are bringing
small.
in, we have about 5 people in the recruitment team, and we're bringing in 30, 40 new people a month.
Yeah, so these 5 people are working extremely hard. Is there a secret? Because when we were talking backstage just a moment ago, you were saying software developers are still a nightmare to hire. Is there any secret? Where do you find them? Do you have relationships with universities, or what do you do?
I think that you just got to do everything nowadays to get engineers. Not a single company has an easy time hiring them, so you just got to do whatever it takes.
Yeah, and the salaries, are they creeping upwards in terms of what you have to offer people?
Sure, I think with the global world, you have global competition for talent as well. So the salary levels are not very different whether you look at Ukraine, Estonia, or London now. So there's some differences, but it's a lot less than it was 5 years ago.
Mm. So tell me a little bit about other plans. I mean, one of the big focuses that you've had is pushing into African cities. And this isn't an area that a lot of European startups have been kind of brave enough to go into. How are you finding that? You're in places like Nairobi and Lagos, which seem quite challenging in terms of understanding the local regulatory environment, and also the traffic.
Sure. So overall, we're already the biggest European ride-hailing platform, and again, we're in 30 countries. We've been doing that for 5 years. We have millions of passengers using us every week. But it's very clear that ride-hailing is not going to be the one solution that's going to solve all transportation problems, because it just doesn't make sense to move a person a couple of kilometers using a 2-ton vehicle. So what we already started doing earlier this year in Africa was to invest in motorcycle taxis. So in most of the cases, the passenger is anyway traveling alone. So instead of us sending a big car to pick them up, we actually see most people would rather prefer a motorcycle, which you can move a lot faster in, it's much more economical, and we saw massive success with that already this year. And that increasingly led us to think that we should try something like that in Europe. So when we finally saw that there's a great vehicle type of electric scooters coming, which we're actually waiting for a long time, then we were one of the first ones to get into that, and actually the first ride-hailing company globally, which even launched scooters on the same platform. So increasingly, you can now get the scooters and cars in European cities from us.
And where are the scooters live now? I know there's a big trial or pilot, or actually it's maybe even running normally in Paris. Where else can we ride these scooters?
Sure. So we started in Paris a couple of months ago. It's going really, really well, even better than what we expected. And now we're just in the final preparations to roll out in other European cities where we operate as well. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, when you look outside, the weather isn't the best. So we're probably going to wait a couple more months before you can see them in most cities.
So maybe in the spring.
Yeah.
So what have you learned from the Paris experience? I mean, are you going to be able to do this better than companies like Bird and Lime who've run into trouble again?
Sure, we're actually very confident in our ability to scale this faster than others for a couple of reasons. So one is that overall we already have millions of people who already use us every day to get to wherever they want to go. And having the same app to offer you multiple choices of transport is a lot easier. So we see that about 40% of all our scooter rides are done by our existing ride-hailing customers. So we don't need to waste any funds or resources on acquiring new customers, but we can actually just launch more products to the users we already have. And another big advantage is that we have data from millions of rides. So we actually know where to place the scooters in a more optimal way than anybody else. So increasingly we see that from a customer point of view, it's great to have one app to solve all your transport problems. And of course, we can't forget the cities. So European regulators are very strict on what kind of transportation they allow in cities. And thus being the leading European ride-hailing player, we already have been working with them for years. So we see they're actually very much favorable to us to operate the scooter service as well. And we have a good track record of doing whatever the city needs us to do.
But European regulators are very different, and different cities have taken very different approaches to scooters. So, they're not allowed in London. On the other hand, in Paris, people have been, the city authorities have embraced this. So how do you negotiate that? How do you convince a city that the scooters will be a good idea?
Well, the good thing is that we don't need to do it much. Most cities are actually very welcoming to micromobility. They all realize that having more and more cars on the streets is just going to make life worse for everybody. More traffic, more congestion. It's just not going to get people to where they need to go fast enough. So they're very welcoming of bike sharing programs and scooter sharing, as long as it's regulated in a decent way and you don't have them just lying on the streets and they're not safe. So as long as you operate within those frames, they're very welcoming.
So those are the two problems that regulators want you to meet. They don't want to have all these scooters piling up somewhere as becoming kind of problem waste. So that's Exactly. And then secondly is the safety. Exactly.
So mainly on the parking side, there's a lot of things we can do to essentially convince customers what are the best places where to leave a scooter. And on the other hand, safety is a function of many things, but one of those is the vehicles themselves. Another one is making sure everybody actually is above a certain age limit, if that's required, and so on.
Does it actually require quite a lot of policing, though? I mean, just to meet those safety standards. I'm wondering whether that's this kind of expense that companies need to think about. You need to have someone who's verifying, say, age. It's not a trivial thing to do.
Sure. So there's definitely a lot you need to invest in safety to make sure that it works well. But given that we've already been operating with hundreds of thousands of drivers, hundreds of millions of rides, then we're pretty confident we can manage that on the scooter side as well. Mm-hmm. So it's now just a matter of scaling from one city to multiple.
Yeah. So what about London? Are you able to say anything? And I think this is one that you've had your sights on, but it's a very tough negotiation. And Transport for London is taking the issue kind of very seriously and scrutinizing everything to the nth degree. I'm just wondering whether you can give me some insight on how you deal with a regulator that's decided to take such a tough approach. I mean,
sure. So actually, we've seen this in many European cities that have taken a very, very defensive position on everything related to ride-hailing, setting up more and more rules for the operators. And in some ways, I completely get it, and we're working with all of them to comply. But I think increasingly this is a problem for competition, because the higher are the barriers to entry, the harder it is for new operators to enter the market. And still, in many European cities, there's a monopoly. We all know who it is, and they don't have any competition. So we see that oftentimes regulators, by actually trying to make things better, are actually making it very hard for new competition to come up.
Is that kind of the argument that you use with them, that they really need to be thinking about the competition element and the local champion? That's kind of how you would position yourself, as being the local player.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are the local player. So in many ways, we're just trying to explain to them that a lot of the problems that you're trying to regulate would actually be solved if you just allowed more competition to enter. So, for example, when you look at how drivers are treated, if you only have a monopoly in a city, of course, they're going to push their pricing power, and drivers in many of these cities make below minimum wage. Mm-hmm. But how do you actually solve it? Like, are you going to start increasingly regulating the operators, or maybe it would make more sense to allow some competition there? And actually that would force up the driver income because actually platforms will start to compete for them. And that's what we've already done in dozens of cities. So it's very easy for us to show that just let us in and we'll make the city a bit better.
And then as I understand it, the experience in Africa has been almost the opposite in the sense that in Europe, you have a lot of regulation, a lot of suspicion about whether these will be safe enough. Whereas when you've gone into Africa, there's often really no regulation in, say, the motorcycle taxi business. That's been a sort of black market, and you've come in to actually try to create some safety regulation around it.
Exactly. So in that sense, you don't have the regulatory problems, but then you have different problems, and especially safety is the main one of those. So what we have done in South Africa is that because the police is so unreliable, you might call them and it takes them 30 minutes or more to show up, then just people are very increasingly worried about safety. So what we need to do is partner with local private security, for example, and use that as an alternative. So this is just one of the examples of what we need to do, or having SOS buttons in the applications for both drivers and riders. So it's a very different market with different problems to solve.
So what do these private security guards do? This is if you have a problem, if you've kind of been...
So if you're a driver and somebody starts to steal your car, then you can actually press a button and armed security will show up a bit quicker than police would.
Okay. And so that's another benefit for the drivers, I guess, to know that they have this kind of support network.
Exactly. So it's just one of these examples of localization. So you can't expect to solve all problems sitting in Silicon Valley.
Yeah. So what are your future plans? You're now in 60 cities, but you're planning to scale to how many eventually? I mean, what do you have planned for the next few years?
So actually, in terms of countries, we don't plan to add too many. Now we're looking forward in the next 1 or 2 years. We're already in 30, and that might grow to 35 or up to 40. But it's more about getting to more cities. Mm-hmm. So in the next year, we're planning to open up close to 100 cities. And those are all coming from the countries we're already in. So just in Poland, we plan to take, for example, about 25 cities and so on. So increasingly bringing these mobility solutions to more and more cities that are smaller as well.
And when you go into a city, will you go in with the ride-hailing and the scooters as a rule, or will it be very different?
So these are two very different products from many perspectives. Just when you look at the weather, for example, scooters are probably not the best to use in Helsinki 6 months of the year. But ride-hailing, on the other hand, is great all year round. And you need to keep in mind what's the local transportation infrastructure and so on. So overall, ride-hailing we see is a bit more universal, and scooters is more limited.
And what's your kind of vision for how urban transport in the future? Will it really be that we will, car ownership will disappear entirely, in due course?
So that's one of the reasons Daimler invested in us as well. So being one of the leading OEMs in the world, they are very much afraid that in 10 years people will buy a lot less cars than they do now. And they see us already being the leading European player in this future of transportation. They want to be a part of that. But we got to be honest, this is not going to happen very quickly. Autonomous cars are seriously overhyped. And looking at the next couple of years, they're not going to have any massive impact yet. So we just can't wait and believe that those problems are going to be solved in a few years. But we need to find solutions. How do we solve those problems today? And scooters is one of the examples that they're already here. You can literally just start to operate them in a week or two in a city. So we just can't wait 5 years before autonomy gets here.
Well, I think we're out of time. So thank you, Markus, for sharing your kind of future vision, and congratulations on all the fundraising. And we'll look forward to seeing what Taxify gets up to next. Will you have to change the name once you're focusing more on scooters rather than taxis?
So we actually launched scooters under a new brand of Bolt. Mm-hmm. And increasingly we see that as these are very different businesses, we also need to brand them differently so people would get what are they actually going for.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe a whole bunch of sub-brands then.
So increasingly, as we move from just moving people in cars to covering all sorts of urban mobility, then we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, sounds great. We'll look forward to seeing more. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
And Maya. Juhani, what if someone told you that within a few years we could control machines with our with our thoughts. How would you feel?
That would be really cool.
That would be really cool.
That would be really cool, yeah.
Well, that sounds a bit like sci-fi, but that's exactly what our next speaker is working with. He is a visionary who is to thank for many of the possibilities we have today. In the 90s, he led the team at Microsoft that created one of the most widely adopted software applications called Internet Explorer. Currently, he is building something he believes could have even bigger impact on the world. A technology enabling us to control machines with the power of thought.
So, yeah, this person is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Control Labs. He's not only a really cool guy, he's also really humble. Like, literally 30 seconds ago, I asked him, or I told him, hey, good job on creating Internet Explorer. And he was like, yeah, it was me and 300 other people. But yeah, this guy is the single most important in that little project. Controlling machines with our minds is going to be the theme of his speech. Developers also stay alert. There's going to be something really cool and interesting for you. Let's hear it for Mr. Thomas Reardon.
Woo-hoo.
Greetings. Make sure I'm on my slide here. Thanks for the introduction. I am Thomas Reardon. I'm the CEO of Control Labs. I lead a merry band of neuroscientists and engineers in New York who are building what we believe is the world's first non-invasive, always available and always on neural interface technology. And we started the company because of a really simple problem, that there is a yawning gap between human input and human output. You have a phenomenal ability to take in information all day long, at all times, via your vision, via your audition, via your hearing, via your proprioception. You have an amazing ability to process that information. What you lack is sufficient output. You output through your muscles, and that is slow and error-prone. We want to close that gap, and we want to do it because of this. The new computing platforms that are upon us now, these pervasive computers like an Apple Watch where my fingers didn't get smaller when it showed up, or new kinds of robotics that have high degrees of freedom, but our bodies weren't really meant to control directly. And maybe most exciting of all are these new immersive platforms in AR and VR, in which there aren't natural means of interaction other than movement, but which we believe with a neural interface, you can kind of explore new kinds of interactions and exploit new powers you didn't know you had. I believe that the devices that we've used over the last decade or so mock us, and they limit us. When I try to go do something simultaneously, adjust the temperature on the wall, or play in VR and have an interaction that makes some sense virtually. And I love this picture because it captures what I think is probably the most frustrating thing for a human being, doing something as joyful as driving and easy as driving, and conflating that with what it's like to actually just type on a touch screen, this thing that causes us
cognitive load. I have to engage the corrector of the autocorrector. I believe when the iPhone came out, and many of the technologies over the last 20 years, they've caused us to regress as a species. We are not at all exploiting our real capacities. So we think the question at Control Labs is not how do we make our devices more capable, it's how do we ourselves become more capable. Neural interfaces are the root solution to this problem. Neural interfaces translate the activity of your nervous system to make you more powerful than all those devices. And we created a specific technology we call intention capture that allows us to solve the human output problem and close the gap between human input and human output. So let me give you our point of view about how you work in the world today. You have a brain. Everyone here does. Your brain actually continues down. It's not just what's up in your head. It's that full continuous brain that goes down into your spinal cord. Your spinal cord is sort of the USB port of the brain. You generate command signals that then turn muscles on and off. That's what your brain does. That allows you to move in the world, but most importantly, it allows you to use these skillful parts of your body, your hands and your mouth. And ultimately, you manipulate devices. You cause a microphone to go off, or a camera, or you move a mouse or type on a keyboard. And it's those devices that translate your activity, your movements, into control over a myriad of devices in the world, these digital devices all around us. But it doesn't have to be that way. What if instead, I'm sorry about that, there was a build here. What if instead, we took the electrical activity of the brain directly, not the movements of your muscles, but we decode that electrical activity and use that to directly control devices. That's the heart of a neural interface. And when you explore that more fully, what you realize is it's not just control as you would naturally experiencing it, say, moving your 5 fingers. It gives you the potential to do something like have a 6th finger. And it allows you to go and really dream and do something kind of exotic, like dream about having 8 arms and to propel yourself like an octopus, to not be victimized by your muscles. So I want to do a little bit of neuroscience for you and walk you through how we do it. And then I'm going to show you the results of this work. So at first, as I said, what we try to do is decode the electrical activity of your motor nervous system as it goes into the most skillful part of you, your hands. And we break out this very convoluted, complex signal, this electrical signal that courses through your arm as it's controlling your hand, and we break that down into the individual activities of your muscles. And when we do that, we can effectively recreate or virtualize anything you do today, like moving a mouse or typing on a keyboard, without you actually moving the mouse or typing on the keyboard. But this is where the neuroscience comes into it. What's actually underlying the electroactivity of the muscle are the impulses that course out of motor neurons. These are the motor neurons that live in your spine and directly turn fibers in your muscles on and off. What we've done at Control Lab for the first time is allow us to non-invasively listen to those neurons as they send what we call action potentials, a single spike. We listen to the muscle, and we can recreate the zeros and ones of motor neurons, the output neurons of the brain. And that allows us to do some magical and somewhat unimagined things with this neural interface technology. Now, what we've done here, if you think about it, is to take the biological output of neurons, the zeros and ones that they generate, and feed that directly into a machine learning network, a deep network. So we're taking biological neurons, sending that into a deep network, and decoding your intention. And then further, we're taking that output and feeding it back to you, so you now have a symbiotic relationship with the deep network. You are, in some sense, adapting with it, but you are enslaving that network. It's working in service to you. I think this is maybe the most powerful idea we have, that AI and machine learning can be dominated by us and our neural networks. Now I'm going to show you how this actually works. So I said intention capture is this technology to decode the biological output of neurons using digital neurons. Now I want to show you the magic behind intention capture. This is Control Kit. Control Kit is seeing the light of day for the first time here at Slush. This device is up and running. It's now sampling. And it's what we hope to put in developer hands in the first quarter. You can wear this, or you can wear two if you wish. And you can wear them all day long. This is a surface electromyography device. It takes the signals of the nerves and sends them over the air to, say, your phone or a computer to allow you to control those things at a distance. You become the controller. I'll come back to this at the end, but what I want to do right now is really show you how this works in real life. First, I'm going to show you one of the forms of intention capture we call myo-control, which is extracting the meanings of your movements. So this is something from over a year ago we did, which is what it would be like to actually type. And here I pushed away the keyboard, and I'm just tapping on the desk. I'm wearing a band on each arm, and I'm typing all your interface are belong to us. My shout out to the 90s. And this is the future. Here, what we've done is virtualized a hand, the full continuous motions of the hand, the dynamics of the hand. I can wave it back and forth, obviously. I have each individual finger is active. If I can decode all the actions of the hand, again, I can decode what the hand would otherwise be doing when it's moving a mouse or a joystick or the throttle of an airplane. This is a hard ML problem. The neat thing is, of course, cameras aren't relevant here. This works all the time. Your hands could be in your pocket, behind you. It's always there, and it's the full continuous activations of your hand. And again, it's the intention, not the movement. Here he's restraining himself, but the nerve is telling him to open his hand. The virtual hand responds to the nerve, even when his hand doesn't move. Here I'm showing you that we can decode the forces you generate, not just the movements, but the forces. So when you're grasping, how much are you grasping? Or pinching. Here he's going across each of the joints. Now, it turns out most of the manipulations you do are some kind of fine force control across your joints, which is why getting this accurate is really, really important. It's sort of the way your brain generates commands. This is a demo we did on Magic Leap to show you how you can have control over things at a distance. So here, this is a force demo. What's happening here is he's pinching to set up this tractor beam. And he's going to wave the tractor beam back and forth until he can fix on an object. And now he's going to be able to grab that object and bring it to him. And it's not just that it recognizes his hand is closed, it's how much force is he exerting as he opens his hand and co-contracts. He can push it away or pull it slowly or fast. It's this kind of magical action at a distance that we all kind of have lucid dreams about. Now I want to tell you about the other feature of intention capture, which is neurocontrol. And this is no longer about how you move. This is about the activity of neurons. And this kind of gets a little bit crazy. What you can do with your neurons is not a problem of science, it's a problem of imagination. What would it be like if you could control a sixth finger? Your muscles won't let you do that, but your brain will. Your brain will let you control the 8 legs of an octopus and swim around with full fidelity. Your brain can do this. and it can allow you to have the force. Oops, sorry about that. Oh, I'm going to go back. Here again, we're at the level of individual neurons. When a single neuron fires, here that blue one fires, the dinosaur in Dino Rider jumps up and down. It's a simple game, one-dimensional, but it's with millisecond accuracy. The point is you don't need to move to do this. Here my colleague's going to demonstrate playing it by hitting the space bar. And the dinosaur jumps. There's no big surprise there. But what's crazy is he can do the same thing without moving at all, by just activating that single neuron. And he can do it in any kind of posture you want, whether he's folding his arms or doing some other task, with millisecond accuracy. I do love the hands in pockets. I want to show you a slightly more complicated version that this is Asteroids. This is my co-founder playing Asteroids, which is a high degree of freedom game, 2 degrees of freedom plus pushing buttons. And he actually has full control without any movements. He's just being able to stare and get his attention to move left or right and his attention to control the thrust without movement, just by decoding the activity of neurons. And I'm going to end with this. Whoops, excuse me. Well, these videos are not queuing properly, so. So I showed you this when I came out on stage. What I wanted to show you is the neural control version of this. He's doing little teeny pulses, but then he's going to go into a neural control version of this, where it's just trying to perform and respond to him in a high degree of freedom. Think of this as 6 to 7 degrees of freedom without actually moving at all, just by activating neurons. In something which he has actual control. It's not just a random response to his nervous system. Intention capture is really universal control. It's for everything, and it's inevitable. I hope you'll join us on this journey to really empower people in a way they've never imagined before, to allow them to get control over a myriad of devices, and to do it flexibly and in a way that engages their entire brain, and for us to leave behind the sort of bad past of devices that force us to do what they want. Thanks so much for your time today. Thanks.
Welcome, welcome to the founder stage here at Slush. Now, the next speaker is now 34 years old, but he actually gave his first talk on user interfaces when he was only 10. He's previously known as head of user experience at Mozilla Labs, the lead designer for Firefox. But today he's going to be talking about something different. Now, he's heading an institution that on their website they claim, and I quote, "Technology is hijacking our minds and society." Technology is hijacking our minds and society. And these guys don't want it to be like that. Instead, they want to, and I quote again, realign technology with humanity's best interests. What does that mean?
Well, we're about to find out soon. Because next up on stage, we have the entrepreneur and interface designer, Mr. Azaraskin. He is the co-founder of the Center for Humane Technology, and here to capture our attention about what tech is doing to us and what it actually should be doing to us. how to create human protective technology. Asa will also be on the Founder Studio right after this session, which is located between this stage and the Evergreen stage. So if you're up for Q&A, you can continue there. Please welcome Asa Ruskin.
Hello, humans. How are you guys doing? Yeah? Woo! All right. So this talk is ostensibly about technology, but really, it's about us. It's about our potential, it's about our vulnerabilities, it's about our limits and what's at stake for us, both in the midterm and near future. I've been many things in my career. I started my career in dark matter physics, and then I helped lead design for Firefox, did the whole Songs thing with mood-based playlists, which is sort of fun. And one of the things I think that I've always had my hat on is, as a designer, we know that human beings are hackable, and that they don't have as much free will as they think they do. That's the whole conversion funnel thing. We are, in fact, sort of the magicians of the digital age. And so, we're susceptible to a number of types of attacks. When I was in 2006, I was working on something called a stopping queue attack. So, you guys played with the infinite scroll, just on Instagram, Facebook. At some point, that was a new technology, and so I have the dubious honor of being the person who invented that thing. And what it does is that it removes the stopping queue. So a stopping queue for humans are when you're drinking a glass of wine. You don't stop drinking normally until you reach the bottom, and that's when your brain wakes up. It's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have another glass of wine, or maybe I want another one. That's when your brain can catch up with your impulses. And by removing the stopping queue, it's well, as a designer, every time you ask the user to do something they don't care about, you've failed. So by removing the stopping queue, it just, you keep going. You keep going. And I actually was calculating it out yesterday. If you just multiply the number of people that use these kinds of products times the number of hours people actually waste and get into these sort of trances, it's the equivalent of wasting 200,000 human lives per day, which is the number of, that's 1/3 of the people in Helsinki's entire lifetime filled up with time they don't care about. Another kind of attack is a social conformity attack. So there's this interesting study called the Solomon Asch study on social conformity from the 1950s. And here they asked a really simple question. Do you believe your own eyes more, or do you believe in what the people around you are saying? And so they would ask people, they'd give people 3 lines, A, B, and C of different length, and they'd be like, all right, here's a 4th line. Is this the same size as A, B, or C? And if you do this by yourself, you get it right 100% of the time. Then they would have 3 actors. First, before you gave your answer, give the wrong answer. And here's the question. Did people conform, or did they just literally measure with their fingers? Here's the answer. 5% of people always conform to what other people say. 20% of people never conform, so that's good. Which leaves 70% of people which conform some or most of the time. So that means there are 3 times as many people that conform to what they think other people think than literally measure with their own fingers. And when you think about the power of what Facebook or Twitter or any of the other sort of social networks that we have do. They're the very first kinds of technologies that directly intermediates what you get, what information you get from your friends and the people around you. In the 2018 elections in the US, it turns out that Russia, when they were doing their election manipulation, didn't actually invent as much content as they did in the 2016 election. All they did is they found existing content and amplified it to try to increase derision. Twitter just recently had to remove 70 million fake accounts, all because of this kind of social conformity attack. So it took telephones 75 years to reach 100 million people. Facebook, it took them 4 years. Instagram, 2 years. Candy Crush, it took less than a year, just months to reach 100 million people. Anytime we now code systems at scale, it's an inherently political act. And one of, I think, the biggest myths of technology is that it's just a neutral platform. You know, tech is not good, it's not bad, it's just neutral. But that's not exactly true. Tech now, and particularly our deployments of it, have a particular bent. They have a particular kind of externality, which is how you measure how neutral a platform is. So my favorite example of this is a car, right? A car is a dual-use kind of technology. It does good things. It lets us go places we can never go before, do things we can never do before, have a kind of mobility we never had before, and at the same time, it terraforms our cities so we live further apart and are more socially isolated. It quite literally makes us fat, pollutes the environment. And so here's the question. Would we rather have cars that are more like, you know, Priuses or more like Humvees? Or maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe it should be more like, you know, bicycles or public transit. There is nothing that says that technology as it stands today is the way that it needs to be. So what kind of not neutrality does our technology have? Well, all of these companies, Facebook, Twitter, Google, News, they're in a race to the bottom of our brainstem to capture our attention, because it turns out attention is sort of the final commodity. It's the thing that everyone wants and we only have a limited amount of. And so these companies are in a zero-sum win-lose game to try to grab your attention, which is why we all feel the effects of, you know, digital addiction. Like, you know you're addicted to your phone by whether you check your phone before you pee in the morning or while you pee in the morning. So if you step back and it's like, what? Just a simple question. Like, why is it that our all of our sort of modern societies systematically abuse animals? Well, you could think of, like, maybe it's something about enlightenment and like our ascendancy over animals and rationality, but I actually think it's a much simpler reason. It's simply because the cultures that survived, the ones that outcompeted the other ones, are the ones that learned to treat animals as resources to exploit. Which companies are now outcompeting all the other companies? Oh yeah. They're the ones that are learning to treat human beings as resources to exploit for our attention. And in fact, the attention economy companies make up more than 50% of the top US stock market. So I want to introduce a concept, an idea, that of blue lighting. So I think it's important as our technology gets more and more powerful for us to take a step back and look at, you know, the creature, the human that we are, and our limitations and our capabilities. So if you take light at night and you shine it into your eyes, right? Blue light in particular, it has an effect, a physiological effect on your body. It messes up your melatonin cycle, which means you sleep worse. It turns out that the melatonin cycle is connected with the cancer cleanup cycle. And note that when you are shining blue light into your eyes, there's nothing that tells you that something is wrong. You just get this sort of like uneasy sense that you're not sleeping as well. And your quality of life goes down. That's the effect of being blue lit. And once you realize it, of course, you can create technology that starts to solve it. That's why all of our new phones like change to have sort of flux style sort of yellow light. But note, you just don't stop sleeping, right? You just have this degradation of quality. That's the effect of being, or the feeling of being blue lit. And think about like our relationships and our connections. We have that same sense. Something is off, but you can't quite put it into words. And it's because the very thing, like your mind, that can do the diagnosis is also the thing that's being affected. So blue lighting I'm using as an analogy for a much broader thing. There's a very specific thing where you shine blue light into humans' eyes. You can't choose whether it affects you or not. But every time that technology does damage by exceeding human limits, I think is a kind of way that technology blue lights us. So, another example of blue lighting. We're constantly showing ourselves beautified images of what we look like. And that, in the race to the bottom of the brainstem, gets down and starts to modify not just behavior, but identity. 55% of plastic surgeons in the US now say that they've seen a patient that wants to look like, have their body modified to look like their Snapchat filter. There was a study just in Germany. So that's like blue lighting like our identity and our kids. Then you start being able to blue light entire societies at once. The study in Germany from this last year that showed that there's a causal link. If you dose a city in Germany with Facebook, violent crimes against immigrants goes up by 50%. It has an effect. So that's blue lighting an entire society. And one of the things that we'll always hear from here is these companies, Facebook in particular, will be like, oh, but you know, this is not our fault. We are just giving people what they want, just the stuff that they're clicking on. We don't have any agency in this. But that's not exactly true. It's sort of intellectually dishonest because they're optimizing for engagement, optimizing for clicks. It's not that they're showing us what we want. It's that they're showing us things that we can't help but look at. It's a sort of a hacking of our neuroplasticity, right? When we drive by a car crash, we can't help but look at the car crash. And now there's an algorithm there that's like, ooh, you like looking at car crashes? Well, I'm going to make more car crashes and show you more car crashes. So if you think about this, right, on a spectrum of any content anywhere on the web that's sort of powered by one of these algorithms, and there's this spectrum going from like sane, calm, nuanced, rich science over on this side, and on this side you have sort of extreme, polarized, controversy. Which kind of content is better at catching your attention? Well, obviously, the extreme stuff, like catches your amygdala, makes you look. And one of the interesting things, you know, everyone always says, like, correlation is not causation, but with algorithms that, like, see what you do and where you look and then reinforce that, correlation causes causation. So we are tilting the world towards the extreme, the polarized. We're constantly being shown like the very best lives that everyone else is leading, shown that our friends are all having fun without us all the time, and that has an effect. So right before the last 2016 election, turns out that YouTube, which is used by 1.9 billion people, which is more people, is around the same actually as the number of people that follow Islam, they recommended Alex Jones's videos and conspiracy theories 15 billion times, which converted to 2 billion views. And if you think about Scientology as a cult, which only has 40,000 people, if even 1 out of 1,000 people starts to believe in these kinds of things, it means just these video recommendations alone, we're printing Scientology-sized cults every single week. If you look, it turns out that YouTube loves recommending conspiracy theories. It's sort of the great polarizer of our times, and a great radicalizer of our times. If you look at just the percentage times that the flat Earth theory is recommended, in Google searches, it's only 20% of the searches are for show flat Earth. On YouTube, 90% of the recommendations, all that free advertising, is pointing people at the flat Earth theory. Recently, Kyrie Irving apologized for promoting flat Earth because he said he got lost in a YouTube rabbit hole. He then when he recanted and said, I'm sorry for misleading and causing a whole bunch of kids to start to believe in flat Earth. The teachers said that it was really hard to get people to their kids to come back because they now accuse Kyrie Irving of having been got to by the round earthers in the conspiracy. We see this everywhere. It's not just on YouTube. On Facebook, if you're a new mom and you join a support group, this is a real example, because they're optimizing for engagement and retention. What turns out to be really engaging for new moms? Well, turns out the anti-vax movement. These kinds of conspiracies are very sticky, and so it recommends them as the top suggestions. And from there, it's only one more click into the top suggestions for those things are things like Pizzagate. And so very quickly you see that no matter where you start, all of these products are gently pushing you one bit by one bit by one bit over into radicalization. And of course, if you take another great example of blue lighting, if you take a country which has deep social divisions and racial tension, and then you add virality on top of it, because that's what's good for your business model, you end up with the kinds of genocides we're seeing with the Rohingya in Myanmar. So are they giving us what we want? Boop. No. In fact, they're moving from a kind of blue lighting into gas lighting, because they say, this is what you want, but it's really just what we can't help but click on. It's a hacking of our neuroplasticity. Facebook will often say oh, hey, if you don't like Facebook, just delete it. Go away. And then, oh, hey, you guys you're back. It's just been a couple of months. Welcome back. So here's the thing I think we've missed. Everyone has been worried about the time. If you think about the human brain as a kind of technology that's 10,000 years old, agriculture, we're sort of fixed. And technology is getting more and more and more powerful. And we've all been worried about this time when, AGI and AI exceeds human capabilities. And what we've entirely missed is that there's a point that happens much, much, much earlier, starting around now, when technology starts to exceed human limits. And I think one of the most interesting ways to think about this is that in order to get you to click, in order to get you to stick around, these companies are building little models of you. Think of them as a voodoo doll that looks like you, which they can wake up and do experiments on to figure out which content is maximally engaging. Facebook really recently had to come out and say, we do not listen to your microphone. When you have a conversation with a friend, and then the next day, the product you were talking about that you've never talked about before shows up in your newsfeed, it's not because they're listening, but because their knowledge about you is so precise that they can make that prediction. And when you play Garry Kasparov in chess, you lose because Garry Kasparov can see more moves in front of you, right? And when Garry Kasparov plays Deep Blue in chess, he loses because Deep Blue can see more moves in front of him. when our minds are pitted against sort of the smartest supercomputers in the world, right? When you open up YouTube, it's not that it's just some random sets of videos that they autoplay. The reason why you open a video and you sort of like you get lost in this trance for an hour is because you're playing against a supercomputer, and these supercomputers are getting better all the time. So we live in a time of accelerated human hackability, or AH for short. Where are we going here? We are just beginning to like really be able to reverse engineer the human. So this is from the Jack Gallant lab at University of Berkeley, where they stick a human being inside of an fMRI and they reconstruct what the person is seeing purely from brain data. So that means quite literally be able to read your brain. Interestingly enough, when you dream, your visual cortex is activated. So that means the next 5-10 years we're going to be able to start quite literally seeing what people dream about, which is terrifying. There's a 2015 paper that showed that computers are better at reading microexpressions than humans are. These are the true and involuntary facial gestures. So often we hear that empathy is going to be the thing that saves humanity. It's going to be the biggest backdoor into the human mind. All the new iPhones do real-time face reading. Just imagine when Netflix or Facebook gets access to the exact moment you get bored, or the exact moment that you have a little like semi-sadistic smile when something happens, and you start generating new media particular to you, right? All of these faces here, none of them are real. They've been generated by an AI. And so now you can start thinking, oh, if I want to generate a face that's particularly persuasive to you, all I have to do actually is just take your top Facebook friends and generate a new face, which is a mix of them. And for some reason, it feels so familiar that you trust them. You generate a voice taken from social media that's a little bit like your father or your mother's voice. So once again, you can't help but trust them. The political campaigns of 2020 and 2024, they are going to be sort of Google duplex style. You're going to get a call, but it's going to be coming from actually a call center spun up, run by AI that has read your social media, knows your language, uses it back against you in the voice of one of your parents with the face of some of your friends. This is where it's going. We need to be thinking no longer just about human-centered design, but human protective design. Because we are stationary, our technology is getting exponentially better. And I'm reminded of, it took 10 years from when we put telescopes in space before we turned the telescope back on Earth and took that iconic picture, created the whole Earth catalog, started the environmental movement. And we need now that movement in technology where we turn the telescope of our own intelligence back on ourselves and ask, hey, how do we work? What are our capabilities? And also, what are our limitations? Let's not be blinded by the good of what we create, but take a very clear-eyed view of our psychology and our makeup so that we make technology that doesn't blue light us and society, but instead enhances our potential. Because otherwise, we're going to be continually pushed towards the extremes and have this kind of accelerated extreme human behavior, which leads to the Trumps of the world, which leads to the kinds of fascism and authoritative rule that we're seeing. So, that is human protective design. Thank you very much, guys.
These days, as we know, our data is gathered for various reasons by various companies. Like many companies, the next one on stage, StreetBees, is gathering our data. However, instead of collecting all of it, they decided to change the game by allowing people to voluntarily send their data, including videos, text messages, all kinds of data to the company. And the approach clearly works, as StreetBees has a global network of over 1 million people who share information about their experiences, the products they use, and all other preferences with Street Bees. And then Street Bees shares this customer data with companies such as BBC, Unilever, Pepsi, L'Oreal, who can then use the data to gain insights about the market and understand the consumers better.
Street Bees is aiming to become the biggest database in the world when it comes to information about human behavior, while doing this in cooperation with the actual people who provide the data. Next up, we have the founder and CEO of this London-based startup. She will share the story of Street Bees as well as her vision for the future of collecting and using this kind of data. Let's have a warm welcome for Tuje Bulut.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing so far? How is Helsinki? Good energy? Awesome, awesome. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to be talking to you guys today. So, we have a very special topic for you. Something you're all very familiar with. Human behavior. Now, you might be wondering, why are we talking about human behavior? So, it should be all very obvious to you why we do things that we do. But it turns out that human behavior is rarely what it seems, right? And the interesting thing is we've done great progress with data. We can understand our DNA better. We can understand illnesses and diseases better. But actually, we have made very little progress in understanding human behavior, why we do things that we do. Now, think about an evening. You came back from uni or from a hard day at work, and you were so determined to read that book. And then you all of a sudden find yourself that you are playing Red Dead Redemption for like 5 hours or something, and you just end up doing things that you did not necessarily plan. Now, why is that important? Because any company, any brand who is trying to bring products to the market for you will always try to understand why you do things that you do. And they are really struggling with that at the moment. Imagine your toothpaste in your bathroom. Does it really speak to you? Do you feel like, oh my God, this toothpaste is totally built for me? The problem is if you don't, it becomes a commodity. It's not anymore a brand that actually communicates a message to you, and then they get easily disrupted, right, by those who do. Now, here's the really harsh reality. The world, the consumer brands today, spend $44 billion every year to understand you, right? They are basically spending all that money on research just to understand the human behavior. Yet, 80% of growth in consumer goods comes from outside the top 4 companies who are dominating the space. And then they easily get disrupted by the likes of Dollar Shave Club. Why? Because we talked earlier, if the brand is not actually communicating a message to you that is personalized, that really talks to you, then the problem is you are just going to buy whatever is the most convenient and cheapest, potentially, product on the market is. Now, let's come back to why is it so complex to understand human behavior, and what can we do about it? Here is the beautiful nature of our brain. I don't know if you admitted this to yourself yet, maybe after some therapy sessions, that we are conflicting individual beings. We are not consistent. We are not always rational. We have conflicting and contradicting demands in our brain, some of which are completely unconscious and not even known to us. So the worst way to learn why someone does what they do is to ask them. Because they will give you an answer that is rational and they believe it's true, but actually there are other things at play in your brain which intervenes. Habits, emotions, your context, they all change your behavior. So think about a day for like a 28-year-old woman. She's so believing in the exercising and eating healthy. You come home. If I ask you, what are you going to eat tonight? genuinely, you will tell me broccolis. But we all know you're not going to eat those broccolis. And you might have had a really hard day at work, and you actually end up just grabbing the ice cream from the freezer, and then maybe just having some, Netflix, and actually getting some maybe Halo Top even, one of those really exciting new ice creams in the market, right? So what happens there? What happens in my brain, right? There's one part of my brain which is telling me that I should do this. There's another part of my brain which says, I want to do this. And they fight. Sometimes one wins, sometimes the other one wins. So how do we reveal that? How do we decode this behavior, right? Now, the traditional market research, which brands usually rely on, remember that $44 billion that are being spent on that market research? We used to ask people, and we thought that people would be able to tell us the reality. People would be able to tell us what's actually going on. It turns out that's not the case. Hence, a lot of the major brands today are not growing. What we need to do instead is chat with them, like your friends, right? That's what you do all day long. We are on WhatsApp or like any other chat apps, and we talk to our friends. And we reveal what we want, we reveal our emotions, and we talk to them, basically. And this is the reason why the only way to understand human behavior is actually to let people talk to us in their own words. Because as you speak, what we will be able to discover is tensions, frustrations, right? Conflicting desires in your brain. Without noticing, you are going to reveal that. You are going to say things like, oh, I actually thought I should do this, but instead I went for this. I had a banana in my bag for a snack, but then I saw Pringles. I went for that instead. And this is the reason why. Now, here's the beautiful thing about technology. StreetBiz is a natural language processing business where we build a way, a mechanism to be able to establish when there is tension, when there is frustration, or unmet needs in our deep thinking. With the deep neural networks we trained in last 4 years, today we can detect when your mind is actually assessing different competing powers in your brain, and then one of them is going to lead to the result. How does that work? You have an app, StreetBiz app, it's in the App Store. That's the extent of promotion I'm going to do today. And you can actually go to the app, and then you can start talking to us. You can talk to a video, you can write in a chat box, or you can just take images, right? That's it. It's unstructured. We get all this unstructured data, and then it goes into a funnel where we start processing the information to establish what is it that you really want. What is it that you are trying to achieve? What is it that matters to you? Now, here's the difference between human power versus artificial intelligence. On the left-hand side here, you see after we got, in this particular example, over like 1,000 logs, we call them logs, basically the chats that we got from our users, and a human, a very expert researcher, analyzed them, right? That's the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, what you're seeing is that you have the machine learning one, where we just did that using our deep neural networks. Now, one difference is 126 hours of one person's time, which is obviously not scalable, versus you're talking about 30 seconds. But that's not really the key thing here. The machine was able to decode emotions that human was not able to. Because we are not trained in our brains to be able to see conflict and contradiction, whereas our deep neural networks are. So it would easily be able to differentiate that, oh, you are tired, as in you are sick of this tired, versus you are tired, as in you need to go to sleep tired. In both cases, the human, the consumer might have said, I'm tired, but the machine can decode what type of tired are you actually are. Now, what does that mean? Obviously, this means a huge amount for the brands, because they can now understand why you do things that you do, what do they need to do to be able to bring products to the market that would be relevant for you. But the implications are far-reaching from that. in a recent study, we established 60% of eating behavior in the US, that is, happens because of, wait for it, it's not hunger. Any guesses? 60% of eating behavior, what could it be? Stress, I heard stress. Very close, it's loneliness, right? You're talking about 60% of a nation admitting that their eating behavior, 60% of the time, is triggered by loneliness. It obviously matters that we know those things because not only the brands, but also governments, health organizations can intervene to be able to help these national-level problems we are talking about. As a result, what you see here is that 25% of our behavior is, formally speaking, rational. It's based on our aspirations, our, need to do the right thing, etc. It's only 1/4 of the picture. 45%, almost 44%, is due to our context. You behave differently if your friends are right next to you versus if you are at home alone. And 30% is about your inner self, your emotions, and your behavior. To be able to decode the human behavior, Sifted is a deep technology business, started building an operating platform, as you can see the stack here. So the data comes in, and then you have a data processing layer, and on top of that, over time, we have built the ontologies to be able to decipher when people say this, they mean that. When they talk like that, that indicates a tension. What is the tension? How do we get into the tension? The reason why I mentioned that is because we are opening our operating platform to other applications. Whoever also wants to understand the human behavior and decode the real reasons why we do things that we do, they are very welcome to use our operating platform. I'm just going to finish up with one of the examples we have been working earlier this year. We talked about Red Dead Redemption earlier, not for just no reason. It's one of the most popular games. How many gamers I have in the room? Show me. No gamers? Yes, I can see a few. So you will be familiar with this. People come back home and they start playing games maybe after 6 p.m. through to the night, right? And what happens in that period is that you don't want to take a break for dinner. It's boring. Who's going to do that, right? So you want to stay playing games. Your hands need to be on the console. So while you are doing that, you go into sequential snacking, as we now call it. This behavior was completely detected with our deep neural networks to understand how the new generation of gamers are experiencing food and beverage. How do they snack? What do they need from their snacks? Number one learning was that a lot of snacking companies offer us solutions today which are admittedly greasy. The problem with grease, beyond the healthcare issues, is that it makes your hands greasy, so you can't put the hands back on the console. And this is the kind of insights that you are able to get with this deep kind of work that you would not get otherwise with my traditional market research. So as a result of that, now the companies know if they want to speak to the gamers, they will actually go for a sequential snacking alternative that is not greasy. Thanks so much for your patience, guys. And if there are any other questions, I'm going to be actually in the backstage. Come find me. Thank you.
Hey, hey, hey. Okay, guys. Next up, we're going to try something a little bit interactive. So I need everyone to concentrate. Okay? So by a raise or by a show of hands, who here has heard of a country called China? Great, yes. Everyone. Who here has heard of a person called Elon Musk? Yeah, so we're all in for a treat because the next person has been dubbed the Elon Musk of China. We are going to be spending some time with an amazing person who just last year, he was chosen among the 10 most important business personalities in China. Actually, by GQ China magazine, chose him as the entrepreneur of the year. He's a serial entrepreneur whose latest endeavor, an electric car making company, NIO, first raised more than $2 billion in funding and then IPO'd last September in New York Stock Exchange?
So William Lee is the CEO, chairman, and co-founder of NIO. Next up, he will discuss the pain points that electric cars are still facing, and will share his perspectives on how the electric car industry is developing in China. Mr. Lee will join the stage with his translator, Yves, and will be interviewed by our very own Slush CEO, our beloved Mr. Andreas Sari, which makes this even twice as exciting. Welcome.
Woo. Let's get it.
This is good. Right. Thank you. All right.
Hi, James.
Hi, Willem. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. These are comfortable chairs, aren't
Yeah.
they? They're really, really good.
So I like these shows.
Yeah. Also the shoes. We're showing off.
Yeah.
That's good. Excellent. Let's dive straight in.
Yeah.
So, the story of NIO. Can you just tell where it all began? How did you grow so fast into what you are today?
Yeah. And NIO, it means a new day.
Yeah.
And our Chinese name, 未来, it means blue sky coming.
Oh, really?
So I founded this company 4 years ago. And at that time, the pollution is very, very heavy in China.
Yeah.
Air pollution. So I decided to found this company.
Yeah, exactly. So you were founded in 2014,
Yeah.
right? And then you did an IPO this year.
Yeah. Maybe we are the fastest auto company from startup to IPO to
Exactly.
a public company. Maybe, yes.
I think so. I really
Yes,
think so.
Yes.
And so, at which stage are you with the company right now? How many cars are you producing? How many cars are you selling?
We already produced more than 10,000 cars. We delivered our first ES8 at the end of June. And now in 5 months, we already delivered more than 80,000 ES8.
80,000.
Yeah, our first 7-seat SUV.
All right.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
it's a big car. Actually, in that stage.
That way?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Hope everyone can
There's one that you
visit
can
and
have a look
see.
at.
Yes.
That's excellent. What types of cars are you making? You mentioned an SUV.
Yeah.
But what are the other models, just to get the basics out of the way?
We in the year 2016, we launched our first supercar,
Yeah.
EP9.
Yes.
It's the fastest electric car in the world. And,
Fastest electric car in the world.
And the fastest autonomous driving car in the world.
All right.
And very, very fast. And last year, we launched our first 7-seat SUV. The size is as big as Q7.
Okay.
And
Q7.
yeah, it's a big SUV for family, maybe with 2 boys, 3 kids.
Yeah.
And we will launch our second SUV actually next week.
Next week?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Next
All right.
week.
Maybe we should have had a launch.
Yes,
here.
3 SUV. In China, I think SUV is quite popular.
Yeah.
Because the traffic is very, very heavy, and the users, drivers, they want a very big space. So that's the part of user experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
User experience is something that we'll also dive deeper into in a bit. But still, briefly on the basics of the business. So you're operating in China at the moment. Are you in other markets as well?
We are a global startup.
Yeah.
We founded this company in a different way. At first, our headquarters is in Shanghai, but we founded team in Munich, in London, and in the Silicon Valley. So we have more than 1,000 people out of China. So global development, but the market focus in China first.
Yeah.
But in the future, definitely we will enter the global market.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So you mentioned user experience, and you're building the company very much around user experience with a very comprehensive approach. So just to kick it off, what is a good user experience to you? How would you describe it?
The user experience is not only about the function experience, like the car's acceleration, speed, the power, and about the emotion experience. So I think it's if you want to redefine an industry or redefine product, you must redefine the use experience of this industry, just like smartphone. Yeah, hardware, software, and the service.
Right, combining all.
Yeah, combine. Yeah. That's will be new products. And in auto industry, I think in the future, the user experience of a car brand should be include 4 parts. One is the hardware, the car, and the service, and digital touch point, and beyond the car. The life the car will bring to you.
Right.
So these 4 parts will combine to be the future auto industry's user experience.
So let's dive into 2 parts there, or 2 parts of user experience. One of them is the software layer, and the other part is the community that you want to build. Let's start with the software. How do you approach building new software, new features, new parts of user experience to the users of Neo? How do you approach it?
I think that there is 3 levels of innovation. One, the first level is the product, and the first level is user experience. The third level and the top level is the way you build the company. So I talked about the user experience we want to create, and on the top level, we want to be near community connected by the car. How to think about that? Every day, there is more than 170,000 users will use our app.
170,000.
Yeah, even we just deliver more than 8,000 cars.
Right.
But yeah, the app users, the DAU is 20 times. So and last year on Neo Day, there is more than 100 million users watch our Neo Day event.
Really?
And we will begin our second Neo Day next week. So and there is lots of event and in our community, Neo community, like your great Slush event, and lots of things. So yeah, we are very proud of to create a community. Our concept is grow together and be better together. So share the joyful lifestyle. So that's our.
I have to ask you. So you have 20 times more users on the app than you have owning Neo vehicles at the moment. What do the rest of the people do with the app?
Lots of things. They talk about the smart EV industry. They talk about what's their daily life, and what's the beautiful things they want to share, and lots of things interesting. And I spend almost 1 hour per day to discuss with communication with them.
Interesting. So you mentioned also the EV industry.
Yeah.
So how is it in China? What does the electric vehicle market look like?
China market?
Yes, China.
China market, smart EV China market is very increase very fast. And last year, there were almost 70,000 EV sold out in China.
70,000.
Yeah, and this year, the first 9 months reached the number of last year. So increased very fast because the smart EV, the Chinese consumer will consider smart EV very advanced technology.
Yeah.
It's very cool, and not only about the environment friendly, and but also more important part is it's very cool thing. It means high tech. It means autonomous driving. It means AI. It means software defined vehicle. So I think it's very cool. It's a very good time to start a new smart EV company in China. Yes.
Are people using your vehicles with the autonomous mode in China today?
Yeah.
Out in the traffic, people are using the autonomous mode just regularly.
Now?
Yes, right now.
Right now, our ESH, we provide ADAS, not autonomous driving now, but we provide level 2 ADAS function to our users. So in traffic mode or in the highway, you can sometimes you can free your hand, and it's because the traffic is very heavy in China. So if the traffic mode or highway mode, you can depends on our ADAS function to free your maybe free. Sometimes you get some free. Yes.
Exactly. So going back to the electric vehicle industry, there's a lot of infrastructure needed to run a fleet of electric vehicles or to have mass market adoption.
Yeah.
So charging stations is one.
Yeah.
How many charging stations are there in China for electric vehicles?
Public charging station there at the end of last year there is almost 170,000 charge stations. Public charge station. But it's not so hard to install home chargers in your home in China, and our ES8 users, there are almost more than 70% of our ES8 users. They can install home chargers.
Okay.
So that number is beyond my expectation. And
70%.
And we have lots of innovative solutions, and we try our best to install home charger for our users, and we also provide one click to power.
One click
to use your app, and you just ask, so please charge my vehicle, my ES8, and then we send people to take your car.
Oh, okay.
And then charge for you, and then
back to
the park slot. So, and that's like a food delivery service. And we also provide Power Mobile. It's a charging truck.
And so it's driving around and charging.
If we find your ES8 have no energy, and we will send a mobile truck, Power Mobile to you. And we also provide power swap. It's a swap station. You can swap your whole battery pack in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
In 3 minutes. And in last month we installed. We finished the installation from Beijing to Shenzhen, the whole freeway, the whole highway. So there are more than about 18 swap stations.
Oh, wow.
And then if you drive from Beijing to Shenzhen, you can depend on our swap station. It's as fast as the traditional car. So 3 minutes and then go, and then go forward. So we must have this kind of innovation way to give our users the better experience. Yes.
So talking about batteries and swapping batteries, what do you see going on in the battery industry? What's the state of the art?
The battery technology?
Yes.
Yeah. I think the battery technology, lots of startups are focusing on developing a new technology for battery. But I think even today's technology, battery technology, we can do much better than today. It's not only about the battery, but also this part I will need Eve's help. Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
If we help me, okay.
Yeah.
所以我觉得最关键的不光是电池的技术，电池的技术当然会发展。我觉得关键的是这个我们要真正要给用户提供一个好的家电的体验。就像我们今天我们的这个手机智能手机和10年前相比，我们也并没有在电池技术上有不得了的进步，但是我们并不会有这种焦虑，说我的手机会没电。为什么？因为你有充电宝，你很方便就能充电，所以你不会牺牲这个手机，要把它增加的很厚，变得很难看，然后去为了电池的续航时间长一些。所以我觉得今天其实大家都有一点焦虑，觉得好像必须电池技术突飞猛进，续航增加的非常的多，才可能电动车才能普及来讲。其实我觉得不是这样的，就像我们现在所有的这些一键家电的服务、换电站、移动充电车这样的服务，我们就能够给你提供非常好的一个体验，就会让你忘掉 OK 电池的技术，我们还可以等它，但是我们不需要依赖电池的技术就能做到智能电动汽车的普及。Sorry.
All right.
Please.
Actually, I think the important thing is not about the battery technology development. The more important thing is the better charging experience. Just like the smartphones nowadays, people do not have anxieties about the smartphone batteries.
Yeah.
But if you compare the battery technologies 10 years ago, actually there's no much advancement in the battery technology arena. But we do not have this anxiety. So we do not need to worry about the battery of the smartphones because we have the power bank to charge our smartphones. And we do not want to make our smartphones thick and ugly by adding more battery cells. For the battery technologies and the driving range, a lot of people think that these are the most important factors for the mass production or the mass adoption of the EVs. But it's not true because if we have a very good power services with our power mobile and power swap stations, our home charging facilities, then we can provide very good user experience to the users. Then users do not need to worry about the battery technologies, and we do not need to depend on the battery technologies.
Yeah, what I want to say is forget the battery, forget drive range. Just try. You will love smart EV more than your traditional car. Yes.
So you're saying that it should not be seen as a barrier for electric vehicle adoption. Do you still see the current battery technology as, or let's say, using the current battery technology but having swap stations as an intermediate step until we have actually more advanced battery technology? Is there significant advances that you have seen in the battery technology?
Yeah, I think the barrier is not about technology. The barrier 可以这么说吗？就是这个 a barrier is the mindset of the people, of the users. So that's why I won't say just try. Think about if you can install home chargers, the chargers in your home. And 99% of usage of the charging usage is better than the oil, the fuel, gas station.
Yeah.
You don't need to go to gas station.
Yeah.
That's amazing, yeah?
That's true, yeah.
Who love the gas station? Who want to go to gas station? Think about that. So 99% of the daily usage, the user experience will be better. But sometimes if you drive far away, maybe 400 kilometers, maybe 500 kilometers, you can depend on the new solution, such as swap station, such as our Power Mobile solution. So we can think, we should think about the mobile internet thinking, that we can use mobile internet technology to build totally new infrastructure system. Every car, every mobile phone, every infrastructure, swap station, power swap, maybe even charge station, and the service people are connected by a cloud service. Think about that. The efficiency will be very, very high, and the user experience will be much, much better. So think different. Not follow the gas station, not just follow the words spoken by the traditional auto industries. Yes.
Exactly. You know, as we just got started, our time is up.
Yeah.
This was it. It's better to live a hunger for more, I guess. So thank you very much, William, for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, who here has ever dreamt of being into space? Woohoo! Yes, thank you, one person. I think there's more of us dreamers, and it's also like if you can't be there, it's really cool to just send stuff into space. I think that's like a cool thing to do. And next up, we will have someone from a Finnish-based company which has raised around 60 million euros in funding. And what these guys do is they send stuff into space. They actually send satellites into space that take photos of what's happening down here on Earth. And they aim to cover every square meter of the world and have that information in the future, hopefully update every hour. The company's name is Iceye. It originally comes from the fact that they wanted to be able to see where there is ice in the oceans and then tell boats, hey, there's ice, don't go there.
So basically solve quite big issues. So even though Iceye works in space, their mission is to collect as much data as possible to be able to solve important problems such as deforestation and overfishing and telling boats they don't run on ice. Next up, the co-founder and chief strategy officer of Iceye, Pekka Laurila, will tell us about how 2 students got into the business of microsatellites, what this year has brought to them, and what they have learned from their exciting journey. And he will not be alone, as he will be talking with an experienced entrepreneur and the co-founder and general partner of Yes VC, Juri Engeström. Please give a big hand. Thank you.
As you just saw, we had a successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, as well as ignition of that second stage engine. And there goes that fairing. And there you can see all 64 of those satellites on stage 2 headed to sun-synchronous orbit.
Pretty impressive.
So what we just saw, Pekka, was video recorded last night, finish time, from the Vandenberg Air Force Base in California near Los Angeles, where SpaceX launched their latest rocket that took into orbit the Iceye X2 satellite. That's your second satellite that is now in orbit. So congratulations.
Thanks.
How does it feel?
The makeup stuff did a good work. We stayed all up just last night. Yeah.
You have to understand, these guys and ladies have been working on this satellite for, what, 2.5 years now?
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
And can you just imagine what it must feel like to have a product that you've created actually launched, not launch like in, normal tech speech, but actually get launched into orbit? I think that's just amazing. So
it's a hard deadline.
It's a really hard
strict
deadline. It's one deadline you can't miss. Well, tell us, what makes your satellite special?
Right. Yeah. So this is our second satellite. It's a radar imaging satellite, and it's the second smallest radar imaging satellite in the world, because we also already launched this year earlier the smallest radar imaging satellite in the world.
Yeah.
With radar, what we can do is that we can take images through clouds and also in the nighttime. So this allows us to this is the sort of building block of the infrastructure that we're intending to build to sort of monitor the Earth at all times and in all conditions.
Got it. And so let me get this straight. If we've got satellites up in the air, or up in orbit right now, they've been launched by various companies. Now, right now, over Helsinki, I was just coming in, and I could not see the sky. I could not see the stars. I couldn't even see the sun because there's cloud cover.
That's correct.
So is your satellite able to see through that cloud cover into the area over here right now?
Yes, that's true. Like, that's the whole point of why we wanted to build this imaging radar instrument, that we can see majority of the world actually being either dark or cloudy at any given time. So just to get to a business that you can actually reliably monitor anything, you have to have this type of a sensor.
And this hasn't existed before.
Right. I mean, this sensor has existed before as technology. What we made, what makes us, our thing very special and very hard to do is that we did it at 100-fold smaller mass and cost than anybody else has done before. So, and again, why we decided that we want to do this ourselves, sort of again, if you will, was just that if you want to run a commercial business doing really rapid monitoring, you're going to need a lot of satellites, and there was just no way we were going to close a business model with satellite unit that's going to cost hundreds of millions each. So we got ourselves, a really kick-ass engineering team, and it just, set on this challenge that, effectively was deemed to be impossible, and spent a couple of years on it, and now we have the good building block to start, scaling up our business.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about your founder story a little bit. So I'm gonna just preface this by saying that in 2015, a good friend of mine, Petteri Koponen from Lifeline Ventures, actually my former co-founder, mentioned to me that he had met a couple of really interesting young students at the Aalto University of Radio Science and Technology who had a somewhat odd idea, and he recommended that I should probably talk to them. And so I remember we met on Boulevardi. I actually, I was there. I was briefly visiting town with my friend Om Malik from True Ventures, and we had lunch with you guys.
That's true. Yeah, that was our first encounter with the sort of Silicon Valley venture capitalist. It was a bit of a weird meeting.
And so you were both students at the Aalto University, and I think you're still both students, right? Have you graduated yet?
We haven't graduated. It's a bit ambiguous whether I'm still a student or not, but yeah.
Yeah.
One day.
One day. Okay. Well, something to look forward to as you keep launching. So, well, I can say that from that conversation, two things were apparent. I remember talking with Om and saying, well, what did you think? And he said, I don't know. And I said, you know what? I think they're going to do it. And it was pretty much on the spot that we made the investment decision, and True Ventures led your seed round. That was back in 2015.
Yeah, that's correct.
And now, this year, you raised, I think, about 29 million euros. That's about $36 million. And in total, you've raised over $60 million so far. What do you see as the business here? Why are top-tier Silicon Valley VCs putting so much money into Iceye?
I think sort of the big vision that we're trying to do over here is sort of create another layer of Earth observation, so imaging from space that is sort of just as reliable and sort of like business usable as GPS is today. So a lot of companies are completely relying on using GPS as the backbone of an application, and there is this inherent trust that it's always going to be there. Right now there isn't a system that would provide you access to imaging, like to look at the things that don't have sensors on them. So what we really want to do is that we really want to make a system that allows you sort of to have access to understanding what's happening around you at any time and sort of like at all times, and make that so reliable that it's something that you can sort of use as your primary way of building applications.
So it's really about the data that these satellites are able to generate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's data and furthermore information. You can sort of like try and draw the line between. But so we are working towards a specific set of applications ourselves, and then there's of course like a host of other applications that we're working with partners.
What's the most exciting application? Can you give us an example of somebody who uses the data that the satellites collect?
Right. Yeah. So the name Iceye comes from the idea of being able to monitor sea ice, and a sea ice doesn't have sensors on it by default. So like you know where your ship is, but you don't know what's happening around you. And in order to know that in real time, then you're going to need frequent enough monitoring, and you're going to be in areas where there's like little or no infrastructure otherwise to support an operation. So that's an example of a sort of an operational and safety that type of a use case. And then there's a lot of things related to kind of the frequency and an access of monitoring, let's say around natural disasters, where you really need to be on site quickly and continue the monitoring in a sort of human activity timescale, so that like you can have actionable information on what's happening.
Well, just these past few weeks in San Francisco, the city's been covered with smoke because of the wildfires that have been caused by basically all of the land area around San Francisco being so dry because there hasn't been rain that large wildfires, which many of you may have seen footage of in the news, have been ablaze for weeks and have created so much smoke that I had to take my family out of San Francisco and ironically drive down to Los Angeles for the clean air. Now, that's an example of something that's clearly connected with climate change, with the warming of the climate. And it's making our environment less and less stable and causing more and more of these kinds of extreme weather conditions that sometimes lead to catastrophic results. And this was one of the key reasons why it was such an easy thing to understand when we first heard you and your co-founder Rafal talk about what you plan to do, because it seemed so clearly connected with the kind of need that will only get stronger as we need to be more and more aware of how the environment around us is changing in real time. Can you tell me a little bit about how do you see the future?
Right. So I guess the important thing that already is being done extremely well by space technology, and why sort of like the investment in science around space technology is extremely important, and the national space agencies are doing great, is the sort of macro level monitoring of the climate and macro level monitoring the effects of climate change, and then sort of like having a global objective understanding of the sort of long trends. But the one thing that like we can bring to this equation is really the sort of the short-term kind of tactical monitoring of really mitigating the effects over here. So we are now developing applications towards the sort of like event-based flood monitoring, so that like while a flood is happening, you need to know in time scale of hours how it is progressing, where is it, how deep is it, and where it's potentially going. And this is the type of thing that hasn't been done from space before, and this is really an area where we see that it's a huge impact in terms of saving property and saving lives, but how that translates into business is that there's this angle of the whole insurance industry working in this sort of tactical space of understanding damages in that specific event. So I think like we've found an angle where specifically a startup company or like a private company operating this type of capacity works really well. Whereas of course for the macro scale, it really needs to be done by sort of scientific and public effort, because that doesn't necessarily turn into a business case.
Do you think that your data can actually help prevent catastrophes?
Yeah, there's a few areas where we are working towards, for instance, being able to alert and prevent building collapses, infrastructure like bridges, dams, and so forth. With radar, you can do this thing that's called interferometry, where you can see like really millimeter level shifts in ground. And for us to be able to increase the sample size into just like days and sub-daily time series, like that really helps us to get to a place that, again, has not been done before and really can help to like literally save lives.
Is there going to be a day when I can set up an Iceye alert on my iPhone to alert me if something's happening to my property somewhere?
Oh, I certainly hope so. I certainly hope so.
All right, well, ping me when that's available, because I think I need that service.
Give us 1-2 years, should be fine.
Great. Well, what do you see when you look back, if speaking here to many other young entrepreneurs such as yourself, is there a key takeaway that you would share from your experience so far? I mean, it's really been a rapid ride. It feels like these 3 years, having just participated peripherally as a board member and investor, the company has just kind of exploded. It feels like a real substantial company and business now, walking into your new offices and seeing all the screens monitoring all this data coming in.
I have a real job now. So.
That's right. So what would you say as words of advice for other aspiring entrepreneurs?
I guess like one of the sort of key lessons through the whole journey has been that like for us, I mean it's an extremely hard industry to be in, like building hardware first of all, and then building hardware for space, and then trying to solve sort of engineering problems that are sort of like just erring on the side of impossible to possible.
I know. I remember. I mean, some of the people that I called up when I was doing diligence on Iceye, just the experts were kind of shaking their heads and saying, that hasn't been done. We don't know. It's probably not possible.
Yeah. So it's like given that it's like that's like the amount of challenge is like absolutely enormous. The one thing that of course carries you forward at all times is that you're doing something that you really really, really want to do and that you're really passionate about, in a sense that you know, for a lot of, you know, our team, like they are extremely good at, you know, the specific area of technology or space technology as a whole, and you know, they really want to do that. And you know, like personally, I really want to sort of like see this come through, because like, you know, it's not going to be easy. So like really choosing an area that you know that, you know, if you're not gonna, you know, succeed in 1 year, you're gonna succeed in 5 years. And every one of those 5 years, you have to work every single day very hard. So like, you know, is it going to be an area that you, when you're done with all this thing, you know, you're like, that's really what you want it to do. So you know, just following that type of thinking really helps.
Yeah, it's really about picking the problem that you want to work on, and picking that well. If you think back, now before you started Iceye, you worked on a satellite at the university as a student, the Alta 1, which is actually now also in orbit, and that's a small, tiny little CubeSat.
Yeah.
Did you already know at that time that you wanted to found a satellite company?
Not necessarily. It's actually it's a really funny question that like every once in a while, you know, we would get asked that like, so how did you decide that you're gonna, you know, launch satellites as your business? Like actually, like, you know, for us it's sort of like flipping the question that we were already building satellites when we were studying. That was normal. And then how did we decide to start a business was the other question. And you know, that's of course like, you know, hugely part of like now for us, you know, we were part of this Aalto satellite program that, you know, for us as students was already kind of normal that, you know, universities can do satellites. It wasn't necessarily, you know, very normal, you know, just a while ago. So like, you know, that's a sort of a bit of a lucky timing, of course.
Yeah, I think that's true in the sense that space as an industry was dominated by large traditional aerospace companies.
Yeah.
And your timing, once again, timing here was key, because you happened to be working on cutting edge technology in an area where it suddenly became possible to build a startup company that actually launches satellites into space, which really wasn't possible as a business earlier.
Yeah, of course, like the story from satellites to building, you know, there's this radar sensor that goes into that size of a satellite, you know, that was the part that was sort of like, you know, on the side of impossible. And that's, of course, like where it was hugely important for us to then be able to leverage the sort of, you know, Finnish governmental financing, you know, schemes to take us from like absolutely impossible 100% risk to like, you know, only 98% risk. That's sort of like, you know, in the sort of seed stage financing for the first crazy VCs.
Yeah, and this is something that is shared probably by other frontier tech companies or business ideas as well, is that you originally got started with the help of government financing from Finland. Yeah. Okay, well, the future seems bright for space.
Yeah, there's still quite a lot of work to do, but I think.
What's the next step for you? What's going to happen after this?
So this X2, like, you know, what makes that special is that now it has every single one of the technologies that we need to build the full constellation, you know, gets demonstrated within this mission.
So there's going to be more satellites going up.
Yeah, so from there on out, there's going to be more satellites. Of course, every single one will be better than the previous one because we're also an engineering company.
Yeah.
But really, you know, we're scaling to tens of satellites, and that's really where we become, you know, the fastest, most frequent, most objective provider of data, and then, you know, towards all these applications that really are the exciting pieces. So the next couple of years will be extremely exciting for us.
So next step is probably also then attracting great engineers and companies who want to build applications on top of the data that you provide.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
that's
hopefully
true.
there
Unique
are a few
data
of those
sets
in the audience.
available. Talk to us.
Okay. Thanks, Pekka.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Hello, Founder Stage. How are you doing? Juhani, did you know that less than 10% of all venture capital deals go to women, people of color, and LGBT founders?
No, that's really...
This actually means that 90% of all venture capital funding in the US goes to companies where all founders are white, heterosexual male. Many VC companies see this as a pipeline problem, But our next speaker sees this as the biggest opportunity in investment. 3 years ago, she was homeless living in San Francisco airport. Today, she is the founder of Backstage Capital, the most talked about VC in 2018. Started in 2015, Backstage Capital has now invested $5 million into 100 startups led by underestimated founders.
The next person not only created this $36 million fund from scratch, she is redefining the access to capital. Her name is Arlan Hamilton, and she will be joined on the stage by Josh Constantine, who is the editor-at-large at TechCrunch, the writer of more than 4,000 tech stories and the most cited tech journalist in the world. The most cited in the world. So we're in for a treat. Let's give it a big hand for Arlan Hamilton and Josh Constantine.
Hey, everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Let's give one more round of applause for Arlan here.
Hello, hello. Woo. Did we get lasers? Were there lasers? No? Okay, great.
So you're known as one of the first female, black, queer investors to start their own VC fund. And the work you're doing in inclusion is incredibly important. Though today, I want to get past all the classifiers and just talk about you. Arlan Hamilton, investor, period.
I can talk about me quite a bit, so let's go.
Great. So I think a lot of entrepreneurs have a superhero origin story, some kind of formative experience that makes them so passionate about the problems that they're solving. What's your origin story?
You know, I was thinking about my story for years, and I don't know if it was any one thing. I think a few things came together. Definitely seeing Janet Jackson when I was 13 years old in the front row, and looking back and seeing all types of people getting along and singing the same songs to this amazing, strong black woman kind of told me I could do anything. When I was a child, I would spend more time talking to my friend, like talking to people on the playground than playing. I would talk about their feelings at like age 6, ask them how they're doing at home, things like that. And so I think I've always just been really in tune with other people, and it kind of translated to this.
Yeah, it sounds like you were giving people advice on building their futures even from such a young age.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
So tell us a little bit about how you came up with the idea for Backstage and put it into practice.
Well, in the U.S., a few years ago, I was in Texas, and I had been on the road working with performers, musicians, and worked my way up in that world, and that took a long time. That took years to do. And around the same time, I was getting into the startup world. I just started like seeing people like Ashton Kutcher and Ellen and Troy Carter and all these people were making investments from the entertainment world, but they were going to Silicon Valley. So I wanted to know what that was and why they cared about it. So I just got curious, and the more I learned about the startup world, the more fascinated I became and more interested I became. And then I started reading about these statistics that they talked about earlier, about how less than 10% of funding goes to anyone who's not a white male. And that's, ridiculous, I mean, it's not that white men are not doing great things, because they certainly are. I mean, I'm sure they put this on, with the help of many women. But others are doing so too, and they were being left out and overlooked. And I just thought there has to be a better way here. And I talked about it for a long time, and then I just did something about it.
So tell me about that education process of getting from being in the entertainment world to becoming a VC. And I totally agree. We need more perspectives to be able to build for everyone. And if you only look like one type of person, you're not going to be able to build for everyone who you don't really understand. So how did you get the education necessary to go about actually starting a fund?
Well, there's this thing called Google that I tapped into pretty early. I think that whatever you want to learn about, whatever you want to understand and know, you can find online, you can find on YouTube. That's as your base, as coding, anything you're interested in, you can find. And so truly, I just started looking up everything I could find when it came to startups and venture capital. Once I understood that, because I knew I didn't have my own money, so I knew I wouldn't be angel investing. And I started understanding what venture capital was. And of course, it was a very foreign and intimidating thing at first. But the more I learned about it, the more I realized, oh, these are just people with ideas, and some of them executed on those ideas. I can do that. I can do that. And I started looking at different people. So I would read, Brad Feld's books, which I still do, and I still recommend doing. I would read his books about venture capital. I would look at videos from people like Mark Andreessen and Chris Sacca and Joanne Wilson. And for the most part, these were all, they were mostly white men that, as my professors remotely, not knowing me. But I think that, once I became a voice and so many people have become voices that are more diverse, you'll see more and more teachers.
So for anybody out there, it must seem almost impossible of a dream to go from outside of tech to starting your own venture capital firm. But for any would-be venture capitalists or investors out there in the audience, what tips would you give them to finding their way into that industry?
Develop very thick skin. Learn how to take rejection at 10 times the rate you would as a founder. But also, if it's something that you're passionate about and you have a really good intent behind, and you understand why you're doing it, don't let anyone stop you, including me.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like with a founder, you have to expect like 10 or 100 no's before you get a yes. Does that mean like as a VC, you need 1,000 no's?
Yeah, I would guess that I've had 1,000 no's, but I've also had 50 yeses. So it actually probably more than 1,000 no's. At first, I was getting maybe 1 yes for every 100 outreaches, that I would do, and that was kind of my. That was okay, because that was like, okay, I can handle that. That means I just have to talk to 100 people every time. Cool, I can do that. And then it got better and better. But you really, people they see the cover of Fast Company. Mostly because I show it to them. But they see the cover of Fast Company, but they don't realize that for the first 3 years that I worked on Backstage, I got 0 no's, 0. And, 0 yeses. 0 yeses. And so no one was into what I was doing. Nobody believed in what I was doing who could write a check. And so it was the people who believed in me who couldn't write a check that kept me going. So it's not just about searching for investors for your thing and having a transactional situation. Also surround yourself with people who are going to kind of hype you up and keep you going, who you trust their judgment. Because you don't want to have this sort of false bravado, but you want someone who trusts your judgment. You want to be able to cut out the noise. And that's something that's developed and that can be taught, I think.
Yeah, that thick skin is so important, basically, no matter what you're doing in tech, to be able to take those no's and instead of seeing them as a rejection, instead as criticism and a way to improve or something new to do. But amongst all those no's, you had one really big yes that was pretty transformative. So you talked to Mark Andreessen, who's perhaps one of the most famous venture capitalists in the world, and they were one of the first LPs to fund your fund. So tell us how you convinced him to fund you and what that felt like.
Sure, and it was actually Mark personally who did it, not his fund. So I wrote a blog post at some point that was about comparing venture capital to the film industry, just in terms of the timing, where we were in it, like 70-some years into venture capital, where would the film industry be? So I kind of compared it at the time to like being in the 80s of the film industry and how exciting that is, because you think about all the cool movies and like innovations that came out of 80s movies, like film. So I wrote about that, just kind of starting the reason I wrote about it was I wanted to get a lot of people who were not in tech yet excited and knowing that they were not too late to come in, that they could join, right?
Judging by the audience here, it seems like you've pretty much helped succeed with that.
Right. Well, yeah, so I was because I'm so excited about us all being able to be part of this, because if I can be part of it, honestly, we all can. So I wrote about it, and I put it up, and all of a sudden I got a retweet from Mark, and I didn't know him. And I don't know how he found it. And this was like two and a half years ago, probably. And so I used that opportunity. I asked him on Twitter, I said, will you follow me so I can ask you one question? He followed me, and my question was, will you invest in my fund? And a link to the deck. And
That's a slam dunk right
I was
there.
like, when am I going to have another chance? So I did it. And then he said, give me a little time. He went and called everybody who was listed in my deck, because he knows every human in Silicon Valley. And he came back to me, he said it was glowing reviews. I'm in. And he's one of the very few people who has been in every single fund that we've done.
That's a pretty great lesson that, like, when you get that shot, you have to take it. Like,
yeah, you have to take it. You also have to be ready for a no, because I was prepared for a no. You also have to, be gracious in a no. Had he ignored me or not said yes, the way that I reacted to that would have also deeply affected my fundraising. So it's like, I get a lot of people who pitch me every single day of my life, from the most random places to the most understood places. And it's really noticeable if you immediately have an attitude, if you don't get an immediate yes, So I thankfully knew that back then, and I didn't, curse out people who said no to me.
That's definitely a useful lesson, to see that if you do get a rejection, taking it gracefully may open the door to the next yes.
Absolutely.
So one of Backstage's advisors said that you have a good nose for bullshit. Like, you're able to spot it really well. So whether it's deciding who to take money from or who to give money to, how do you spot that bullshit and avoid it?
I think that was Mark Levy who said that. I don't know. I just, when it comes from who to take money from, there have been many, many times where I've needed money, and it happens a lot, right? And as you know, my background story, I grew up poor and all that. But I have to live with myself. And so taking money from just anyone is just not an option to me. Like, I really have to know why I'm doing it, and it has to be connected to something else. Are they there for the right reasons, or do they represent something that I just can't live with? And so we've been offered money from different places where I didn't agree with, and not necessarily not agreeing with their politics, because I can do that all day. I can disagree with you and still work with you. But where something that they felt or did maybe would negatively affect someone that I cared about, or that maybe I didn't even care about, but it affected them. And I just had to say no. So that's pretty easy to spot. You kind of gut check that. And as far as investing in other people, it's you hear it kind of cliche, but it is a relationship that evolves over time for the most part. Like, I can know within 5 minutes if I'm going to invest in someone, and my rate is about 90-95% accuracy there, but I still take more time in the diligence process and figuring out if we should. So it's about being able to withstand that diligence process, and I have to tell myself that all the time when I'm looking for funding. Here's a lesson that I learned over the past 3 years. Rich people don't care about your calendar. They don't have a reason to. So they're going to do things on their time.
That's good for if you're trying to get an introduction to someone. I see this a lot. It's like whether they want to meet with a journalist or a venture capitalist, they finally get a hold of this person and they're like, great, can we have a meeting? And then they're the ones suggesting the times. And it's like, no, you need to work on that person's schedule, at least at first, until you're able to make that mark. I find it very fascinating that you've had that sort of moral stance on where to take money from, because a lot of the technology industry seems to sort of lack that. We've seen a lot of foreign investment capital pouring in, and most recently, money from Saudi Arabia coming into startups. And meanwhile, there's been a lot of stuff in the news that's very alarming about how that country is operating right now. And do you have any advice for these, whether it's big funds or big late-stage startups, and where they're taking their money?
I'm not really sure I can give advice, right? Because I'm not in their shoes. I have paid attention to it, though, and thought about what I would do. And in a couple of cases, we were kind of in the fray of that and kind of just missed that. I just don't think I'd be able to take the money personally. But the problem is, here's the thing, if we're being really honest, a lot of that money is LP money, limited partner money, in funds that fund so much more than 50% of what's out there already. So it's really hard. It's not. I don't think it's the easiest thing to just say I have this moral objection to, because I do, and I wouldn't personally take it. But who knows if it's in some of our portfolio companies today?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not just about avoiding these sovereign wealth funds. Yeah. It's like it's already in all these VCs.
Exactly.
So I want to switch gears and talk a little bit about some of the startups that you funded. I'd just love to hear what's some of the most exciting ideas that Backstage has backed that you're really excited about.
Yeah, I mean, we've invested in more than 100 companies now. So I always think about, like, if you have 100 children, like, there's no favorites, but I think there are some really exciting ones. There's one called Needle, N-E-D-L, which is a search engine for voice, so cool. for radio and for podcasts. So you can look for certain keywords on Alexa and things like that through Needle. And so, imagine you're trying to find everything you can, like every article that you have talked about on a podcast or on radio. How do you find that right now? Like Google has some abilities, obviously, and then there's other places. But Needle is really, they're in our portfolio, and they're really tackling that in an exciting way. So they're B2B and then B2C as well. So for listeners, they can find what they need, and for the actual podcaster or the broadcaster, they get to see the data on who's looking for what and kind of get the information to people faster. There's also a company called ShearShare that I really love. It's a married couple out of Dallas, and they were both in, Ty, the guy was in the barbering industry, and they both owned a salon in Dallas, and they realized they'd have these empty chairs because they didn't have like full-time, all the time someone's in those chairs. So they would just start renting out the chair a day at a time. And they realized, hey, this could be automated. This could be like an Airbnb for salon chairs, so that stylists who don't necessarily want to or can't afford to lease every month, they can come in for 2 or 3 days a week, have their clientele come in, and only pay for that day. And so this is in more than 300 cities around the world, and it really grew like wildfire, and actually became one of the very few companies led by a black woman that has raised more than $1 million as one of the check marks. But I think they were doing really well even before that. So that's one. Uncharted Power I'm very, very excited about it. Jessica Matthews runs that. They're creating renewable energy with anything that can move. So they started with a soccer ball that you kick around, and it generates energy. Yeah. And they've taken that to what's next. Well, what's next for Jessica is beyond the universe, right? Beyond the Earth here. But the next step is smart cities. So imagine being able to drive over a speed bump and generate energy for the light fixture on the road. And I've seen this in person. So like all these things that she's developing and creating will be part of the next, smart cities generation.
That's awesome, because whether that's problems coming out of other cities beyond Silicon Valley, or crises that face the entire world, these aren't just problems of already rich people already in Silicon Valley. And I love that we're seeing more startups that are getting funding around that. So there is this one big problem in Silicon Valley, though, which is the culture of crushing it, or this idea of hustle porn, which is basically when
hustle porn hashtag.
Yeah, I guess that's a loaded term, but the real issue is that people just talk incessantly on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook about how much they're working, how late they're working, how much they're sacrificing in their lives. And meanwhile, they're only showing their successes. They make it seem like everything is just always up and to the right. And the problem is that really leaves founders or employees or investors who aren't always successful, like all of us are. We all have our tough days.
Yes.
Right. And they feel like they're alone. They feel like they're the only ones who are having failures because they look out and all they see is success. And so I want to know, what advice do you have for founders or investors out there for when they have those tough moments and they feel like they're alone? What can they do to lift that anxiety and get back to work?
Well, first of all, like I really, really do not like people who say I'll sleep when I'm dead, or if you're not working every hour of the weekend, you don't really care about your company and all those things. First of all, I take a nap anytime I can. So take as many naps as you're an adult. Take naps you can do that. That's your permission is
I think we
granted.
should all clap for naps.
Nap
Naps
it
are
up.
awesome.
Nap it up. Like the phrase "I'll sleep when I'm dead" is just inaccurate scientifically because when you have sleep deprivation, you're cutting off years of your life. So yeah, you will sleep when you're dead, but you'll sleep when you're dead sooner. So get a nap in. I also highly recommend sweatpants at any time you're working from home. Work from home in sweatpants that are one size too big for you. Thank you very much. And also, as much as I can, I try to show the real. Like, I'm not here to make everyone think I have it going on, you know. And next to the Fast Company cover, I put up a video of me, like, you know, having a meltdown because a lot of things have gone wrong that day, because it happens all the time. There's no one that's being honest who says that they haven't cried at least once as a founder. Like, it's happening all the time, and just knowing that, you ask for advice, you know, the advice is just to know that you're not alone. We asked a room recently how many people had imposter syndrome, and 90% of the room raised their hands. And everyone looked around like, oh my God, I thought I was gonna be the only one, and imagine the other 10% may have not even been brave enough to do it at that time. So everyone is going through that, no matter what they have as a facade. And yes, a lot of people are doing really great, but I just talked to a millionaire recently who had sold his company, and he told me that he felt as stressed and scared when they were doing 200,000 in revenue as they were doing 20 million in revenue. Like, he just constantly felt stressed and scared because the stakes just got higher and higher and higher, and he had to be more and more of a leader. And I certainly feel that with Backstage growing the way it's growing. And so kind of enjoy your wins, like really recognize your wins. You deserve them, you worked hard for them, and I really recognize and celebrate them. And also understand that you do not have to be killing it every single day, because no one is. They're lying to you, right? The grass is always greener because there's a lot of manure on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. It's like everyone judges themselves by yesterday, not their absolute value. It's like one exec leaves, one deal falls through, one big bug, and it feels like everything's falling down. But everybody feels like that. Everyone feels like an imposter.
Yeah,
and so it's okay.
Everybody does.
You just got to get back on the horse. So in our last minute, I'd just like to ask, what is the legacy that you want to leave on this industry?
Nap time.
That's a great legacy. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
People do need to take
Please.
care of themselves more.
I want in a few years to be, maybe having dinner with several of our portfolio companies, leaders who are now angel investors because they've now exited and they're living, the lives that they wanted to live. And I want my nieces and nephews to have those people on their computer screens or whatever screens are, floating in the future, right next to the football stars and the basketball and the rappers and all of that. That's what I want. I want us to have more new heroes.
Well, I think you've really shown yourself to be one of our new heroes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for watching.
Thanks.
Hey guys, well, if you just joined us, welcome to the founder stage here at Slush 2018. Now, PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers, is a company known for a lot of things, from tax planning to accounting to data analysis. A lot, we all know the company. Not many of us can tell everything that they do. The next speaker we're gonna have here has been the global chairman of PwC since 2009. Something that not everyone knows about the company is that every year for the last 20 years, they have done an enormous survey for thousands of CEOs about leadership. And in the following fireside chat, this person will discuss this survey because he spent literally thousands of hours also getting to know what the survey is about.
This will be interesting. Next up on stage, we'll have Bob Moritz, who is the global chairman of PwC, interviewed by the acclaimed CNBC journalist Elizabeth Schulze. They will discuss the findings of the CEO survey and leadership from a global perspective. Let's welcome them on stage. Woo.
All right. Here we are.
Hey.
Bob, thanks so much for sitting with me for this conversation.
Absolutely, happy to do it.
This is a great way. We're about halfway through our day here, and I think we're curious about, from a global company like yours, a position that you're coming from, your journey and the company's journey. So let's jump right in. You have been at PwC your full career. What is it like working your way up through a massive company like that?
So I have been with PwC my entire career, and I was just describing to somebody backstage that the good thing with my job and the career that I've had is every couple of years I was always doing something different. So for a few years I actually started in our audit business. There was a couple of years I worked in human capital. A couple of years I went over to Japan. A couple of years I did consulting. A couple of years I did leadership responsibilities. So the challenge for me was always, how can I create more options for future development? And how do I actually, with every next step, think about multiple options? Rather than it being linear, how do I think about the zigzag of a career path? For me, it was never a conscious decision. I was lucky because I had great sponsors to put me in the opportunities I had, which becomes a really important theme as you think about the leader you want to become, and then the role and the environment you want to create in your own organization.
When you think about where you are today, was this your end goal ultimately?
No, honestly, when I started with PwC, I was in the mindset, come in, you get 2 years experience and get the hell out. So I'm surprised I've lasted as long as I have, and I have seriously thought about leaving 5 or 6 times during my career. What's always kept me here is I enjoyed the work I was doing. It was always different and interesting. I really enjoyed the people I was working with, and I felt like I was growing, learning, and getting more value, but it was not just the compensation. I was being valued in a good way to create those additional opportunities that gave me an opportunity to, if I ever wanted to leave, I could, but I was definitely getting a lot more opportunities if I stayed, which obviously put me in the position to be in this job today.
What advice do you have to maybe some of our entrepreneurs here who have been a lot more mobile in their careers? How can they take that experience and also work their way through a company or through various companies?
So the 2 things I would say is, first, anybody in whatever role you are today, either an innovator, a founder, a performer, a management team member at a large organization, a small organization, how do you continually learn? Every interaction is a learning interaction, and every intervention you have with somebody is a recruiting opportunity. And it could be somebody you want to recruit to your future organization or your today organization, but it's also an interview of you. So every time you have a chance to see somebody in an elevator bank at a meeting like this, it's a possible interview. Likewise, every interaction you have with the person to the left or to the right of you should be a learning opportunity. It's up to you as to what you want to do with that learning, but make sure you are a continuously learning mindset, a continuously interviewing mindset, and a continually recruiting mindset, and expand your network. That's going to create options for you no matter where your career path goes or where your company ends up going.
On that note, when it comes to refining that elevator pitch, what have you found works? When you speak to entrepreneurs, what do you think works?
So to me, it is a combination of what is it that you do that is unique, and that goes to the company and the organization and the product or service you're bringing. But more importantly, as an investor, as a service provider, as a business partner, I'm interested in the person. The product you have today, the service you have today, it might have a lifespan of 5 years. The world is changing way too fast. Successful organizations are going to be the ones that are most agile. Likewise, the successful people are the ones that are going to be most agile. That's why you've got to always be in this learning mindset and adopt accordingly, because what I tell people, even within PwC, I can't guarantee the job you have today is even going to be there 3 years from now. So what I am interested in is, can you show that you have taken a risk, done something different, demonstrated that success continuously with every new situation you've been in? Likewise, an innovator, an entrepreneur, has to demonstrate multiple times that they can learn fast, fail fast, and move on to the next thing, and then ultimately be successful.
How much of that, and maybe you can speak from your experience here, is being interested in beyond just your day-to-day work? Is it important to have passions or interests, at least, besides what you're doing for your company?
So I would tell you that I do think it's important to be more well-rounded. When we step back, and I'll use PwC as an example, what we said a couple of years ago is we want people to be a professional within our organization. There's 5 things they have to focus on. One is, do you have the technical acumen? So this becomes the subject matter expertise that you are part of. 2 is the business acumen. And today I would say that business acumen has to include digital acumen, digital IQ. 3rd is, do you have global acumen? The world is becoming, even though we have nationalism and populism, it is a very small place in terms of people trying to leverage supply chain, customer experience, or otherwise. And if you don't understand culture and business in multiple locations, you're no longer relevant. 4th is relationship skills. And then finally, it's leadership, self-initiated leadership. And this goes to how do you take care of yourself, your own mental well-being? Do you have flexibility? Are you managing work and life and flexibility that's coming from it? And can you be that whole person? And if you are not that whole person, you're limiting yourself, I think, in terms of the opportunities for future success, as well as the subject matter expertise that's there.
On the digital skills, we are, of course, at a tech event here. Are there particular skills that you say, this is an absolute essential qualification for someone or for you that you found was essential in adapting throughout your career?
I would say no. So to me, the technology world is moving so fast that, an expertise in one technology might be evaporated tomorrow because the lifespan's pretty small. What I would look for is more raw talent in terms of an intellectual curiosity to know what's coming, how can I learn it quickly, how can I manage it effectively, how can I leverage it effectively, how can I adopt it effectively, and then be ready for the next thing. So it's this continued evolution and upskilling that's needed. So the thing we're doing, for example, in PwC is increasing everybody's digital fitness. The way we're doing that for 230,000 people is asking them to take a self-assessment test, but then leverage YouTube videos, self-learning, and all kinds of different collaboration tools to self-initiate the learning, to be smarter on blockchain, smarter on artificial intelligence, smarter on 3D printing or drone technology. And it's the combination of all of those technologies that's going to actually enable the future innovation and the future success of an individual, or for that matter, the future success of an organization.
What is the response that you get at PwC from some of those trainings? Is it divided among ages? Is it divided among countries? What's your response?
We've got, just so you understand, there's 230,000 people in PwC in 100 and some odd countries around the world, but the average age is 27. So it's a really young organization on a relative scale, and much different than what people probably would expect. What's interesting is actually there's a lot of differentiation amongst the age classes. There's definitely, though, an ease of adaptability. So what we have to do is make sure that the leadership teams really are enabling the use of technologies and enabling innovation to happen and do it from the bottoms up. And their job as a more senior leader is actually to create that environment. The leaders at a younger age are actually responsible to do a couple of things. One is demonstrate those skills, demonstrate those technologies, and what we ask of them, reverse mentor those that don't understand what to do and how to do it. And there's a big opportunity to do sponsorship from the top down and reverse mentoring from the bottoms up. And this way you get the collective team aligned around what we're trying to accomplish in transforming our business, which has historically been a human capital business, to a combination of humanity and technology and data to be relevant for the future.
Organizationally, has it been difficult to come up with this idea that someone at the bottom could teach someone at the top of the rankings?
So it's probably been more difficult depending on the country you're in. And that's why global acumen is very important. Some countries are probably a little less problematic in that space. Others are much more respective of age and title. So if you think about Japan as an example, very respectful of age and tenure and title, that becomes a lot more of a challenge. So to get a leadership team to think differently and create the right environment becomes a higher hurdle. of success compared to a country in Africa where the average age is much less and there's not as much bureaucracy or historical relevance. That becomes a less of an issue for them to deal with. So that's why it's important for you to make sure that when you think about these themes, it's not one size fits all. You actually have to make it very local. You have to be as local as you possibly can when interacting with clients and interacting with your people. And you have to be very relevant to say, what's my culture today? What's my core competency today? What do I want it to evolve to, as opposed to a one size fits all? If it's a one size fits all, you're doomed for failure in various parts of the world.
What advice do you have to some of the entrepreneurs or startups here who are smaller scale, but who want to encourage every employee to try to be a leader, to try to have them take ownership of where they're working? How is that possible when you don't have the structure that you have in a massive global company?
So maybe my first proposition would be leadership is not a title, but an action. And the more the leaders that do have the title can talk about and evidence with storytelling how leaders have evolved regardless of title and age, and the more you can say that's the good behavior we expect, and oh, by the way, that's the recognition we're giving to those people, the more likely you are to emulate and scale consistency of leadership capabilities. The second thing I would say is that as a leader, you have to define the culture and the expectation of the people in your organizations. So you have to land your purpose, you have to land your values, and you have to land the expected behaviors and define that. What I do in our organization is say, if you want to be an average performer, go do the consulting project or the audit project the way it was done last year. If you want to be the leader of the future, I want you to be sought after. If you're sought after, you're always in recruitment mode or interview mode. What does it take to be sought after? You thought about the problem you're trying to solve for, you've leveraged your network, you've reached out to 20 other teams that have the same issue, you've got great knowledge right now, you are going to a client and interacting, and oh, by the way, I want you to impress that client so much they want to hire you. I don't want you to take the job, but I want them to be in a position they want to hire you. And I want you to take the knowledge you learned and then go back and share it with other teams. You do that, the client seeks you out, the other teams seek you out, someday as a leader, someday as a follower, you're sought after. The more you're sought after, the more career progression you're going to get. Just like an innovator and an entrepreneur here, in terms of those that are doing it, the more you are doing those things and thinking about not yourself and your company and your idea, but rather how you're solving systemic issues or solving a sector's issues or a segmentation issue or a country issue, the more you're going to be sought after as a broader thinker. The more you're sought after, the more opportunities that are going to come your way naturally, and the more opportunities, candidly, are going to come your way in terms of people wanting to draw your thinking and your natural skill sets into the conversation.
So hearing your thoughts on that might help explain how PwC has become such a powerhouse beyond just consulting and auditing now. It's a massive company. Is there an idea that they can serve more beyond its kind of original business purpose? How big do you want to get?
So to me, it's not around being big. It's about impact, it's about relevancy. And for us to be sustainable, we have to be more agile. So a couple of years ago, we asked ourselves 4 strategic questions. How will I remain relevant over the next couple of decades? Where will we grow, and how should we invest differently than we've done before? Where will I get the IP and the human capital to enable it to happen, and how can I disrupt ourselves and not be disrupted? In order to answer those questions, we had to say, what are those big trends? Demographic shifts, the impact on technology, the scarcity of resources, the shifting of capital markets from west to east. And then we said to ourselves, now let's answer those questions with those trends in mind. But it caused us to reshape our purpose. So our purpose actually was crowdsourced, as were our values. We actually used to have a purpose that probably went to the audit business and the assurance business. Today, our purpose got redefined. What does the world need? What's the world requiring of organizations like us? And what's our assets? And we shaped that to be, how do we help enable trust? And how do we solve some big, important problems? That required us to think differently about the values and the behaviors. So what we did there was to go out to 230,000 people and say, what are your values today personally? What do you think the values of PwC are today? And if this is our purpose going forward, what do our values need to be tomorrow? And then we engaged probably 80% of our organization, which was great because it was bottoms up, as opposed to me and a small team creating and trying to force it down, and enabled that buy-in. And I don't care if you're 40 people or 230,000 people, the more you can get the groundswell from the bottom up and get people aligned around what you're trying to do, the easier the execution and the easier the alignment will be, the better the participation will be in the personal brands that will be created, and that personal brand will be aligned to the organizational brand, and you'll have more success. And that's where, to me, it's not about our scale and our size, it's about our relevancy and the value proposition. I don't want to be the biggest professional services firm. I'd rather be the most relevant, most valued and valuable professional services firm in the defined spaces that we think the world needs us going forward.
I'm glad you raised the issue of trust, because so much of what we hear about today is there's a lack of trust, particularly in many of the bigger tech companies. Privacy and data issues are in the news every single day.
Yep.
What are you doing at PwC to consistently remember that when you talk about your brand?
So our brand is defined on trust and integrity. If I am not trusted, I'll never get a phone call to go do a piece of work. If for whatever reason we're doing something with our clients' data, if I ever lose that data, I have the same problem that the technology houses do. So I am out of business. So first and foremost is to make sure our organization understands brand, risk management, and protecting that brand and enhancing that brand at all costs. And transferring from that people agenda to a data, technology, and people agenda becomes important. And what 230,000 people have in terms of their role and their responsibility becomes important. Our own surveys around digital and cyber and privacy, the issue is not the technologies, the issue is actually the policies, procedures, and the personal behaviors. So step number one is that. Step number two is we have got to be as good as the most trusted or those that aspire to be the most trusted. So we have to have a level of dependency and privacy and cyber as governments and financial services organizations. So we have to put ourselves and expect us to be here. If we make a mistake, we have to admit it, we have to fix it, and we have to commit to never do it again. But we are going to make mistakes. There will be problems. The question for anybody in a crisis in this area is to own up to it quickly, fix it, and commit to make sure it doesn't happen again. And that's where I think speed is of the essence. And financial service companies and technology companies today are probably the ones that have the most issues. It is not the issue that has been created, it's how you handle the issue. Likewise, in PwC, is all about how you handle the issues going forward.
I'd like to talk about that bigger picture when we talk about regulation and we talk about making sure that consumers are put first. Here in Europe, we've heard a lot about Europe's data privacy law, GDPR. Do you see this as a step in the right direction? Do you think other countries need to start really cracking down to protect privacy? And what risks does that pose for startups?
So I think you got to break it down into pieces. First off, the EU, clearly with GDPR and others, definitely has taken a leading edge in terms of how do we think about the privacy issues. But let's remember, we have to have a much more clear debate of the pros and cons of whatever rules and regulations we have to put in. If you want to leverage data the way many in the audience want to leverage data, there's a negative to that in terms of, well, that then goes at the expense of privacy, which may go at the expense of the consumer, and whether they're willing to give that data. Likewise, if the consumer wants more value, there's more value in having more access to data. So those trade-offs become really important. The difference between the way the EU thinks about it and the way China thinks about it, radically different. So what I will tell you is, as a world, as a society, we have to now think about fragmentation of rules. Everybody is trying to write the rules differently. So the way the US is doing it is much different. The way China is different. The way the EU is doing it differently. The way India eventually will do it differently, and the way Russia is doing it differently. The organizational issue that many of you in the audience, no matter how small, no matter how large, no matter if you're a startup or established, you have to navigate those rules. And they are going to be a new changing environment that you'll have to be much more fragmented in terms of how you do it, and think about how you want to apply those rules regardless of where you're doing business right now. Likewise, PwC and others like us will have to deal with the same kind of challenges going forward. But this is where the business community has to do more. Governments can't do this stuff by themselves. In fact, I would say governments are tainted by maybe trying to get the politicians to do what's fundamentally right for the 2% to get voted on the next time. So that's why the business community has to step up and to be much more engaged in these dialogues. And an organization like PwC, part of our role is to convene people to talk about this stuff. We may not even have the answers, but the more convening and the more dialogue, the better off the answer is going to be, no matter what rule and regulation you're talking about.
So do you see the role of CEOs or CFOs or COOs, anyone at the top of a company, or even someone in a management position at a tech company, to really try to come up with these ideas for how to deal with the ethics of AI or privacy? Is that role becoming increasingly important from a business side versus government?
I think it's important for 3 reasons. First, the business community has much more better insights of the pragmatic and practical realities of how AI gets applied as opposed to some politician, and arguably in some countries even the regulators. Second, our politicians can't come up with the right rules because they'll be too far removed from how do you balance and strike the right balance around these things. Third, our politicians today, and no disrespect from whatever country you may be from or what political parties you may have affiliation to, they will try to come up with a politically correct answer that hits the media test or the political election test, and thereby requires the business community to step up more so and be much more of a vocal and more clairvoyant voice in the debate. Some countries, they don't even allow for that to happen anymore, so the business community has to step up and fill a void, and maybe even be a counterforce in some countries to the voice of the politicians. And that's a really important thing that's not only responsible for future rules and regulations, I'm going to say it's responsible for just values in general. What do organizations stand for? What do they mean in terms of their own purpose? And at times that might be different than what an elected official or an appointed official actually stands for. And that's why I think the role of the CEO, his or her management team, and their boards have to be much more visible in terms of being relevant, prevailing, and purpose-oriented and driven to what's right for society and all their stakeholders going forward, which puts a real big burden on the role and responsibility of a CEO today.
And is that something a CEO has to determine really from the start, being a startup all the way up till PwC?
One of the hardest things today for a CEO is the implications of social media. Social media has allowed for anybody without facts to be a judge and a jury. The challenge for the CEO is what topic to get engaged on, when do I choose to engage and not engage, and when do I choose to defend, or maybe even be proactive in what I want to talk about, and maybe even defending on my own choice. I will argue trust, which you talked about earlier, is not going to come from CEOs with a title. Trust is going to come from the peer-to-peer interaction. The more your stakeholders can do your talking, the better off you are. And that goes to a startup with 8 people in it today, to a organization with 250,000 people around the world. How you choose to use your voice and on what topics and what mechanisms is a really important role for the CEOs to think about, founders to think about, and innovators to think about going forward.
Bob, I think that's a good place to leave it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the time.
Thank you.
How are you doing, Slush people?
Hey, hey.
By now you have probably gotten familiar with the Finnish weather, Finnish December weather, including the wet, cold darkness. The following company that will soon demonstrate their new product on stage is using the harsh Nordic weather to test their product here, as they think that if it works here, it will work basically anywhere. The Wing wants to disrupt the transportation business by building a drone delivery service to urban areas. They have created a platform that is designed to deliver goods such as food and medicines to customers in just minutes from ordering.
Wing CEO, James Ryan Burgess, will soon join us on the stage, and he will show us what would it mean to make drone deliveries reality. What would it mean for the economy? What would it mean for the environment to switch into drones from cars? This will be super interesting. Let's give a big hand to James Ryan Burgess.
Good afternoon. I'm James Ryan Burgess, CEO of Wing. We are an aviation company. We actually began as a research project inside Google X many years ago, 6 years ago, but we've since this year spun out as our own separate alphabet company, and we're excited to tell you about some of our developments today. We began the project with the motivation that there's this huge resource above us, the sky, the third dimension, and if we could help enable access to that more easily for everyone, we could radically improve transportation. We also took inspiration from history. Every time in the past we've seen advancements in transportation, from shipping, containerization, railroads, airplanes, every new step that we've taken to make transportation easy, we've seen benefits in economies, new businesses form, and our quality of life goes up because we have access to the things that we need. We think that unmanned aviation technology, drones, are the next step in that transportation improvement. We see lots of promise that these devices not only are less expensive for everyone to participate with, they're also much faster. They provide a better service to customers and to businesses, but there's benefits to our communities as a whole as well. These devices are actually safer in transporting packages than automobiles on the ground, and since they're powered by clean electric batteries, they don't leave a carbon footprint as they fly. So we're really excited about the potential and the promise we see. And drones, we think, are actually the most exciting development in aviation in a generation. So we're looking at how we can develop this and how we can make it pleasing for communities. And when we started our project, we began with a focus on emergency medicine and transporting medical devices to people who might need them. And we've since broadened our scope to look at what if we could connect people to the items they need anytime they need them? What if we could deliver anything to anyone, anywhere? That's our vision, and that's what we'd like to see come to reality. So it's taken a lot of work, as I mentioned, 6 years of development and testing, and we're excited to share with you today some of that progress. So here's our aircraft. We call it the Hummingbird. I'll raise it up for those in back. You might notice it doesn't look like a traditional drone. In fact, there's almost 2 aircraft I'm holding. You see there's rotors for hovering, like a helicopter or like a multi-rotor drone you might be familiar with. But we also have wings and a tail, and motors up here to push us forward through the sky this way. That allows us to position ourselves very accurately and pick up and deliver packages, but then fly quickly and efficiently like an airplane so we can cover great distances. So this aircraft will fly 10 kilometers to perform a delivery, 10 kilometers back, 20 kilometers total. And we fly at 125 kilometers per hour. So we can cover that distance in under 5 minutes, providing great service for people when they need things the most. You can also tell that we've done some thinking about reliability and safety. That's our #1 goal on this project, is to make sure that this technology is developed safely for our communities. And you see there's 12 rotors for hovering. There's other redundant systems inside that you can't see, but we have dual batteries, multiple sensors, and our philosophy is even if things go wrong, even if we have failures, we want to make sure these things stay in the air safely and can finish their flights without causing any harm to people below. So that's a critical philosophy and goal for us. Another thing you may have seen in the previous animation and on the screen here, there's a little glimpse at it. We don't land to pick up or deliver packages. We love airplanes. Our program is filled with pilots. I'm a pilot myself, and engineers. We love being around them all the time. But most people, when they just need an item or a business if they want to send something, they're not really aviation enthusiasts. And we made the decision to keep the aircraft up high, away from people at all times. So it actually hovers at 7 meters, lowers down a hook, and businesses and partner merchants can load items on, send them up into the sky, transport them to customers, and then recipients just receive the package. That's all they really care about, and that's all we want them to have to worry about. The aircraft stays away. And everybody always asks this question, so I'll just answer it for you. Well, what happens if somebody pulls on the string? What if they try to pull it down out of the sky? Believe it or not, that winch system of our aircraft is actually one of the most intelligent pieces of this whole system. So we've programmed it to be able to sense tension if it's stuck on something, and it tries to deliver and it'll yank it back. And worst case, if somebody's holding on or if it's stuck on something, it just unspools the line and the drone flies away. So we've been thinking about how can we create a wonderful customer experience where people who are not aviation enthusiasts can get the packages they need, and even if things go wrong, it still operates safely. We don't want to create any harm or concern. Okay, so we have an airplane, but it needs to know where to go. And flight planning and air traffic management is another huge issue in drones today. There's a system, it's in the industry, it's called Unmanned Traffic Management, UTM. And it's a software solution to provide traffic management capabilities for drone aircraft. And Wing is also working on this type of a software platform. You see behind me one of the renderings of our flights. And what this software does is it takes into account all the constraints, all the restrictions, places where it's safe to fly or not safe to fly, and plans a route for the aircraft to connect the business to the consumer to ensure that the flight is performed safely and where it should. That works for one person, but what about when we see these things get promoted and have higher adoption in our cities? We're going to need software to manage multiple drones. And this software does that too. It plans routes for multiple aircraft, ourselves as well as third parties, and it allows them to route safely through the skies to ensure that everyone can access the airspace easily and safely. Wing is actually committed to launching this as a separate product for free, so third parties, whether you be commercial or hobbyists, can fly your drones in a safe way, making sure the airspace stays safe for everyone. Those are some of the major components we've been working on, but we have to make sure that they're safe and effective. And over the last 2 years with this version of the system, we've performed 60,000 test flights. And in some of our trials in the United States and Australia, we've done 2,500 deliveries to customers from participating businesses. And we have learned a ton through this effort. It's been really exciting to see what works, what doesn't, improve the technology, get feedback, especially from actual customers and communities, and ensure that we're developing this technology in a way that is appropriate and actually value add to our communities. Over those 60,000 test flights, we've been actually able to get the data that says these systems are in fact safer than automobiles. So think about that for a moment. If you're in a city in the future and you see a drone aircraft doing a delivery over your head, not only is that helping a customer get something they urgently need, it's actually helping our communities stay safer because we're removing kilometers driven from the roads and reducing traffic accidents and injuries. So that's really exciting, not to mention the environmental benefits that I spoke about earlier. Over those 2,500 test deliveries to customers, we've also learned a lot about people's feedback and their suggestions for how we can make this better. We've done a lot of testing demonstrations that happens in a lot of aviation companies, and we say, come to us, come look at our test site and look at our drones fly. And that's interesting. We get a lot of oohs and ahs and people excited about that. But when we come to you and come into your environment, that's when things change. Expectations get higher. People say, that drone delivery took 10 minutes. I thought it was supposed to take 5. Where were you? Or, I want this to be more pleasing for my community, and I want it to fly this way, that way, et cetera. So those flights that we've performed have been tremendously helpful for us to continue to develop this technology in a way that's suitable for our communities. This is how it works if you're a customer. Just like any on-demand system, you pull out your phone, you can browse a selection of partner businesses, merchants, select something from the menu, and this is where it gets a little different. Instead of typing your address, you're not constrained to a fixed position anymore. You can say where on the ground you want it delivered. Maybe in your front yard, maybe for privacy or other issues in your backyard. In the future, we would like to see this be available even in public spaces, so if you're in a park and you need some medicine, you can get that. And we're excited that drone delivery allows a system to reach anyone, anywhere, without constraints to addresses. Once we confirm the order and start flying to you, we're also quite predictable. These fly through the air, so there's no traffic jams to get stuck in. They're always on time, and when we tell you we'll be there at 2:41 p.m., we will be there at 2:41 p.m., plus or minus 5 or 10 seconds. So it's exciting to think about those use cases. Maybe it's really raining or snowing outside, and you just want to step out for a moment to grab your package. You don't have to interact with a system that might be 10 or 20 or 30 minutes late. So that service is really incredible for us and provides customers an experience that just is not available today through any other means. That's from the customer's point of view, but what about on the business side? This is something we're tremendously excited about because drone delivery has the potential not just to improve the customer experience, but also enhance our businesses in our local communities. Imagine a small business, if they're able to perform delivery, it's usually only a few kilometers given traffic and delays. They don't want their products sitting in the car for longer than 20, 30, 40 minutes, otherwise the service is too poor. So we have the ability to connect businesses with users much farther away and to do so in just 5 minutes, and even less if you're closer. So we love the idea of helping local businesses in our communities expand and reach more customers. And given the potential of the technology, we can do so at a cost that is not so prohibitive. We've talked to some businesses who say, I would love to offer delivery, but with the margins that they charge and the cost it takes from me, I can't afford it. And with drone delivery, we can provide a service that's not just faster, but less expensive for the customer and for the business. So we're really excited about that. What you see on the screen is a rendering of a potential operations site. We have a few models we can work with. We can partner with a business to locate with us, so they can load their items right at the start. We also have the capability to fly the aircraft from our site, fly it to your local business wherever you happen to be, pick up the package from you, and then take it to your customer. So we can help businesses compete with 5-minute delivery without any cost of infrastructure. So we're really excited about the potential there. So in total, we look at this technology and we see tremendous promise from safer interactions in our communities, cleaner environments, and much quicker service for customers and for businesses that can really help connect people to the items they need. So you may ask, why am I here? Why is Wing here presenting to you at Slush? Well, we're here in Finland because we're excited that today we're announcing Wing is coming to Finland. We're going to be trialing our service in the spring. Thanks. We're really excited. This will be our first operations in Europe, and we're excited to come to the continent and really bring this technology forward. And when we looked out across all the potential opportunities, Finland is known as a country that adopts new technology and pushes it forward. And Finns, as a people, not only are after new technology, but after smarter ways of doing things, things that help customers and businesses, but also the community and the environment and safety. So it has a great reputation, and we're excited to engage in the greater Helsinki area in the spring to offer a trial service and work with the local communities to see how drone delivery can help you. We also work extensively with Trafi, the safety and transportation regulator, and drone regulations today are a hot topic because drone technology is so new, and we're excited to partner with Trafi to make sure we meet the highest level of safety regulations and get the approvals needed to begin operations next year. We've actually begun flying in Finland just last week. At a test site north of Tampere, we started doing test flights in the cold environmental conditions, and we're going to be test flying all winter to make sure that we're really ready for service in the spring. And it's been exciting to see that as these aircraft took off for the first time in Europe just last week. So that's some of our system, some of our plans, some of our excitement for the future. Let me show you what drone delivery can look like in Finland. Pretty exciting. You notice we left you on a cliffhanger ending there. We didn't show you what was inside the box. That's because we don't know yet. We want to hear from the people of Helsinki and Finland, what can drone delivery do for you? What kind of service would you like? This is not about technology for its own sake. It's about finding ways to make this technology serve people. So we want to hear from you. That's why we're at Slush today. We want to get your feedback and input on what you'd like to see for this service. So we're just today launching a new section of our website, wing.com/Finland. And the request is that each of you go there, or if you don't want to do that, at the Google booth, we have some kiosks with this website open, and fill out some input for us. Tell us what types of businesses you want us to work with. If you're a small business owner yourself, let us know. If you have a certain need day-to-day that you'd like to have delivered in less than 5 minutes to your doorstep or elsewhere, let us know what that would be, because we're about partnering with the community and understanding how this can be developed to actually provide value to people in Finland. So thank you very much for your time. We're excited to see you next spring, and we'll be engaging with the community for the next several months to set this up and make it a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. That was fascinating stuff. And so is the following. Clean meat made with animal cells but without animals has been a hot topic lately. Synthetic biology allows us to grow meat outside animals, but it also allows us to imitate and edit and grow many other materials and things that are naturally produced in nature. Modern Meadow is taking advantage of this. They are growing a leather-like material called Zoe straight out of collagen. On top of its environmental benefits, this new technology could provide designers with opportunities to design actually the materials they use, in addition to actually designing the clothes. The first example of this, a t-shirt made out of the leather-like material that has been grown out of collagen, is actually already showcased in the New York Museum of Modern Art.
We will soon have here on the stage with us Mr. Andras Forgax, the CEO and co-founder of Modern Meadow. He will discuss the story of the company, but also the immense possibilities of these kind of materials. He will be accompanied by Liz Bazelar, who is the co-founder of The Current, which is a management consultancy, innovation consultancy company which helps consumer retail brands with their tech-related needs and helps them see new possibilities and opportunities. Let's give a big hand, guys.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Slush. Hello, Helsinki.
I didn't hear that big hand. Hello, everyone.
All right.
There he goes. We got Brazil and Brooklyn in the house.
That's right.
So I told you had to come here. This place is
amazing,
fucking believable, right?
When you described it last year, I thought you were exaggerating, and then I arrived and I realized that you were actually underselling it.
No, shit is real here.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
Mind-blowing.
And the energy. I love coming here to Finland. There are areas of the future that get missed in certain areas of the world. And I like that we're bringing a part of the future that it's not super developed here in Finland, but there's a lot of interest in Finland about. Yeah. Which is this whole area of biofabrication. On behalf of all the brands that we work for, the Current has been monitoring the space of new materials. And biofabrication simply exploded in the past few years. And you, Andras, you were there since the very beginning, years and years and years ago, one company ago. And can you give a sense to the audience of your mission today, and where was that mission from? Is that a continuation?
Sure. So even the term biofabrication, that's a term that we use to describe our core technology at Modern Meadow, which is basically building materials or growing materials using biology. Biology in combination with material science and design. But this term of biofabrication actually has a longer history. It was initially applied to medical research. So biofabrication has a long history in medicine, to grow things like tissues and organs for regenerative medicine. And in fact, the first company that I co-founded in 2006 is a company called Organovo, which pioneered the 3D printing of human tissue that was used for medical research to help
That's a big story.
drug companies accelerate the development of new drugs by testing them on human tissues. And the idea for Modern Meadow sprang out of that. We thought if we can make skin models that could be used by L'Oreal to test new cosmetics, why couldn't we grow skin to make leather, right? And why couldn't we take this technology of biofabrication beyond medicine into consumer applications? So that was really the provocation. And then fast forward many years, we realized, it's a good opportunity, but you have to change the technology to do it.
Your company for the past couple of years have been focused or known by the fashion industry, being associated with apparel. When people think of Modern Meadow, they think of apparel today. Why that focus on apparel, if that's a focus?
Yeah, I mean...
Why not beauty? Because when you say collagen, I think of beauty.
I mean, collagen is one of the most important proteins in life, right? I mean, the most important or the most abundant protein in your body is collagen. It's the main protein in your skin, and it's the stuff that holds our cells together. So it's a very important structural protein. And what we do at Modern Meadow is we've developed a way of growing collagen and then assembling it in different ways to create a whole range of materials that are inspired by leather. Because at the end of the day, the main biological building block of leather is collagen. So that's why we do that. But why apparel? I mean, we think of leather as being an incredibly attractive opportunity if you're going to develop a next generation of materials. And the reason why is because leather's used everywhere. I mean, in this audience, raise your hands if you're wearing something made of leather or if you bought something made of leather in the last year, right? It's a huge market. Traditional leather is a $100 billion raw material market, and it's $85 billion if you add in synthetic leather. So it's about a $200 billion raw material market. It's used everywhere, from furniture to automobiles to apparel, footwear, you name it. Leather is used everywhere. But it's got a lot of inefficiencies. It comes from livestock, which is the biggest user of land, biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and a big user of fresh water. And then on top of that, the production method to make leather goes through many, many steps and a lot of waste. A lot of material is wasted at every step of production. And if you think about it, despite how widespread this material is, and despite all the inefficiencies of it, we still, I mean, let me ask you, how many people in this audience can name a brand of leather material? Raise your hand if you can name a brand of leather material, not product. So we see that as a missed opportunity.
Oh, I know one.
Okay, do you? Which one?
Edelman.
Edelman, yeah, you're correct. But if you ask 100 people on the street, name a brand of leather material, they won't be able to name one.
But hold on, I want to challenge you since you're talking about leather. First challenge.
Yes.
On the sustainability front, there's a lot of excitement about Modern Meadow and possibly being an alternative to leather in the future as you scale.
Yes.
But why do we need you? We have leather, fake leather.
Yes. So one important point here. We are not looking to imitate leather. Our materials, we call them ZOA, biofabricated materials, or ZOA for short, are inspired by leather. So it's a whole world of materials that are made of collagen, which is the same building block as leather. They're inspired by leather, but they can do more things than just traditional leather. We can dial in the design properties, the performance properties. We can go beyond leather in many ways. And I think it's very important, if you're going to innovate, to not imitate, right? You can basically take what you like about traditional materials, but push the boundaries, do something new. And that's very much what we're looking to do in Modern Meadow.
I'm a huge fan of that answer, but I'm going to put your tush on the fire here with one more question.
Go ahead.
So a good friend of yours, designer Stella McCartney, she is one of those champions on sustainability. She says my leather pants are evil, right? Because it's the worst thing you can do to the environment is to wear a pair of leather pants, leather jacket. And I was wearing leather in her talk. When I met her, I'm like, I'm so sorry. But she really means it. She gets her very angry. And in her product, she uses faux leather, which is petroleum. That makes me angry.
Yeah. So I mean, to your earlier point about there's traditional leather that comes from animals, and then there's all kinds of synthetic imitation products that are made from petrochemical products. There's advantages and disadvantages to both. And frankly, if you're looking at it strictly from an environmental standpoint, synthetic leather is actually better for the environment. And because it doesn't have the whole livestock footprint, right? And that can be quantified using something like the Higgs index. So you don't need to take my word for it. There's actually standards out there that are used by the industry that evaluate all kinds of materials.
So Stella has a point.
From a strictly environmental standpoint, there are versions of synthetic leather that are much better for the environment than traditional leather. That said, there are synthetic materials that are also really bad for the environment. So it all depends on what specific synthetic material you're talking about.
Got it, got it. We have some images showing up of Mother Meadow, and I want you to take us through. What is this production like? What is the fabrication like? What's the difference between production and fabrication?
Sure. So how do we do it, right? I mean, what we do is we've developed a form of yeast, which you can see here. We've designed a type of yeast that you can brew to produce collagen, much like you would brew beer. And we then are able to grow it up in very large quantities in giant tanks. So imagine walking into a brewery, but instead of brewing beer, at massive scale, we're able to produce collagen. And then once you purify it, that becomes the building block of our materials. And depending on how we assemble the collagen, and then how we go through the tanning process, it can create a whole range of different material properties. So it's all under the ZOA label, but there's actually a pretty broad range of products that can be in that category.
And
so that's the fermentation. This is the brewing.
And this is in New Jersey or Brooklyn?
This is in New Jersey. So last year we moved into the former headquarters of Hoffman LaRoche in New Jersey, and we were the first company to do that when Roche moved out. They bought Genentech in California. They decided to consolidate everything on the West Coast, and we were fortunate to be able to move into their wonderful facility. And so now we have 70,000 square feet to be able to accelerate our research, our development, and even our small-scale production there. And so this is our design team. So we have designers working side by side with material scientists and biologists. And
then you created, there was a very important moment last year when you took ZOA, the material, and you developed a concept of a piece, like a T-shirt.
Yeah.
And it became part of the museum collection.
Correct. We did not expect to show something that year, but when the Museum of Modern Art approaches you and says, we've got an exhibit on design, that's the first one that we're doing, on fashion rather,
yeah,
that we're doing.
Modern.
The first one in fashion
amazing.
that we're doing in 70 years. I mean, we haven't done one since the end of the Second World War, and we're doing a new one on fashion. Do you want to be a part of it? Your only answer, only possible answer is yes.
Like, fuck yeah.
And you figure out, fuck yeah, you figure out how to make it happen. And that's what we did. So we basically, we thought about what is it that we could do that could showcase ZOA in an unexpected way. And so what we decided to do is we decided to take a T-shirt, because T-shirts are actually the blank canvas of fashion, right? And they're often associated with revolutionary movements. You know, like if you have a revolution, you have to ask yourself, what's the T-shirt? What do you put on the T-shirt? And so we decided to take that T-shirt and to take an ordinary T-shirt, take it apart into pieces, and reassemble it using a liquid version of ZOA, where the liquid ZOA could serve as the seam to reassemble the different pieces of fabric. And therefore, we could show that ZOA is not only a new material, but could potentially be a new manufacturing technique as a way to join fabrics without stitching or gluing.
That's really cool. And then what's next then? Are you seeking partnerships in that space for that to become commercial? A lot of the people, when they see your story and they hear about Mother Meadow, that's the shirt right there.
That's the shirt in MoMA.
It's right. Really gorgeous up close.
And it's been added to the permanent collection.
Yeah, I know. That's congratulations on that.
MoMA's our first paying customer.
That, for you, like you used to, because you're creating this every day, but we want to know, when can we touch it? When can this be something that is is for the consumer and affordable?
Correct. So we are very focused on the consumer. Ultimately, the materials that we create have to really bring a benefit to the consumer in terms of design, in terms of performance. It has to deliver something new. But our customers, our partners, are businesses. We are B2B. And we've identified and we're working with some of the world's best brands to develop our materials, to develop their products, and to integrate our technology into their production so that they can launch to their consumers. Now that takes time. It's not something where you just throw up a Kickstarter campaign and you're doing it next week.
And fashion is a little slow. Anything that has to do with open innovation.
And also you want to make sure that you do it right, with the right partners, in the right way. Now we're fortunate to be working with excellent companies, and it's a real, we've got really deep strategic partnerships where there's a lot of sharing, there's a lot of learning going on. And we look forward to showing up with consumers within the next year or so.
Like when?
The exact date?
Give me something.
I'll just say this.
We flew all the way here. You got to give me something.
I'll say this. By this time next year, you will know some of the partners that we're working with.
And do you have any of the big names, any of the new names? I know you have big names, but any of the new names or the usual suspects, champion of sustainability?
Yeah.
Is it still a sustainable story?
Yeah. I mean, the way we think about it is that we have two different ways that we work with companies. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're focused on developing broad platforms. We've got material platforms that can address a wide range of applications. But in bringing these platforms to market, we've identified a handful of partners that can help, by accelerating our learning and accelerate the development so that we can bring them to market. And that really deep partnership, we can only do with a few brands, right? You don't want to partner with 100 different companies because you're going to go crazy developing your platforms. But if you're developing a platform and you've partnered with a handful of them, that can really inform how you develop that platform, which then you can use for everybody. You can then sell that material or variations of that material to everybody. So there's companies that we work with as strategic partners, and then there's companies that we work with as just customers, right? And we have to basically think, when is someone a partner where we can do a real engagement? And then when is someone we just want to be able to adapt the material and be able to send them samples so that they can prototype and ultimately launch products.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of what you have been doing up to now, it's that evangelizing, getting the word out, but now shit's going to get serious.
This stuff's going to get very serious very quick.
If it were completely up to you, how would it be the rollout of your material throughout industries? Is it really fashion first, like luxury fashion? Do you want mass market? Then do you move to beauty? Then you move to home? Like, what is the little ladder in your imagination, your founder mind?
I would say that the way I've thought about it is that you want to work with companies where they can be a real partner to you in bringing this technology to the market and in explaining the story to the consumer. And there are companies that are incredibly thoughtful about the materials that they use and the quality of their products. So that's why we've selected companies that are real innovators, that have had a history of innovating in materials, and that have a history of really being at the forefront of quality. If you can actually satisfy their needs, and it's a very high bar, but if it's good enough for them, then you can address a very, very broad market as well. But if you start really at the bottom of the market, you really only get one chance to make a first impression, and it becomes fairly difficult if you start at the low end of the market to then kind of walk your way up the innovation curve or the quality curve. So for better or for worse, our choice has been to set the standard fairly high. That doesn't mean that we're waiting to be at the top of the mountain to show up, but we also don't want to be at the bottom of the mountain when we show up. We want to be somewhat up the journey.
And in all honesty, what's your greatest challenge to get something like this out and from just conversation to actual realization?
And I'd say that one of the big challenges is that, in the last innovations in materials, when we're talking about atoms, things that are made of real substance, is difficult, right? Hardware is hard, as they say, and material innovation, fundamental material innovation, I would say is even harder. I mean, that's the stuff that hardware is made of, right? And in the last century, there's been the 20th century was a revolution in new materials, right? 20th century brought us new polymers, synthetic fabrics, plastics. We wouldn't have the information age. We wouldn't have the digital economy if it wasn't for advances in materials like semiconductors.
Oh my God, one of my favorite ones is sugarcane rubber from Allbirds.
Right, but these innovations in materials that came about in the 20th century, for the most part, were developed in very large companies, right? It took the companies like DuPont and Dow and BASF and 3M to develop new generations of materials, and they were able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and decades to develop new materials. What's exciting now is that startups are able to do it as well, and they're able to do it in a fraction of the time and a fraction of the budget.
And actually flip that, the most exciting materials in the space right now are startup created. The ones who are really capturing and gobbling up all the headlines around the world.
Well, but the headlines, but at the same time, headlines is not always reality, as you know, Liz, right?
Yeah,
and to your question, what's the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is that it's not as simple as moving electrons or bits, right? When you're dealing with material science innovation, you not only have to develop it and it has to work and you have to get it right, but it has to scale. You have to be able to produce it at scale. It has to be able to work economically. And that industrialization is not something that moves from one day to the next. It's not something that moves at the same speed as digital media startups do. So for the investing community to appreciate that these are massive opportunities, these are huge markets with incredible potential to create value and to have a positive impact in the world, but there's a different ramp up that is required.
So you talk about the hockey stick talk that drives founders crazy and compromise the quality of the vision.
It's not about basically going from startup to unicorn in 1 year. You have to really go for singles and doubles and be patient.
I'm glad you're saying that, because this is an interesting conference, right? There's a lot of founders in the audience. We have a sauna with investors. It's crazy here, right? It's all about pitching.
No conference is complete without a sauna, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not after you come to Slush. But something that I see here, I see a frenzy on playing the investor's game instead of looking for the investor that would allow you to play your vision game and tell the others to fuck off, regardless how big they are. And you've been great at that. You really slow down to your own pace, and you really perfected something that until the moment you felt comfortable to put it out.
You cannot, when you're dealing with this level of innovation and scaling, you cannot play it as there's no such thing as a quick flip.
It's not lean startup machine.
You've got to be lean. And I think as a company, we're a 6-year-old company that has developed 90 patents. We've partnered with some of the best brands in the world, with some of the biggest, biochemical companies in the world. We've partnered with Evonik to scale our technology. There's a lot of real...
But lean startup, put it out there. If it doesn't work well, we fix it. No,
right.
It has to
work. You can't move fast and break things because you're dealing with real production, massive scale, and if you get it wrong, the consequences are pretty dire in terms of just inefficiency and cost, right? So what I would say is that in this space, it's better to kind of measure twice and cut once than to move fast, break things, scale too quickly, and realize you've built the wrong factory. And now you've got a fully scaled up factory that's not running the process that you need it to run, and you've spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing that. And there's companies that have done that in this space. We are fortunate to be 6 years into this journey in a space where many companies have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to get here. We've only spent 50. And that might seem like a lot of money, $50 million, but DuPont and other companies like it had spent billions of dollars developing new materials. So for us to be at the level of commercialization and scaling that we are, at this level of investment is actually remarkably resource efficient.
So we are almost out of time. I wanted to tell everyone that if you have any questions about the space, about Andres, I want to talk more about biofabrication, we're moving to the Founders Studio after this. But I want to leave something behind, like a message for quickly, like a quick takeaway for consumers, why they should be excited about biofabrication, And for founders, they're chasing unicorns, all kinds of unicorns. Doesn't have to be hardware or bio. It could be software. What is your founder
I would say
tidbit?
that the reason why consumers should be excited is because we're living in a very exciting century. The 21st century, I believe, is a century where it's a biofabrication century. I really think that the next material age is a biofabricated age, an age of biofabricated materials. Just as in the 20th century, we had innovations in polymers and semiconductors, and the Industrial Revolution would not have been possible without advances in steel. I think that we're on the cusp of something really remarkable happening when you take biology and the huge advances that have happened there, and you combine it with material science and design. So the world of materials around you over the next few decades is going to transform. And it's exciting because it means you will have new choices as consumers for materials that are better, that bring some kind of new property, new design to your wardrobe and to your household and to your everyday. And it can also do that in a way that's better for the planet and that doesn't harm animals.
What's one sentence advice for founders in the audience?
Focus on long-term value.
Oh,
right?
that's deep.
Create a company that can create enduring value, and you will do right. You will do right by yourself, by your employees, and by your investors.
Thank you so much, Andres, for following my tip and coming here to Finland. We did Slush, man. We did it. Yay! Thank you, everyone, for being with us.
Thank you all.
Hello, Founder Stage. How is life? Seems that you're doing pretty well. Please remember that there is also the Founder Studio, where many of the speakers from this stage will be available for Q&A right next to this stage, basically in between the Founder Stage and the Evergreen Stage.
Next up on this stage, we have someone, we actually just had a discussion, and she asked us, like, how much coffee have you had, because you seem energetic, and I was like, you are the energetic one, because the next person, she's done an amazing number of things. She's originally from India. She grew up in the UK. She moved to the States, where on the East Coast she spent 12 years, did an MBA. Already at the beginning of her career, she went to Capitol Hill, worked with the Clinton administration, helping innovative female founders get funded. Then she headed back to India. In 2009, she started a company called MyDollar.com. It's grown to become the country's largest social services marketing platform. And this person is called Anisha Singh.
Anisha is also an international speaker on entrepreneurship, e-commerce, and women's issues. She has appeared on stage, in addition to Slush, in conferences such as Mobile World Congress, Wired Business, and TEDx. And while welcoming her, let's also welcome Aliya Ram, the European technology correspondent at Financial Times. Welcome, ladies.
Woo.
Thanks very much, everyone, for joining us, and it's great to have you here, Anisha. So you started MyDollar in 2009, right? This is before the kind of big rise of smartphone usage in India. Can you just tell us about the story of MyDollar?
Sure. Yeah, I started MyDollar when internet wasn't cool. Neither were startups in India. When parents actually told their kids to go and work with a Microsoft or the likes of. And so when I started, it was not easy goings, obviously. We couldn't find an office space. We finally got a dental clinic that decided that they would be gracious enough to share with us. And it was about the time, we felt we were getting a local marketing platform into India, and it would be it was very much needed. What was interesting is when we got there, right after that was the rise of Groupon. And so very quickly we had about 52 competitors. We got our first round of funding. And I need any of the founders to know this here, because this is, I think it's important. I never used to share it earlier, and I think it's really important to know this. We had 3 term sheets, picked one investor, went with them the whole diligence route, everything. And the day of money transfer, they decided they weren't going to do this. There were too many competitors. The space was really crowded. And so, needless to say, that was as low as you can think of.
Yeah, what did you do?
Well, apart from the fact that there was nothing to do, I had all these people that we had recruited, and we were so excited. We had, the founder, the investor believed we should be going into all these markets, apart from just the cities that we were present in. So we had expanded our presence. There's no choice, right? That comes a time in every founder's life, either you call it quits or you just swim. And so it was whether I was going to sink or swim, and we decided we were going to swim. We're going to do something about this. And so we basically tried to think of innovative ways of actually reaching the audience that we needed to reach. Mm-hmm. And a couple of things we plugged on to. Indians tend to love something very simple as ABC, which was astrology, Bollywood, cricket. So we heavily leveraged that. We marketed around Bollywood a lot.
Right.
We actually got Shah Rukh Khan, who's a big Bollywood star, to say stuff. And this was all done for free, which worked out really well for us.
How did you get him to do it for free?
We promoted some of the movies that he was doing.
Right.
And it just worked out for us. And then the second thing that we did, which at that point we were taking a punt on, was we knew that mobile was big. Mm-hmm. We didn't understand how big it was going to be. Mm-hmm. We just knew that the only way to get past the... So in India, credit card usage was really, really low.
Yeah.
And at that particular point in time, we knew if we wanted to get to the local cities and we wanted to get to smaller cities, it couldn't be that people were taking out a credit card to make a micropayment. Mm-hmm. And so we figured we needed to get to the telecom operators, which was the only way, which was mobile, and use their platform and grow. And so, I sat outside Airtel, which is the largest telecom operator, their office for days on end to figure out whether they would take a meeting.
Right, because you wanted to partner with them.
Desperately so. And we didn't actually get a meeting with them.
You didn't?
No. But what ended up being a great coincidence was I was speaking at an event, and I talked about how important I thought mobile was going to be. And somebody from Vodafone was there, which is the second largest mobile operator. And we ended up partnering with them.
Right.
And what it led to was basically 8 months later, Airtel reversing into us. The CEO called and said, hey, listen, we've heard you're doing great stuff in marketing. Do you want to talk to us about it? Can we do something cool with you guys?
So what is the message from this story? Sit outside Airtel's offices and then just give up?
No, I think the message is you just got to find innovative ways. I mean, as a founder, you just do stuff. You've just got to get up and you've got to keep moving on, and you've got to figure out things. I joke about this. Everybody talks about success now, but I'm an overnight success after 9 years. It's not that it's been easy. It's been fairly rough, and when you look back, those were actually good days. I miss my days in the dental clinic. When you actually. So the people I recruited then, I was also 4 months pregnant, and we'd be interviewing people for a startup, which was not cool at that point. In a dental clinic. So the people really had to have, my team really had to have serious vision to see where we were going to go with this. And all those people who joined are still at MyDala. They're clearly mad renegades.
So why did you decide to do this if it was so not cool at that time, and mobile usage was also not that high, and you can get an audience with the big companies? What kept you going?
I don't know. You just... why do founders do things? It's you want to solve, you see a problem, you want to solve it. You believe that, that's the only way to go. And that's what I wanted to do. I believed that we needed a marketing platform where, people shouldn't have to pay up front. You're already so bootstrapped for cash. And here you are trying to market out your business. And I saw a need, and I figured that we could take that and put it on mobile for them. In India, at that particular point in time, the big companies were coming and leveraging social and mobile and everything. But all these small local businesses, there was nobody actually promoting them. And we just saw that there was this space that we could fulfill, which was basically taking all these local businesses, putting them online and on mobile. And it just worked well. It was a punt. Did we know that mobile was going to, I'd love to say I was a visionary and I thought mobile was, going to be this big thing. We knew it would be something big. We didn't know how big. And honestly, it was just, you got to keep trying.
And did you have like a crisis point in your mind where if I don't get this many users by this point or raise this much money by this point, I'm going to give up?
Oh, founders, no, well, the give up part never came through, but founders are always in crisis mode. You're always, even now, when you get to a certain scale, you still are in crisis mode because you're always thinking of the next thing. What is the next thing for? We're going international. Well, we'll talk about what I'm doing now, which is moved away from my dollar. But the fact of the matter is, you start thinking, how will it work out, the new market that you're panning into? So, do you think that you're going to quit? No, that didn't come.
Or how do you know when you need to stop and change strategy, that it's not really worked in the way that it should?
That's a tough one. I actually didn't think of quitting. And I don't think I had a choice, right? There was so much pressure. There were so many naysayers that we had. In 2011, my Dala's obituary was written. Everybody assumed we were going to die. And so I think it was the sheer pressure of having to make it work. Also, I was one of the few female founders in the internet space at that particular point in time.
And we've just heard from Atomico the kind of shocking, I was shocked, the statistics for invested capital. European invested capital, I think 93% of it this year has gone to male-only founding teams. And in India, you were telling me it's even worse than that.
Yeah, it's only 2% went of the funding, total funding, went to women entrepreneurs last year.
Right.
So the numbers are fairly dismal. And but it's great. It's heartening to see. And so I actually look at the positive, and I think when I actually started going to conferences, I was one of the 2 or 3 women entrepreneurs that used to exist. But now we're seeing so many, and everybody doing such cool stuff that I actually look at that and say, wow, we've come a long way already on that part.
Right, so tell us a bit about She Capitals. You've left MyDala now to launch a $15 million fund for investing in female-led businesses.
Yeah, it was something that I needed to do. I believe as founders, it's really important that at some point you pass on the luck, or you need to work with others. You had asked me how I ended up where I did, and I think it was because I had great role models that I looked up to. I looked up to women and said, wow, I want to be her. I want to be her.
Who did you want to be?
I wanted to be this. I interned for a woman named Julie Holdren in DC. I used to work in DC, and I wanted to be her. She could do 30 push-ups. She ran a phenomenal company. And, I'm up to 15 push-ups. But hopefully. So I think it's really important that we have mentors, role models, and it wasn't always like this, right? I wanted to be known as I used to shy away from stuff because my whole thing was I want to be known as an entrepreneur, not as a woman entrepreneur. So every time they call me for these panels, I'd be like, no, I don't want to do this because I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
However, the tides have changed, and I've come the other side, which is to She Capital. After seeing, so for 5 years, I've been actively mentoring other women entrepreneurs, and I feel this is something desperately needed, which is women sitting on this side of the table and investing.
Right.
We all know that that's the only way that the change is going to happen. So a year ago, I went up to my investors at MyDala and told them that I needed to move on and do something, and they were really supportive about it. So in June, officially, I left MyDala and have been running around for the fund, and I'm back to zero. I'm doing the whole, it's like a startup again, and it's exciting, and it's nerve-wracking, and it's everything. And it's
have
cool.
you made some investments?
Yes, we're just closing out our second investment.
What are the companies that you're investing in?
So the whole thing is that it has to have tech underlying, but they're really cool. They're doing different things. The first company is basically farm to table using blockchain and making sure that there's no adulteration on any level for a sugar substitute. And she's phenomenal. I love this woman. And the second one is a company that's doing tampons for the masses, which is not something that exists in India. So they're really, really cool businesses, both tech-driven in different ways, but both something I think that not a lot of investors would have looked at. So.
And is your plan to stay in India? I mean, I spent 6 months there last year, and I remember before I went out there, someone told me that rule of thumb, everything that takes a day in the UK will take you 3 days in India. And it's kind of true, right? It's a difficult place to do business. So what's your plan? Are you going to stay there?
There's a saying, if you can drive in India, you can drive anywhere. And I think it's same for starting up. I think if you can start up in India, you can start up anywhere after that. But it's also the most exciting time, right? Because there is so much happening. 70% of our population is under 40. That means there's a whole consumer market that's coming up, almost like close to 1 billion people that are coming up in the consumer space it's so exciting right now. The startups and the startup scene is just really interesting. I wouldn't want to be anywhere right now except India because, it's cool to look at China too. But the numbers are staggering, right? I mean, I spoke at a conference where I told them that Maidala had 38 million subscribers, and there was pin drop silence because those are not the numbers you hear in the European countries. So you're not playing on large quality, but you're playing on quantity, and there's so many people that you're reaching out to. You're looking at China, and China has 300 million app downloads is what companies are talking about. Those numbers are just phenomenal.
But there's also a criticism that's often leveled against the Indian and Chinese tech industries, which is that they're imitative, but they're not innovative. And is that, in your experience, is that true? Or do you think that there is a kind of ceiling to the ambition of companies there?
So first of all, it's an interesting argument, and INSEAD actually came out with a study that says imitative innovation is also a great form of innovation because it's all modified. No innovation is real in itself. However, that being said, I think the first generation of tech entrepreneurs did take models that existed and morph them. But there's an interesting form of innovation going on in India right now. Some argue against it, and I know you've heard the word jugaad innovation.
Yeah.
And jugaad in India, in Hindi, basically means some way of fixing something that's broken. And so it's the most frugal form of innovation that you can have.
Right.
I'm really excited about it. I actually think jugaad is how Maidala got to where it got to.
But jugaad is often a criticism, right?
It is, because people think it's a shortcut. All right? Yeah. But it's also the most inclusive form of innovation. It is innovation at its most basic level. It's innovation, essentially for the common man. And it's not necessary, right? Jugaad innovation is also one of the most phenomenal companies. So in India, missed call it's an interesting concept. You don't call people, you miscall them, and they call you back. Because, there's
save some money.
To save some money. And so there was actually a female founder who took that and made that a marketing model. Who would have thought of that?
How did she do that?
She essentially, and she sold it to Twitter, she essentially made, you could do a missed call into companies as a marketing. So, instead of calling and finding out about a product, you did a missed call and the company would call you back because you didn't want to waste money.
Wow.
And it was an instant hit. So it was a different form of jugaad innovation, but even at the most basic level, if you all, Google it, Barefoot College, is a college that's out of India, now has spread across 80 countries. It's basically women from villages that have never gone to school, who are making solar panels and lamps and other things. And now they've taken this and taken it to Africa, Indonesia, different parts of the world, and they're actually innovating. So I actually think Jugaad or frugal innovation is at the best. And especially, I mean, you know, looking at the population, you know, we've really taken that. So I don't consider it a criticism. I'm excited for it. I think there are a lot of new startups. There's a statistic that says India has about 14,000 startups. That's about, you know, the third largest startup ecosystem. I think it's really interesting.
And what do you think are the main hurdles for those startups? Is it raising capital? Is it getting face time with big corporates? Is it bureaucracy?
You know, so the criticism always comes down to bureaucracy and all. But I actually think, you know, the government's been really supportive. Even at Slush, we have about 30 startups that have been sponsored to get here from India. And, you know, no startup environment has a lot of intervention from the government. It's probably a good thing. And the startup ecosystem is interesting right now. It'll be interesting to see where it's headed. There's a lot of money flowing into India. There are a lot of big bets being made. You know, one of the largest tech exits globally happened in India, the Walmart-Flipkart deal. And so it's an exciting time to be in India and see how it's growing. There's new stuff happening every day. There's, you know, new startups that you hear of and cool things. One of the things that you know, people started questioning when I started with She Capital was, are there enough female founders out there? Mm-hmm. You know, but
what to invest in?
Yes, right. Yes, but you know, oddly enough, there are so many people, and there's such great startups being run. We haven't even pushed out news about She Capital, and
why do you think it is that like so much? The vast majority of money goes into male-only founding teams?
I think it's the network. I think I also think women are a little more hesitant to talk about or come up as opposed to guys who are okay with doing that. So I don't think I think it's equal on both sides. I don't think it's just the network effect. I think there are networks that need to be built out. In India, the most prestigious institution is IIT, which is a tech institution. It's world-renowned. Most of the unicorns that have come up in India, and there are about 18 now that exist, while in 2011 there were none, are basically IIT founders that have built it out. However, you see that it's all guys, and it's the IIT network. And there are VC funds that will only fund IIT founders.
Right.
So it's interesting to see, but I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of this happen on this side of the table, too. There are a lot of more people talking. I mean, we saw it earlier today over here, too. Diversity and inclusion seems to be the theme everybody's talking about.
And do you think, like, 5 years from now, there'll be an equal number of, equal amount of money going into women and male-led companies? Or is it a longer-term cultural shift that
you know, I wish it's 5 years. You know, I hope it's 5 years. There's no telling how it'll be, but I do know that I want to see more unicorns, or not even unicorns, big companies scaling. The goal of She Capital is not just the 12 companies that we invest in. We want to be able to make sure that it impacts at least 500 women on different levels. And you know, that's the underlying goal and thesis. And we're hoping that that keeps, you know, multiplying, and the multiplier effect goes on.
So you've been a founder and now you're an investor. Do you have any tips for the founders in the room, what they should be saying in their pitch to you, or if they're female, or more broadly to investors to get attention?
No, you know, it's people look at teams. They understand what you. I like straightforward founders. I like people who just shoot straight, as opposed to talk really, really big stuff. And maybe that comes from the fact that I was more realistic about numbers. So I think it's very different from different VCs and what they expect. No, but I do have tips for founders in general. I think it's hard, right? And nobody talks about it. Everybody talks about the bigger stuff. It's really cool meeting founders that have come from substance. Failure, at least in India, is not very celebrated. And so it's kind of cool seeing people who've come up from different circumstances and managed to overcome that and just stayed true and dedicated to what they wanted to do. And I think that's what it should be. I mean, just stay true to yourself, you know, believe in what you're doing. Really be a horse with blinders on, because there's so much noise out there. We had 52 competitors. If we listened to what there was out there, I don't think we would have survived. It was really about the goal, and you focus on the goal and you make it happen.
But that's the kind of flip side to the growing tech ecosystems, not just in India, but all over the world, which is that there's more startups competing for the attention of a pool of money that's growing, but more slowly. So I guess my question, a few people have been talking to me about this during Slush, that how do you, if you are a person who thinks that you're true and you've got a great idea, how do you get the attention of a VC investor?
You know, one thing that's extremely worrisome to me, and I've been, I have people coming up with business models that actually have no base. They talk about funding is the base. You know, to me, a business is a business. It better have, you better be able to run this without having to get funding. You better, you know, there are many businesses. I get there are certain businesses that require innovation, and if you're able to justify. But most businesses, at the end of the day, there better be some money that you're going to make, and you should be able to see it. I've had entrepreneurs come up to me and say, look, I want to raise, funding is not your business, you know. Your core business has to be your core business, and funding is just something that'll happen if you're looking. You know what they say, Goddess Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, knocks on your door when you least expect it. So really, it's, figure out your business, your core business, and stay true to it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
More and more platforms are allowing us to co-create the things we love, moving the power from large corporations to individuals, all of us. With new platforms, almost anyone has the possibility to become an artist, a game developer, a musician, you name it. Our next speakers are examples of people who have built platforms to provide other people with opportunities to fulfill their passion. Roblox is the world's largest entertainment platform where young and creative people can both build their own games and play games developed by others.
Next up, we will have 3 people joining us on the stage. The first one is the founder and CEO of Roblox, Mr. David Batsuki. The second one will be Mr. Neil Reimer with Index Ventures, one of the world's leading venture capital funds who saw the potential in Roblox and invested in them. And then last but definitely not least is the young Mr. Sondre Haltbach, only 20 years old, and he discovered Roblox 4 years ago and started developing his own games on the platform. Let's give a big hand for the guys.
Thank you.
Great. Super excited to be here at Slush, especially with David and Sondre. I'm Neil Reimer. David, I just wanted to start with a little shout out to Slush. You said something to me as we were walking up here, comparing it to Burning Man. Could you just repeat that?
Yeah, what I said, Neil, is sometimes when I've been at Burning Man, the thought has struck me that at that moment in time, this is the best party or gathering of creative people in the world. And it's my first time at Slush, but in passing today, I said right now today, this is potentially the best gathering of creative people in the world.
Right on. Woo! I'm glad that you chose to come to this conference. As you know, it's a conference that I come to every year. So we have a lot to cover. Wanted to jump right into it. You know, one thing that most people in the room probably don't know is that you and I went to college together. And I remember many years ago that we would talk about these things you wanted to build, and you would fantasize about a world where people could build their own vehicles. We used to talk about vehicles a lot because it was the days of Mad Max.
Yeah.
And building their own worlds.
Yeah.
Fast forward a few years, and here we are at Slush in Helsinki, and Roblox has crossed 1 billion hours of engagement per month. You know, this must feel kind of unreal to you. I mean, can you tell us like where we are in terms of the journey and some of the numbers about Roblox?
Yeah, it feels unreal, and at the same time, it feels like it did 10 years ago, right when we were starting. And you're just seeing a little bit of a snapshot of what people are building on our platform. Roblox is a platform where people do things together in user-created 3D spaces. It's supported by over 2 million developers who create 3D experiences. And every month, about 75 million people come together and spend about 1 billion hours on the platform right now. And the vision we had when we started was if we made immersive 3D multiplayer, physically simulated space, we'd see an enormous wide range of types of things, things that go beyond gaming, things that are educational, things that involve social or hangouts. And we've kind of seen this come through, and it all stemmed from an early love of physics simulation that blossomed into this whole platform philosophy.
What are some of the crazy things that you've seen people do and build on Roblox?
We see a lot of things that we would intuitively not expect people to want to do together. So we see people who want to work at a pizza restaurant, which intuitively doesn't make sense, but people spend hours.
That's aspirational.
Yeah, people spend hours and hours doing that. People do like to do scary stuff together. There's experiences where you can run away from hundreds of natural disasters and get scared with your friends. And we see a bunch of more traditional, RPG and first-person shooter type games. And then we see things that actually are very educational, like Bird Simulator, where you get to be a bird and try to survive by finding bugs.
Sondre, can you talk about some of the things you saw and how you actually came to the platform? What was your experience when you joined it?
Sure. Some of the fun things that I've seen on Roblox is, for example, kids come out of school and go back home and sit down and play high school role plays. So they go straight from school to a new school, which is maybe unintuitive.
Makes total sense.
They love doing it. I've been on the platform for 8 years, first as a user, where I just played games, socialized, got friends, and then after a couple of years, stepped over to actually making games myself.
So 8 years, so you started when you were like 12?
Yeah. So I've been playing, spent like 4 years just hanging out, building connections, getting friends. Like the modern, newer generation is a way of getting friends. Just meet them online, find common stuff that you find fun.
So now, 2018, about half of the kids between 9 and 13 in North America play Roblox every month.
That's right.
But this wasn't an overnight success, right? To put it lightly.
Yeah.
I think it took about 10 years for that sort of to play out. We have a graph here showing hours of engagement. Can you talk about that journey a little bit? And were there tough times? Were there times when you thought the world wasn't conforming to your vision and you wanted to throw in the towel?
Yeah, I would say there's, when we started the company, we had a little vision of this, what we believe is a new category. And we had this mantra about tenacity and just how big this could be and staying in the game. It's an interesting combination of experiences that supercharge you and just blow your mind and get you motivated. For example, the day we shipped our first version of the open development tools, we immediately realized that the stuff our developer community could create is just 100 times better than anything we could do. But then along the way, every type of difficult thing in the major categories you can imagine we've had. Some unfortunate hacks early on when we weren't super secure, more around our economy, crises around monetization, slow growth coupled by fast growth. So we've really seen it all. And yeah, there's been times where it's just like, oh my gosh, just one day more. But we're super optimistic about the category as a whole. And when if you're in a business where you can always see 10x of where you potentially are, it makes it somewhat easy to keep pushing forward.
We'll talk about where you want to take the platform in a little bit, but I just want to ask you, Sondre, so because you started 8 years ago, you were on Roblox before the whole kind of user-generated economy was in place.
Yeah, when I started, it was just like people were hanging out, making stuff, socializing. There were no incentives to do it. You just do it because it's fun and because you get to socialize with people. And the only reward was that you could look really cool in-game if you did really well. So that was what drove people back then. And then Roblox introduced monetization, and the developer exchange really lets us earn money from the platform. And the development exploded from that point on.
So, and now, this year, Roblox paid out, or will pay out, something like $70 million to developers?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussions around the virtual economy, and Roblox always had its roots in fun and showing off to your friends. So it was a little controversial when we first introduced the virtual economy, but we saw more and more of our users go off to college, wanting to work on Roblox, but having to get a real job. When they wanted to keep creating games and experiences. So we started this virtual economy early, and then we saw signs of people, starting to do this for a living. We've now gotten to the point where some of the teams have 10 or 15 people. The game Sondre just worked on had 15 people on the team, and we've seen these teams become studios, some of which are making millions of dollars per year. We've also seen a beautiful expansion of the types of things people do. There's coders, artists, gameplay, producers, kind of a really well-rounded collection.
And what I find incredible is that Roblox is beyond just being a place where you can, enjoy playing together with your friends. You're also a coding school of sorts, and you're kind of also a business school. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think on the very first glance, when people think game development, they think coding, but it's infinitely richer than that. Experience development is art, it's architecture, it's creative, it's landscape design. It's also business, it's also economy, it's also business, it's also entrepreneurship. And it'll more and more be data science and A/B testing and all of these
Sondre, you were
types of
talking
things.
earlier about the things you've learned about trading off engagement with monetization and how you use analytics.
Yeah, we have a lot of analytics at this point where we just track day 1, day 7, monthly active users, daily active users, every kind of retention, and then add, we do, of course, I'm pretty close to my target audience in age. So I know my audience really well, which is a really strong point for Roblox developers because we are our players, basically. And we can use our intuition about how we know our players along with data that we collect to optimize our games for the players. We can optimize it for the younger users, for the more older users. We can make sure that the audience you want to hit, that they have the best experience they can have. Because I can practically make a game that I would enjoy, and I can be certain that a lot of other people will feel the same.
And so you've got these multidisciplinary teams working together to build games, sometimes dozens or hundreds of players. what are some of the other activities or functions that you see people playing on the platform, providing on the platform as real work over the next few years?
You know, ultimately, just one final caveat on that. This ability to have an open, like a free game development tool that a lot of people are using is creating a lot of demand in summer camps, in curriculum in schools as well. And so now more and more kids are learning computer science on tools like this. In the future, as you imagine immersive 3D experiences becoming more and more a prevalent form of interaction and entertainment, you can almost think about the economy right now for making linear video, which is TV, movies, YouTube, and the scale of that. And then you transfer that not just to the gaming ecosphere, which is already huge, but the immersive social ecosphere where it's not just competitive play, it's hanging out together, it's learning together, it's creating together.
And so, things like translation and other types of
absolutely
functions?
We're in the process right now of giving tools, for example, so developers who are on large teams can wrap in their community to help make experiences that will run in many, many languages at the same time. So translation is another function, moderation.
Where are you today in terms of international?
You know, we're well over half of the people on Roblox are outside of the United States right now. And Europe, we think long-term will be the biggest market. We're growing at over 2x per year in Europe right now. And
that's before you really localize.
That's been with more of an English platform. We can see as we give developers the tools to run their experiences in German or French or Spanish or whatever, you know, that an uptick there. So we really believe ultimately these types of experiences run multi-language, multi-platform around the world concurrently.
So I want to come back a little bit to Sondre because we have 4 million developers on the platform today. You're one of the more successful ones. Last time I checked, your games had over 100 million plays.
Yeah.
Can you talk about when you actually realized, oh, actually, there are a lot of people out there who know my games? Can you?
Yeah, I have a funny story about that. When I was in San Francisco this summer, I went to this ice cream shop.
You were there for Roblox?
Yeah, I was there as an intern at Roblox in their development program. And then me and a group of friends went to an ice cream shop. One of them wore like a Roblox work hoodie. And when we were getting our ice cream, a family walked in. And the kid noticed the Roblox logo on the hoodie. So he just went straight to his mom and like janked in her jacket. Like, oh, look at that. And then he was also trying to keep it cool, like impress us. And then just his mom just like, he's super stoked to see you guys.
And did they actually know your games?
Yeah, like we introduced ourselves. They asked what our usernames on the platform was. And they were like, I've heard that username. What have you made? And then we like set out the games that we'd made, and then the kid just got more and more excited because he's been playing these games. Like one of our games had been played like the day before, so he met the creator of the game that he's been playing for the last 6 months, like daily, just having fun. And it was super cool to like see this because as like a game developer on the internet, you don't actually see
the real world,
like what the impact has.
Yeah.
But that kid was so happy, and the mom just like thanked us.
Yeah.
We took a photo with them, and she was super like proud and like happy and nice to us.
So now you're a student in university. You're studying computer science.
Yeah.
I don't want to be crass and ask you how much money you're making on Roblox, but can you give us a sense for what kind of impact it's had on your life?
I cannot fund all of the startups here. But maybe half of them. But yeah, it's had a massive impact on like both like personally and in like my like economically and like in my growth as a person. I'm able to study and like work at making games at the same time and have everything covered by that. And it's just going upwards. So I'm really happy and like excited for what's to come.
Dave, so in the life of kind of your life leading the company and driving the vision, what was the moment you kind of decided, you know, this is really becoming mainstream? I've actually struck a chord with a lot of people.
Yeah, I've had a few mainstream. I've had similar stories where even 4 or 5 years ago, I was in an airport with my family and recognized by a 12-year-old and signed autographs and did stuff. I think both you and I had our...
Well, I know mine was
What's your moment?
Yeah, my moment was this. When Kanye and Lil Pump did a video dressed up as Roblox characters.
Yeah.
That's when I knew Roblox had arrived.
We didn't think this, we thought this was a coincidence when this happened originally, and everyone said this looks like some of our original blocky characters. But since then, we've been in contact with Kanye, and he's a big Roblox fan.
When I saw Kanye and Trump having that surreal conversation, I assumed that they were just talking about Roblox. But,
oh, there you go.
Can you talk a little bit about the future? So my sense with Roblox is, even though you've come such a long way, I still feel like the greatest days are ahead of you. I still feel like Roblox, in many ways, is a very well-kept secret. In the same way, it reminds me in many ways of when we invested in Supercell at a time when most, the kind of conventional wisdom was that, hey, they've already had 2 very successful games. What are you expecting here? And our sense was that the culture and the vision and the leadership of the company was going to lead them to build, not just one, but several more great hits, and it would endure in ways that lots of game companies don't. What's your vision for where Roblox goes?
We more and more we see things happening on our platform that borrow from elements of what we might see in gaming and in social networking and in media. But one thing that we're really excited about is, because this is real time and because people are doing things together, we see people making friends in digital space and then bringing those friendships into physical space. And platforms like Roblox and many games can be friendship creating platforms. And what's exciting is many of those friendships are made between people from different parts of the world, or people who think about things in different ways. And we may have a little situation with social networking where people tend to bubble up with their current people. We see a lot of opportunity for expansion and understanding different people around the world. So we're really optimistic about that. And as we start to think about connecting Asia, North America, and Europe together, and having people from Europe play with people from China and maybe go on field trips together and almost feel like they're doing things together, we think the opportunities are both play, and play has enormous value, but also learning, understanding, practicing life skills.
You used to talk about the example of, a young girl on the subway in Seoul somewhere.
Yeah, like the difficult technical challenge would be providing an immersive social experience to a young girl in Seoul on an Android phone that has 3 minutes of time, even while simultaneously that social experience might be available on the big screen with someone in a different part of the world.
Right.
So unifying different types of people, different types of devices, and different languages in real time is this interesting n-dimensional connection matrix.
Right, so across platforms, across a broader geography.
That's right.
And even across a broader age group?
Absolutely. Surprisingly enough, more than half of the players on Roblox today are over 13. It's a little known stat. It's just there's an enormously many more people over 13 than in the 9 through 12 zone. So over time, we would like to be a part of our players' lives as they get older as well.
Fantastic. Well, I'm really excited to see where this goes. I want to thank both of you for taking the time to talk with me, and keep it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil.
Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to the founder stage if you just joined us. So there are these things called cryptocurrencies and blockchains and Bitcoin and all this stuff. And kind of all of this is kind of called like a revolution or something. It's apparently really, really important. People use these things for like different purposes. And something is really what we see happening right now is all kinds of services and companies being created around these things, around cryptocurrencies, around blockchain. And some of this stuff is really, really cool. One of the companies that I just mentioned is called Lightning Labs. These guys make it easier and faster and safer to transfer Bitcoin or Litecoin from one person to another. And then there's another service called Token Daily. It's basically a news platform for people who really want to know what's kind of new and trending and interesting when it comes to crypto and blockchain.
So where have we come with crypto, and where are we headed? These are questions that have been going around for a while already. What are the needs of the developer community? Which major problems Bitcoin faces? And what is some good advice for people trying to break into the crypto world? To discuss this and much more, let's welcome on stage Elizabeth Stark, who is the CEO and founder of Lightning Labs, and Suna Amhaz, the founder and CEO of Token Daily. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, Slush. We will be talking about building the new financial system from the ground up. My name is Suna Amhaz. For those of you who don't know, I am co-founder of Token Daily, a community platform and newsletter that keeps you up to date on the latest in cryptocurrency and blockchain projects. Today, I'm joined by Elizabeth Stark. And Elizabeth, how about you introduce yourself to everybody?
Thanks, Suna. Hey, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Stark, CEO and co-founder of Lightning Labs. This is my 3rd year here back at Slush, which is awesome. I'm really excited to be back. I will say it's the warmest year so far, so I'm really happy about that. But no, Slush has been amazing. And in fact, I was just thinking about, so 2016, I was here. I actually gave a talk about the technology my company's building at Lightning. And back then, a lot of it was just really kind of the theory and what we'd been envisioning and what we were working on. Last year, 2017, was the height of a lot of the madness in the world of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, and there was a lot of hype. And then this year has really been focused on building, which is exactly what I love and what I'm really passionate about. So I'm super excited to be back. As Suna mentioned, my company, Lightning Labs, are building technology to make Bitcoin faster and more scalable. And I've always been really passionate about open source decentralized technologies. Previously taught at Stanford and Yale University, and have just always been an internet geek. So really excited to be here.
You're in good company, room full of internet geeks. So I was wondering, before we start jumping into Lightning Labs and talking about the tech you and your team are building, how did you start on your journey into crypto, and what took you down the crypto rabbit hole?
So as mentioned, open source technology was something that I'd always really been excited about and passionate about. And I think the reason why was because I saw that the internet opened up so many opportunities to people around the world, and it didn't matter where you were or who you were. And so when I first learned about Bitcoin, I was teaching at Stanford, actually. A TA for the course that I was teaching had sent this article. It was 2010, and the article was about open source money. And I remember thinking, like, open source money, that sounds really cool, but will it ever work? Of course, I should have spent my life savings on Bitcoin. And was an academic at the time. But instead, I just said, okay, this is something interesting. Let's see what happens. Several months later, started getting more in the media, started reading the white paper, learning about it. And the thing about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency more broadly is once you get interested, you go down this rabbit hole and you can't come back. It's like a vortex. And here I am 8 years later, and this is what I'm doing with my life, and I love it.
Wow. And in those 8 years, what are major shifts and trends that you've observed over time?
So one really significant thing that happened this past year, 2018, was it was the 10th anniversary of the Satoshi Nakamoto white paper. So on Halloween of 2008, the pseudonymous individual named Satoshi Nakamoto released this white paper to the world. And back then, nobody really cared. It wasn't this big ordeal. It didn't kind of go viral. A few people on a mailing list saw it. Some people thought it was cool. In fact, somebody named Hal Finney, who sadly passed away, who was key in this community, immediately saw the potential, spoke to Satoshi, and got involved. So that was really kind of the earliest days. I mean, the internet has been around for decades now. We think of the World Wide Web, but the internet predated the World Wide Web substantially. So I think we've really seen the first decade of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but it's early. And I like to analogize this to say the command line days of the internet. This was pre-graphical browser, so it's kind of like when you had to type in text into the command line and you didn't yet have the World Wide Web or all of the good usable apps that we have today. So to me, there were a lot of ups and downs throughout those first 10 years. The peak of the craziness was the end of 2017. But now we're really at the point where I think the focus is on building real technology with real use cases, and that's what I'm really passionate about right now.
Before we jump into Lightning and talking about those specific use cases, I like that you bring up the internet analogy. When we look back at USA Today shows from the early 90s or late 80s, we see people discussing the @ sign, and they don't know what to make of it. They don't know how to think of it. They call it the A with the ring around it because they'd never been exposed to email or it wasn't normalized. And we see this happening today as well. People have a difficulty thinking about how to think about cryptocurrencies. Do we evaluate it in a tech framework? Do we evaluate it in a financial framework? Is it going to replace fiat entirely, or will it be a parallel currency? So where do you see Bitcoin headed into 10 to 20-year time span?
I think one of the most fascinating things about this technology is it encompasses so many different areas. It's not just technology. It involves, applied cryptography and breakthroughs in computer science, but Bitcoin also involves game theory, incentive structures. Obviously, there are economic elements. There are sociological elements, cultural elements, legal elements. So I think it's really a fascinating area to study and one that I'm really passionate about. In fact, I don't teach anymore at universities, but it would be a perfect subject to teach a course on in a multidisciplinary manner. So from my perspective, what's so significant about this technology is it touches so many areas of our society. In the global landscape, financial inclusion, there are so many different implications. I think it's very easy to dismiss. And one thing that we've seen is, there are a lot of people from the broader financial community that have said something like, Bitcoin's a scam, or like, this will never take off. Again, let's remember the early days of the internet, when people thought that would never take off, that there was no potential there, that, it was crazy. In fact, I've heard stories that people got angry, when people were sending emails. They said, no, you can't do this, in the 70s or something, right? So similarly, I think a lot of people still think, oh, this could never take off, it's a scam, this is easy to dismiss. But in fact, there's something really significant here. And let's separate that from, there was a lot of hype, especially in the last year. I've been a very open skeptic of ICOs, of people raising far too much money at far too high of a valuation. It's like Silicon Valley, the TV show, if anyone's seen that one. But Bitcoin itself, Satoshi, we still have no idea who Satoshi is. I think Satoshi should, remain anonymous for however long he, she, or they desires, which is fascinating. It's like one of the modern mysteries. We still do not know who created this. Satoshi did not pre-mine any Bitcoin. And anybody could mine it, and it's really a powerful community of people around the world that are passionate about this technology. It's an open source community, so lots of developers volunteer their time to contribute, and it's something really special and something that I think we haven't really seen since the early days of the internet, and that's what I think is what's so powerful about it.
Completely agree, and I want to continue tugging on that thread of hype cycles and run-ups. It's no secret that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in general are pretty volatile. We saw a spike, and now it's no secret that Bitcoin's dropped a little bit in its price. How do you, as an operator, continue sticking to your guns in bear markets and keeping team morale up? And what did Lightning Labs' office look like during a bear market?
So For our company, we started working on it in 2015, and then we actually officially created it in 2016. So that was the real Bitcoin winter back then. The price of Bitcoin was about $200. So if you ask me, a $4,000 Bitcoin price is still pretty okay, all things considered. But we're builders. So, our perspective on this industry is we believe in the long term. We believe in the 5 and 10-year horizon and longer. So the short-term price cycles don't really affect us in our mentality. Of course, at the end of last year, we got a lot of press, there was a lot of hype coming in, and there was a lot of frenzy. But to be frank, that was distracting, right? And as our goal to build this, layer 2 technology to scale Bitcoin, it's better if things are calmer and if we can focus and really build out the technology to get things done. So our office, in fact, is not any different whatsoever. In fact, we've hired quite a bunch more people this past year to really build out and grow out the industry. And one of the things about these quote-unquote bear markets that I think is valuable is, so you actually saw this at the end of '99. We had the whole .com bubble and then crash. And after those crashes happen, I think that's the real time to focus and to build out and to ignore my co-founder has a saying, ignore the hype and keep on building, ignore the noise as well. So that's kind of been our mentality internally, and I think it's paid off thus far.
Absolutely. I actually want to take a quick step back. You mentioned layer 2, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to actually describe what Lightning is about. In layman's terms, what are you guys actually building?
Yeah, so Lightning is a transaction network and technology for Bitcoin. So it turns out because Bitcoin and other related blockchains are decentralized, they're not terribly efficient. They're not terribly fast. So for example, with Bitcoin, you have to wait 10 minutes per transaction. You can only have about 5 to 10 transactions per second. And then you have fees that can spike and go up and down. And the fees are actually a fee market. People pay for priority for fees. And then you actually would have to say, if the fees go up, you have to pay higher fee to then get into the fee market and get your transaction through sooner. So that can be somewhat unpredictable. If there's more traffic, people will pay more fees. So with Lightning, we created this technology and protocol on top of Bitcoin that uses the underlying blockchain for security, where you can have instant high-volume transactions at low fees without trust. So it's a peer-to-peer decentralized protocol and technology. So the analogy that I like to use is, if Bitcoin is like a decentralized savings account, Lightning is like a decentralized checking account where you can have instant transacting. So the way that Lightning works is you can put your funds onto Bitcoin, effectively transfer them onto Lightning. Once you've waited, say, your 1 10-minute confirmation or a few to get onto Lightning, then you can transact instantly at a high volume. So, for example, you can send potentially, right now we can already do many thousands, but we're looking at, say, potentially 100,000 transactions per second or more. Visa, for example, can do about 40 to 60,000 transactions per second at its peak. In almost all cases, it's going to be instant, and then the fees can be very, very low, fractions of a cent. So this past year was really an important year for this protocol and this technology. So not only is Lightning a scalability and speed solution for Bitcoin, it's also an application development platform. And I think a lot of people didn't really realize this. They thought, okay, this can solve scalability. But you don't want to build on the Bitcoin blockchain at its base layer because who wants to wait 10 minutes to send a payment? That's not very efficient. If you're using an app, that doesn't necessarily make sense. So this past year, on March 15th, we Lightning Labs released the first beta of a Lightning Network implementation. Ours is called LND. And what that meant was, previously people were using our software with fake Bitcoin. We call it testnet Bitcoin. With the beta, people were using it finally with real Bitcoin. So they were actually sending Bitcoin instantly at a high volume with very low fees. And a lot of it was early testers and developers and people that were passionate about it. But what we've seen happen in the past, say, 7 or 8 months is this explosion of developers and people just building interesting, cool applications on top of it, and it's been super exciting.
I actually want to continue on that thread. You guys launched beta, that was exciting, but what other milestones and what other developments have you guys seen in the past year, so especially on the heels of the run-up?
So I think the passion and excitement is palpable. And I was talking to somebody about Lightning 2 weeks ago, and the person, I was explaining the developer community. We have a Slack community. By the way, any testers, developers, or enthusiasts in the room, join our developer Slack at dev.lightning.community. So we have this community of people, and they love it. They love Bitcoin. They love Lightning. And somebody said to me, this is a movement. And I said, you're right. This is a movement. Like, there are people in our community that love this technology so much, that want to build with it, that every day test our software and find bugs, which has been really incredible and amazing to see grow. And then right now, every day, I wake up and I get a message about a new application that somebody's built with Lightning, which has been really incredible to see. And my take is, we don't even, people say, okay, what is the killer app? I don't think we even yet know what the use cases are going to be. It's like, imagine if somebody had told you there would be an encyclopedia that anybody in the world can edit, in 1950. Nobody would have believed that that was even possible, and now we have Wikipedia, and many of us use it every day of our lives. I think we'll see something similar with Lightning. So for example, some of the applications that we've seen are micropayments for articles, podcasts, videos, kind of a micro work site like Mechanical Turk, in-game payments, a Unity plugin for that. People love vending machines. Arcade games, just last week in New York City, this dad and his son, this was awesome, built a maker Pac-Man game with a whole arcade, and they cut out the wood and bought the joystick and installed it all that accepted Lightning, and they brought it to the meetup, and you could actually just pay with Lightning and pay this arcade game using a Raspberry Pi and a microcontroller and all of that. So there's just been a myriad of, SMS, you can actually pay with Lightning and send an SMS, and there are a variety of API type technologies people have built. In Iran, developers built a vending machine where there was a cool video, they were speaking Farsi, you could pay with Lightning, with real Bitcoin, buy a juice in the vending machine. So just all sorts of weird, crazy things that we've seen emerge. It's been really exciting to see.
You briefly alluded to it, and we clearly see it here, but Lightning has one of the strongest developer communities in the crypto space. And I'm curious, what factors do you think contribute to that enthusiasm and that love to just build?
So one really interesting thing is the Lightning developer community is really not that old. In fact, the protocol developers have been around for a few years now, and the protocol world is smaller, and they're building kind of the applied cryptography base layer aspect of the blockchain, but the application community is only a little bit over a year old. And we've seen that emerge, and I've actually had people come to us and say, oh, Lightning is what got me interested in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because I finally saw that this could be usable. For example, it's a much better user experience. UX is something I'm really passionate about, to send instantly and not have to wait for 10 minutes, or to have fees that are more predictable, and also not have this transaction limit that can be a downside if you're trying to send a lot of payments. So I think seeing that these people have found Lightning and that's bringing them to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency has been really exciting. Bringing designers into the community. Patricia Esteval, there have been some really great user experience designers that have gotten involved and are really excited about this technology. There have been these incredible hack days. In fact, would love to see one here in Helsinki. Was just chatting with my buddy Jasmine about the Cryptocurrency Association here potentially doing something like that. In Berlin, there have been Lightning hack days with hundreds of developers. There were just one in New York City recently. So to me, the creativity is what I love. And that's what this year has been about. People are building, one interesting thing, by the way, about Lightning apps that are different from, say, typical quote-unquote dApps or Ethereum dApps is, with Ethereum dApps, you have a variety of the application decentralized, and I think that can make for a much harder user experience. With Lightning, you would have a typical website or an app, and then Lightning is the payment element of it. So you'd use your wallet or your app and a QR code to pay, or then say a browser plugin. It can happen automatically with some of the things that we're building out, but you don't have to then go to the block. I mean, the whole point of Lightning is you're off chain, right? You have the scalability where you don't have to go to the blockchain. So I think these applications can be a lot easier to use than some of the other technologies that are out there.
Absolutely. Are we still calling them laps, by the way? Lightning apps, or did we do away
Lightning
with
apps
that?
or laps, yeah, depends.
From your viewpoint, what are the biggest misconceptions people have about Lightning or the Bitcoin space at large that you continuously get asked or continuously see and you just wish you could correct in real time?
So a lot of people, in this community, of the cryptocurrency community more broadly, I do feel like people love spreading, FUD, as we call it. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So there are some folks that say Lightning is centralized and it's going to ruin everything. And in fact, one thing that I've loved over the past year is to see the map of Lightning. So the way that Lightning works is you have payment channels, and then you have various nodes that are connected to each other. And it's much like the map of the internet. In fact, there's this really cool map of the internet circa 1969, right when it launched. And there were 3 or 4 different nodes on the internet. And someone tweeted that earlier this year, and they said, you know, it's 1969 for the Lightning Network. Do not underestimate what happens next. And I love that tweet. But people say, oh, it's going to be centralized, and it'll just be 3 mega nodes or 5 or 10. And in fact, we've already seen this map of thousands of nodes on the network, which is, I think, it's been really significant. There's a website called 1ML, 1ml.com, and it's a Lightning Network search engine. So in fact, in the past 2 weeks, somebody added a whole lot of Bitcoin to Lightning. So as mentioned, you have decentralized savings account, you transfer funds to the decentralized checking account that is Lightning. So previously there were about 130 Bitcoin on Lightning. In fact, we intentionally didn't want people to put too much money on Lightning while it was in beta, because we believe in security. We are passionate about that. This is beta software. We said don't put more money in there than you're willing to lose because it's early software. So somebody came along and put an additional 320 Bitcoin on there. So now we have 450 Bitcoin, current value around $2 million US onto Lightning, which is a big deal. So it's grown dramatically over the past few weeks even. And apparently the person who did this just wants to make money off of his money, because the way that Lightning works is once you put funds in there, if you are routing, you can actually charge fees to route. And those are the fees that you pay on the Lightning Network. You pay the on-chain fees to get on and off of Lightning. Once you're on Lightning, you pay fees to route. So you've also seen the growth of nodes. There's this really great company called Casa, and they're selling a Casa Lightning node. They're running our LND Lightning software, and I think they've sold over 1,000. And various people in the Bitcoin community have bought those, and then they can run their own routing node, so they can get fees for that. But you don't need to run an always-on node to use Lightning. In fact, one of our biggest goals for the next few months is the mobile experience on Lightning. There are some early mobile applications, but we really want to make it seamless. So we have this technology called Neutrino, and it's a more privacy-preserving, what we call light client. It means you don't have to download the full Bitcoin blockchain on your phone or on your laptop, because it's actually really large, and that doesn't make any sense. So we are about to release a mobile application and a desktop app where you sync to the blockchain quickly, and then you can send and receive on iOS, and then after that, Android. And I think, really, as mentioned, improving the usability of this technology is going to be one of our big focuses over the next year. And really, we want to make it so it just works, but building infrastructure takes time. We had 10 years of Bitcoin, but again, the internet was not built in 10 years. So we're really still in the early days. The mid-90s, I think we're still there. We're not even yet in the OOs, for that matter. And as mentioned, there are going to be ups and downs. And I guess when it comes to the price standpoint, maybe we've already hit like 1998, 99. But I'm happy for the relative calm.
Well, in like 20 or 30 years, how do you foresee Lightning having changed the financial system as it exists today?
Yeah, so I think that gets back to the name of the session, and I remember talking to Katya and the Slush folks about it, and I really see this as building a new financial infrastructure from the ground up. Why in the US our system is particularly bad? It takes me 3 days or more to send people money. That's crazy. I actually just had to mail a paper check. What are we doing? It's almost 2019, and in the US, I'm mailing paper checks to send value and money across the world. So I see Lightning as a means to send value instantly, at a high volume across the internet, and to have this value layer of the internet. And to me, that's kind of only the beginning. Once we have this decentralized financial infrastructure that's global, that anybody can tap into, and in fact, one of the key elements of this is it's programmable. It's global and it's programmable, so anybody can build on top of it. Right now, if you want to build on top of a bank's API, good luck, because I don't think they're really giving you access to be able to do that. And this is why I really believe Bitcoin is the internet of money. Andreas Antonopoulos has written a book called that. Really great guy. You should check out his work. He was here last year. And that's super significant, because once we can program that, there are all sorts of interesting applications, and I think financial inclusion is going to be huge. And there are going to be a lot of things that we really haven't thought of today. So to me, I don't know what's going to happen in 10 to 20 years, because I really believe it will be this world where we have all sorts of new applications that have improved people's lives all over the world, and we haven't even imagined how that was possible yet.
Absolutely. All right, we're all out of time, and that's a wrap. But
thank you so much,
Elizabeth.
It's been awesome.
Traditionally, startup industry has been a playfield of well-educated 20-something white male founders. With amazing success stories like Apple and Facebook and many others, it is very natural that many of us consider that founder type is someone with the qualities and background of Steve Jobs or Mark Zuckerberg. The founders of VC company called Backing Minds wanted to take a different approach in investing and finding successful companies. They figured that there must be a lot of unused potential in founders who lack classic entrepreneurial profiles and do not appear as the obvious choice for investors. Based on this thought, these two very successful entrepreneurs started an investment fund.
So the two amazing people that we're going to have on the stage next, before they even started Backing Minds VC, they built two of the largest e-commerce companies in the Nordics, Footway and 11. Today, they're here to talk about the investment thesis, their interesting findings that they've gathered when it comes to successful founders outside the traditional thinking. They will share statistics around investing and the thinking process behind their untraditional thesis. Let's hear it. Let's give a big hand to Susanne Najafi and Sarah Wimmerkrantz.
What a crowd.
Wow.
Wow.
Woohoo!
So let's get started. What's your favorite movie?
Men in Black. But you knew that, right, Sarah?
This seems a little rehearsed, right? Yeah. We will never come unprepared for you guys.
So do you remember the scene with the girl? You know, the little girl?
It's epic.
Let's watch it. This is from YouTube, not Pirate Bay. Let's watch it.
Edwards, what the hell happened?
Hesitated.
May I ask why you felt little Tiffany deserved to die?
Well, she was the only one that actually seemed dangerous at the time, sir.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
Well, first I was going to pop this guy hanging from the street light, and then I realized, you know, he's just working out. And how would I feel if somebody come running in the gym, bust me in my ass while I'm on a treadmill? Then I saw this snarling beast guy, and I noticed he had a tissue in his hand. I realized, you know, he's not snarling. He's sneezing. You know, ain't no real threat there. And I saw little Tiffany. I'm thinking, you know, 8-year-old white girl, middle of the ghetto, bunch of monsters, this time of night with quantum physics books. She about to start some shit, Zed. She's about 8 years old. Those books are way too advanced for her. If you ask me, I say she's up to something. And to be honest, I'd appreciate it if you eased up off my back about it. Or do I owe her an apology?
I told you it was epic. And that actually reminds us of how we look at ourselves. We are the analytical Will Smith that go for the ones that others overlook.
Except for the part where he asked, or do I owe her an apology?
Except from that part. All right, we are Backing Minds. We use science, technology, and intuition to find the founders that others miss.
And we actually think that if you want to be able to zoom in at the perfect spot, you need to zoom out to get the full picture. So we use other people's myths and traps to find great companies.
So let's zoom out and have a look at our industry, the VC industry.
VC. Society is changing, but VC is not. We have the same deal structures, management fees, titles, as we have had for so long. Did you know that the 80-20 carried structure system actually origins from medieval times. And isn't it a bit ironic that the whole industry is based on disruption, but finds it a little bit too hard for its own work?
I do have some problems with the clicker. Do you see that? Like,
yeah.
Come on. Yeah, here we go. Myth 1.
Yeah, let's talk about some myths in our industry. Let's dissect them. So myth 1, there are no female founders to be found, and especially not in tech. And if there were any, VC would surely invest in them, right?
It's true, but as a matter of fact, 30% of the founders are female. And it's true that you very often hear investors say that they would invest in female founders if there were any. So we took a look at the unicorn founders, because the unicorns have raised most of the venture capital. And we found out that out of the world's unicorn founders, a majority don't even have a tech background. This means the criteria doesn't even exist on the checklist when evaluating male founders. All right, so
there are no men in tech either.
Exactly.
Next myth, age. The ideal founder, it's, who generates maximum return is around 28 years old, fast learner, great stamina, puts all their time into their venture, right?
Everyone is nodding. Everyone agrees, right? No, as a matter of fact, if you look at the fastest growing new ventures, the average age of the founder is 45.
This is Anne. She's the founder of Dynamic Code, a fast-growing health tech company. She was told that she should bring on a male co-founder when raising money. She was also told that she couldn't run a tech company because she was too old. Today, she is transforming healthcare by providing diagnosis to consumers without them even having to leave their homes, like STDs, tonsillitis, gluten intolerance, you name it. And we are super happy to be part of her journey.
She's awesome. Dynamic Code is the company. Myth number 3. Immigrants very often become Uber drivers, and when they start businesses, very often low scale, like
kebab places,
cleaners and kebab places.
Actually, 16% of the companies are founded by immigrants. If you look at the Fortune 500 companies in the US, 55% of them are founded by immigrants. Entrepreneurs with immigrant background has much harder time to raise capital and get loans. And people with African heritage have the absolute toughest time.
Look at this team. They look amazing, don't they? And they are. But as a matter of fact, they met so much cognitive bias when they were looking for funding. They contacted more than 120 different investors and didn't get one meeting. Since we invested in Transfer Galaxy, they've sent more than 40 million euros through their platform in less
1 year.
than 1 year.
It's crazy. Have you heard about pattern recognition? VC is all about that. Our industry, we want to make sure that we go for the founders with the right background, the right schools, the right experience, maybe at Spotify or other places. But as a matter of fact, it's a huge advantage to have the wrong background, to be an outsider. If you have the wrong background, you don't know what toes you cannot step on or what rules you cannot break. You see disruption more clearly. And that's why we love outsiders. And we didn't have the right background either, you and me.
Hallelujah. No, we definitely didn't have the right background, and so didn't Per and Adam, who started Virkesbussen. They just had a wrong background to enter the timber industry, and the timber industry didn't make sense to the VC world either. That left us a space, and what we did was that we looked at all industries yet to be digitized, and we found the timber industry, which is huge, especially in the Nordics, but also in other parts of the world. And they're actually already gained a prominent position with their digital marketplace for timber using AI to optimize the sales.
And we got a new hashtag, Forest Tech.
Forest Tech.
Yeah.
We love new hashtags.
Yeah, exactly.
Horse Tech, I think it's ours too. Right?
Yeah. And this is a myth that all our portfolio companies have met. There are no good companies outside of the big cities, like Stockholm, like Berlin, Silicon Valley, Helsinki,
But there are. 74% of the companies started in Sweden are started outside of Stockholm. And for Finland, that figure is actually 88%.
So what does research say? I mean, does this like correlate with reality, or is it just myths out of the blue? A research team looked at VC firms and how they evaluated entrepreneurs and founders, both men and women. And this is how they constantly describe the female founders. They are too risk-averse, they are hesitant to grow their companies, and their companies underperform.
The most interesting part was that even if they had the exact same information, the conclusions were totally different depending on whether it was a female or a male founder. I mean, age, it's a number, right? But if the founder was young, the male founder was promising, and the female founder was inexperienced. If the founder spent a lot of money, he was driven to build his company, and she was only wasteful.
What was the results? How did the companies perform? So this research team, they looked at 24 different KPIs during 5 years. And do you know what they found out? Can you guess? There were no statistical differences whatsoever on the performance of the male and the female companies.
So cognitive bias is actually a shortcut in our brain, and it was once crucial for our survival. Today, it prevents us from making the right decisions. There is a huge potential there. And that's why we actually founded Back in Minds in the first place.
Not to miss out. So who gets funding in Sweden and in the world of investments? We looked for statistics on this, but there were hardly no statistics. So we created our own database. We looked at all share remittances in Sweden during 1 year, and this is what we found out. So we started with looking at all the investments that went to Stockholm-based companies, and then the investment that went to the rest of the country. And we saw that only 8% of the venture capital went to the 74% of the companies outside of Stockholm. You see the same trend in Finland. Only 12% goes to the rest of Finland. And in the States, you have 3 states that get 80% of all the investments.
And then we looked at the amount of money who went to companies founded by men, companies founded by women and men, and companies founded by women only. And this is what we found out. 96% of the capital went to companies founded by men. 4% went to companies founded by women and men. I know what you're thinking. There's a piece of the pie missing. Yeah, it is. Because less than 0.1% of the capital went to female founders that year.
And this was also later confirmed by Sweden's biggest newspaper. You might have seen other numbers on like female founders and how much money they get. But this is in VC, so less than 0.1%.
Uh-oh. Back. Sometimes it works a little bit too well. Okay, let's summarize this to make it even more simple for you. All right, to raise capital, you should either be a white male from a big city or bring one.
And from our Back in Minds perspective, we can see, like, you can ask the question, what happens when everyone looks at the same company? Or at the same apartment, for example? It becomes very expensive. It's the same with companies, and that's why we invest beyond hypes and bubbles to find the companies and the founders that other investors miss.
We do this because of return. But the side effect is driving a change, creating new role models and owners in society. It's time for a fireside chat, or fire camp, whatever chat.
Ba-da-da. Yeah. So now we're like
We're
just
like backing up
walking
here.
and sitting back here. And it feels perfectly natural.
So here is the fire.
Did you bring the marshmallows?
No, I brought a fire.
Okay.
That's good enough, right?
That's nice.
All right, so you can, this feels perfectly natural.
Yeah. Actually, the Slush team, they suggested like 10 different moderators to us. But yeah, we rejected them all.
I'm not sure it was a good idea now, but let's try.
Yeah.
All right, so we've seen a lot of statistics. But why does it look like that?
Well, I think there's different reasons to this. One could be that if we look at the 100 largest VC firms, we see that only 7% of the employees are female, for example. Actually, in Sweden, it's more common to be named Johan or Henrik than to be a woman in VC. So, I mean, this is a very psychological effect that we have, the similarity effect, that we invest in and hang out with and recruit people that are like ourselves.
Any Johan or Henriks in the audience? I wonder what the Finnish name would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing can be, I mean, the industry relies a lot on, tight networks. The deal flow is so big, so you need like people to point out the right companies for you. And in the end, it means that you like invest in your friends' friends.
And I mean, one of the most legendary founders of a VC company, I think his quote was, "Reaching me is the best qualifier." And that's like actually saying that it's much better if a founder just runs around looking for VCs rather than work with their own companies. And we believe very much in flipping the coin, totally reverse. Like in the future, we think that VCs and investors will be the one coming with the hats in the hand and asking for an investment in your companies.
Because the thing is that there are so many more funding options for entrepreneurs. Just take like crowdfunding. Last year, it surpassed in amount VC. And there are so many more options. So I think it's going to be like the other way around. That we VCs need to go with the hat in our hands.
And the question is like, will the founders even choose VC when there are many financing options?
Exactly.
What do you think?
Yeah. So what should we talk about now?
Yeah, like...
do you think that the industry will change?
I'm very sure the industry will change. Because of return, as I said earlier, and also because of attracting the future founders.
Yes, exactly, because this swap, and also when you like understand the difference between the like perceived risk and the actual risk.
When assessing founders, you mean, like,
But I mean, there are so many things going on. I mean, so many things are happening, and we're trying more. Like VCs are looking for female founders. You want to have women in a lot of panels. You want to do pitching boot camps for women and so on. What do you think of that?
I mean, there's definitely progress going on, and I think that all initiatives are very good. It's a good intention, but I think that we also have to ask ourselves what is that doing with the founder when we talk all the time about how the founder should change. Like even putting up boot camps for them to be better pitchers. I think that's a little wrong, actually. I think that it would be much better if the whole investor network would go to training and maybe learn how to see beyond their own cognitive bias.
Actually, I mean, research says that
that's actually based on research.
It's not that like a woman or someone of a minority do a pitch that is not good enough. So it's actually we that need to look beyond our biases. And we need to change.
So maybe a summary would be maybe we come from the wrong angle when we talk about what the founders need to do differently, and we should talk much more about how the investors should do things differently.
Yeah.
And but I mean, we heard just before us was a woman on stage who just started a $50 million fund, and started a great company with social services in India. And she also said she was so sick and tired of the fact when she's invited to a panel, we are looking for a female founder. And that's probably something you can all relate to.
How does it make you feel? You've been to a lot of panels and you get a lot of questions.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So you go to this panel and you have so much to say. You want to tell them about how the companies you've built. You want to tell them about the investments you've made. And the first question you get is always, how does it feel to be a woman in a manly dominated industry? It makes one feel like this.
Can you describe that? What is it on the screen?
It's actually a man in a vagina suit. But
the fun thing is that when we sent this through to the Slush team, the only comment that we got
we thought it wouldn't pass, but they will never let us use this picture in our PowerPoint.
But the only thing they asked was can you change the background color on the slide with the guys in the hot dog suits?
In the hot dog suit. Yeah, anyone up for hot dogs? I don't know.
No, but there is so much. There is actually so much more to talk about.
And maybe we should all agree on the fact that, I mean, let's just skip the prefix of founders. Let founders be founders and not female founders or female investors or immigrant founders or Afro-American.
The same goes for, you have the femtech category. I mean, in most other categories, if it's men founders, reaching out to men,
it's odd because exactly.
It's a category for human beings.
If there's a product by a man for men, then it's for human beings, right? And if there's a product by women for women, it's always femtech. So
so it's a lot of stuff there. What's your do we have some more quotes? These quotes are interesting.
Yeah, survival of the fittest is a good one.
Yeah, survival of the fittest, yeah.
It's also from the VC industry. How does that make you feel if you don't get funding and it's... No, but I think that's where the industry comes from, a place where it's very, very normal that the founder uses all his or her time to try to reach the VC or the investor. And it's actually, we very often hear from people in our industry that this founder was so driven. He was actually waiting outside the ladies' room when I got out.
Actually, I've done that. I've been waiting outside of the restroom and hello. But that's really creepy.
Yeah, exactly. It's not creepy. A driven entrepreneur. It's actually only creepy, right?
No, but I think, and that's how we see entrepreneurs. They no, we can't come to your networking event because we need to launch this or we need to hang out with our customers. That's only a positive thing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. We were actually kicked out once from a founder.
Yeah.
We traveled a long way and we sat at his office and all of a sudden she said, now you have to go. Yeah. There are too many customers calling at the call center.
And we loved it.
We invested.
Yeah, we invested.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah. And looking at, let's start, fears. What's your biggest fear?
Missing out of deals.
FOMO.
We have an album of investments that we should have done. I think all the investors have an album of investment that should have made. Companies that are growing much more than you thought.
Yeah, and I think we're both super competitive because we really we're gonna do this for maximize return and maybe have better return than everyone else because the key is return here. A lot of people are you doing this to be kind to these entrepreneurs or like some kind of charity. This is no charity. This is pure business. But while doing this, we create the new role models and a lot of new outlooks of the entrepreneurs.
One fear could be like the representation trap. When investing in someone that other have missed, and that person would actually not succeed with his or her company, it would be easy to think, okay, I was right about that group of people or entrepreneurs without background, and vice versa. If that person succeeds, it's not. Then you don't talk about representation anymore. Then it's very often, okay, that was just the exception of it all. So
I recognize that very much from my upbringing with like Iranian parents. So you're like, if I do something wrong, I will destroy so much from other like immigrants with the Iranian background, and you have a lot of like weight on your shoulders, so you have to prove a lot of things. But I don't think we should worry about this because the companies are doing great. So.
All right, time's running out.
Yeah, time's
only
running
30
out.
seconds to go.
Yeah, should we do our Braveheart?
So this is the time for the William Wallace Braveheart end here of it all. Have we got something prepared for that? Not really.
Not really, but let's. So you could all go out and swim with the sharks, or you can join me and Sarah in the blue ocean to find the true future successes.
I mean, in Nordics, we are among the best of the best. You are among the best of the best, but don't stop there. Go ahead and be Will Smith with us and find the ones that are amiss. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Slush Helsinki. This house or building or whatever it is called is today filled with 20,000 people, which is quite amazing. 2,600 startups, 1,600 investors, so many people here. We are very, very happy.
And one of those people is definitely the something. Mr. Joel Flory, actually he used to be a professional photographer. He did weddings, he did portraits, and that led him to become the co-founder of Visco. Visco is something really cool. If you've been using their service, you know they offer creative people with tools to express their creativity. For example, they have an app that you can use which has the best photo editing tools available. I just checked it out myself because, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of out of touch with what's in fashion. I hadn't tried it before, and I gave it a try, and it's awesome. Visco has been doing great. They now employ more than 100 people. They've raised more than $70 million in funding, and they just announced some time ago that they have more than 2 million paid subscribers, more than 2 million people giving them money all the time. So that's amazing when you're working with something that lets you, for example, edit photos.
That is true. However, today, Joel comes to talk about leadership. This talk is an essential one for founders and executives who want to scale their companies. As by sharing his experiences, Joel explains how, in order to scale a company, you first have to be able to scale yourself. So please welcome Joel Flory, the co-founder at Visco.
Hello, my name is Joel Flory. I am the co-founder and CEO of Visco. And Visco, we create creative tools in a community driven by self-expression. And our mission is to help everybody fall in love with their own creativity. And at Visco, we are guided by that mission. And as the host mentioned, we recently, in early 2017, launched a subscription model at which we reached over 1 million paid subscribers by Q1 of 2018, and now have over 2 million paid subscribers. Today, I'm here to talk to you about scaling your business. But before I do, I want to say a big thanks to a few special people that are in the audience. I have my wife, my 2 daughters, and my parents who are here, who without them, none of this would have ever been possible, quite literally. I wouldn't be here. So huge thanks to my family. So I want to set the context because I think as many of you that are out there that are starting a business, the early days are a blur. And if I were to go back to starting Visco in 2011, yes, I was CEO, and yes, I was co-founder, but that didn't really mean anything. I did everything. Ran product, support, social media. Went even so far as my family and I would go in on weekends to clean the office in order to save a little bit of money and not hiring a cleaning crew. Because as a kid, I was a janitor. And I thought I could do it all. And I think for anyone early on, when you do that, you don't really know what your role is. A title means nothing. You just get it done, and you get your business off the ground. But there comes a point where just getting it done and doing everything doesn't scale. You are the bottleneck. And I think the problem for me was I didn't realize it. And so that's something that I really want to encourage each of you is as you're scaling your business, there comes a point where you no longer can do everything. And the problem is you don't realize it. So at this time at Visco, we had hired a VP of people. And I had hired her because I had recommendations from others that we needed someone to help us scale recruiting and hiring, but even more importantly, how well people worked at Visco, how we helped people grow in their careers. And so the first thing I did when I hired, her name's Katie Shields, and I hired Katie, and I said, Katie, I need you to help us scale the team. And she looked me in the eyes, and I'll remember this moment, and she said, yeah, let's start with you. And I was shocked. I was like, me? There's nothing wrong. I have it all figured out, the business is scaling, I'm off to a great pace. And so I hired a coach and did a 360 review for the first time. And let me tell you, it was one of the most painful experiences of my life. But I'm so glad that I did it. I can remember the night I received the feedback, and I literally grabbed it and ran home, curled up in a ball on the floor, and I was telling my wife, I don't know if I can go back. Because amidst all the great feedback that you get of how people love working with you, and all the positive stuff, negative feedback is really difficult to take. And I think this was one of the first times that I was faced at Visco with this choice. And I think many of us are faced with this choice all the time. And that's, am I going to have a fixed mindset and take this moment in time and be defeated or be angry, maybe go back and retaliate around some of the people that gave me this negative feedback? Or am I going to take this with a growth mindset and a growth opportunity? There's a great book called Mindset that if any of you haven't read, highly, highly recommend. And one thing you'll hear from me throughout this talk is there's a lot of book recommendations because you have to read in order to scale your business. And so this notion of growth and in scaling yourself it's really key. You have to work on yourself. You have to develop you. And you take that feedback, and you can really do one of two things, as I mentioned. You can be frustrated, upset, or you can really hone in on it and how are you going to grow. Because truly, in order to scale your business, the first thing you have to do is scale yourself. And so working with the coach, taking 360 feedback, and really trying to, amidst all of the feedback, understand what you're going to work on is really, for me, was this moment of I needed to focus. I couldn't, if I just took everything that someone gave me as a point of feedback that I needed to work on, it was debilitating. It would just literally put me in a ball on the floor. And so you have to take that moment and find your focus. Another great book by Greg McKeown called Essentialism is a book that I read at this point. And what Greg talks about in this book is finding what is essential to you in your life. And so even before I get to Visco, I had to really figure out what was important to me. Where was I going to spend my time? And so for me, I focus on three things. First is taking care of myself, because if I don't take care of myself, I can't take care of anyone or anything else. This is kind of that put your own bag, your mask on your face when the plane's going down for your oxygen so you can help others. And then after taking care of myself, I have to take care of my family. Because if I'm not taking care of my family, then nothing else matters. And so I tell this to everyone at Visco. Again, take care of yourself, take care of, and you can insert if you don't have a family, significant others, maybe your really close friends, those people that are important to you. And once that's done, then it's taking care of Visco. And that's it. If it's not one of those three things to me, I say no. And it's been a difficult thing of trying to not please everyone and saying no to certain events, or I don't go to dad's nights out because that's not investing in myself, my family, or Visco. And then for Visco, I had to really hone in on what that focus was. Because again, as a founder, you can't scale and do everything. So at Visco, I focus on four things. And I want to be careful here as I list things that I focus on or list. You have to find out what's right for you. Hopefully, what I'm saying might be a catalyst to finding your way and what you need to focus on. But maybe you take what I say and use it, but challenge that and find you. So I focus on four things at Visco. First is building the team. As a CEO, that is my number one job, is to build the team. Second thing is I need to grow that team. Really working on a way of how well we work together. Another book plug, book by Patrick Lencioni called The Advantage, is a company's greatest advantage is not its technology or product, but how well they work together. The health of the organization and the team is everything to being able to scale and have a successful business. After building the team and growing the team, I work on setting the vision. And there's a subtle nuance in this one in which that used to be set the vision and the details of how to get there. Every little detail of the product, as a photographer building for creatives, I wanted to really get into every meeting and every detail of the product. But that's no longer the case. My job is to set a vision of where we're going. And then the fourth thing that I focus on is telling the story. How are we going to get there? What is Visco? Helping people remember why we started, the vision, the mission, and how everything they're working on ladders up to that. Focusing on PR, speaking at conferences. And these are the 4 things. And if it's not one of these 4 things, guess what I say? I say no to it, or I delegate it. And this is a very interesting thing and something I really want, whatever your focus areas may be, you either need to say no to anything else or you need to delegate it. But this is a huge opportunity because I think one of the greatest opportunities as a CEO is to create space between you and the people that report to you. And what I mean by that is by elevating yourself and giving them space to own parts of the business and how things get done, you give them an opportunity to grow. You allow them to be fulfilled and grow in their career, and great things happen. It's actually how you multiply yourself and scale the business. And so this is such a key foundation to myself and what I challenge every single one. This is a mantra for our entire leadership team, is elevate to lead. How are you creating space for those that work for you in order for them to take ownership of their work? How are you setting a vision and not all the details of how to get there? How are you leading by asking questions and not giving answers? And again, for me, this was a really big challenge. So I've had to focus on some practical tips on helping me get there. As I mentioned, reading. I read as many books as I can. A big fan of Audible. Finding advisors. Finding people that have gone before you, have tackled some of these challenges and issues that you're facing, and seek advice. Admitting you don't know every answer on how to get where you're going, and ask them for help. This is a big one. Hire people that are smarter than yourself. I think something that we so often want to do is to be the smartest person in the room and be the leader that knows everything about your business. That doesn't scale. You want to hire people that are smarter than yourselves. You want to give them ownership of those areas of your business. And another part is to not hire for culture fits. And this is it's tricky because I think all the time people want people that are a culture fit. And what I want you to focus on, what we've had to focus on, is hiring culture adds. Your culture should always be evolving. You should always be bringing new people into your company that are challenging how you do things, that are challenging where you're going, that are bringing new perspectives from their experiences. And you, again, by elevating to lead, you have to give them space to own it. And maybe you set that vision of where you want to go 3 years, and maybe they just take it a little bit, like 1 degree to another direction. But ultimately, it's the right way, and it's what's healthy for the business. And so this notion of elevating to lead is a really key one. Because when it really comes down to it, once you've focused on developing yourself and working on yourself as a founder and a CEO, and that's continued. This is something where literally every year I set a goal of 100% year-over-year growth. I look for continual feedback from the team, asking them what went well, what could I do better at, kind of the start, stop, and keep doing mentality. And each year I set a new plan for how we're going to grow. And I still take that same framework around building and growing the team, setting the vision, and telling the story. But where do I need to grow that next year as a leader? And this is so key of developing yourself. Really then setting focus. You have to be relentless. At Visco, we say our #1 competitor is lack of focus. And I worked on a mentor session earlier today for a couple startups. And for each one, there was so many good ideas, but that's the problem. There wasn't focus on exactly who they were serving and how they were planning to serve them. It was, we could do this and we can do that. You have to focus. Once you've done that, once you've developed yourself, once you've found your focus, you really then have to elevate to lead. And it's difficult. This is not something that I say is really easy to do. To give away ownership of something that you've held for many of you, this startup is your baby. You've put so much into it. This is 7 years in. I've poured everything. This company, it flows through me, and I love it. And to give away that ownership and to not give everyone the answer, but to give them just questions that help them grow, learn. Because ultimately, for success of your business, you want it to carry on past yourself. My co-founder and I recently took this challenge to ourselves to set a 30-year vision for Visco. And it really was, how does Visco live on beyond us? How do we set up a structure and a framework that has enough guidance and direction of setting the vision of where it's going, but gives enough room for others to take it to where it needs to go. Because that continual innovation, that evolvement that has to happen, every year's new, every week's new, every day brings new challenges. So you have to be prepared and ready to do that. So all of this, once you figure this out, and it's this continual development. This doesn't just like you've developed yourself and it stops. It gives you this moment in time where you can move with confidence. It allows your business, when you have that mission that's aligned, and you yourself as a leader know where you can take that business, you can move with confidence. And it's a feeling unlike any other. It's the happiest I've ever been. We're now 7.5 years in running the company. We've hit cash flow positive. The business is scaling. And it's a really exciting moment in time. And so I encourage all of you to focus on developing yourself in order to scale your business, scale yourself. With that, I'm going to be over at the Founder Studio immediately after this, answering any questions, maybe asking a few questions myself to you, and hopefully giving some answers. So really appreciate your time today. Have a great one. Thank you.
Hey guys, are you ready for the last, so to speak, when it's the last event, it's the main event of the founder stage, right?
Last treat. After the success of such gaming companies as Rovio and Supercell, many have questioned whether there will be still fast-growing gaming companies coming out of this area, Europe and the Nordics. The next speaker and his company have showcased that this is not the case, that there wouldn't be any more, because there are more companies who execute and build highly successful games with very small teams. We have the privilege to have on stage Timo Soininen, the founder and CEO of Small Giant Games, a gaming studio that raised one of last year's largest funding rounds in the Nordics, and who is a name to remember for the future.
Yeah, Timo will touch upon subjects such as how to use analytics and performance marketing also once you've created those world-class games, how to make them popular. And he really knows what he's talking about. You can go and check out the US App Store. Their game, Empires and Puzzles, have been there on the top 4 grossing spot. That means, in plain English, that game has made a lot of money. So by clapping your both hands in the air, please warmly welcome the CEO of Small Giant Games, Mr. Timo Soininen. Woohoo!
Yeah, hello guys. It's a privilege to be here. Last treat, I hope it's going to be a treat for you. So I'm here to talk about the how to run mobile games as a business. There's a lot of false misconceptions about what the games are. A lot of guys just get lucky. But I think wanted to share our story, how a small team could really challenge the big boys, and how we could reach against impossible odds to top grossing positions with initially a team of 12 people. Our company's Small Giant was initially founded on this premise that small, highly motivated and experienced teams can do gigantic things. Given that we can utilize the platforms, app stores in place, and there's a lot of technology to be leveraged. And before we go into the subject matter of the presentation, I will say a few words about Small Giant so that you get a little bit of a sort of familiar how big this small thingy of ours has grown. So we're currently an international team of 44 people based right here in Helsinki. As far as we know, we were the fastest growing company in the Nordics last year. And to give you a little bit of scale of the numbers, so last year we did $33 million in revenue. And as of last month, we were at over $275 million revenue run rate. So averaging the last month and multiplying that by 365. And very importantly, we have been profitable over a year now. And the last financing round, which was mentioned here, that we did a $41 million secondary round with EQT Ventures of Sweden in January because we were already profitable at that time. Now, so coming back to our story, that how a small team was really able to challenge the big guys. And as with many other games companies, we started, with bright vision and a lot of eagerness, and we created 2 casual games called Oddwings Escape and Rope Racers. And they were super beautiful. A lot of love and skill went into those games. But in hindsight, they really didn't have a chance at all to break into top 50, top 10, top one crossing positions, because there were a lot of flaws in those games in terms of structural design, in terms of positioning mismatches, and various other things. But we really took it serious because we had this urge that we want to do something really meaningfully big. And we said, what does it take to actually create a game that would actually get us to top 50 crossing positions, as our good friends at Rovio, as our good friends at Supercell had done. And being real Finns, we basically roll up our sleeves and started doing a lot of research and work. So basically on game design, really went through basically 50 top games, down to the progressive mathematics of them. What are the components of successful games? What are the components of not so successful games? We look at the market trends very carefully, where the consumers or players are shifting. And we also did a lot of prototyping, so to find the perfect game. And one of the things that actually drove our development of Empires and Puzzles was this very simplistic strategic insight that was like 2.5 years ago, that casual and mid-core gamers are sort of starting to converge. And what does this mean? It's basically that, on the other hand, we have about 1 billion plus daily active users on casual games like Candy Crush or versions of Angry Birds or Gardenscapes, what have you. These games are incredibly fun and accessible. They're beautifully made, it's fun to play, easy to start playing them. Whereas on the other hand, you have these guys. You have these advanced mid-core games like Summoner's War or Contest of Champions, or back in the day, Game of War from the US. And these games are very complicated, but they also have the depth and the structure to actually become a really deep hobbies for people, and they will trigger a lot of engagement and also a lot of monetization opportunities. But from our perspective, when we were looking at these games, we said, hang on a minute, why in the world are they so incredibly difficult to play for normal people? So the onboarding, in our opinion, was quite flawed. And we said, hang on a minute, could we actually create a game that would actually bridge these 2 worlds? That we could actually start converting or offering a lot of casual advanced players a new way to start playing a game that would feel familiar, would be easy to get into, but would actually cater for very, very long engagement and sort of activity levels. And basically, our game team did an amazing job in creating this fantastic prototype of a completely new type of match-3 battling and very clever insight of actually that for some reason, no one had actually used the combination of base building, a lot of hero collection, and the match-3 in a core package. And that's what we started executing on, and it really catched fire very quickly after our initial test. And the result was really an accessible and deep role-playing game. Now, here's a little video. Okay, that was the 30-second crash course into the world of Empires and Puzzles. But before going into the sort of the reasons on how we run mobile games as a business, very quickly, some of the actual results. So we were chosen by Google Play as the 2018 Best Breakthrough Hit Game of the Year, which is like a massive recognition for our really, really small team. Apple has given us a lot of attention by Game of the Day and various other things. But we also won the prestigious Finnish Mobile Game Awards also this year. But more importantly, we've grown very steadily. We have about 4.5 million monthly active users at the moment, very active user base, almost 40% stickiness ratio, and about 1.6, 1.7 million daily active users as we speak. And this incredibly good KPIs have led to the fact that we actually did not only get to top 50, but we've been top 1 position in 36 markets around the world, and top 10 incredibly in 100 markets, which feels completely crazy, given our predicament about 2 years ago. We were a really small company just dreaming about these things. And obviously, we still have China and Japan and Korea to conquer. We haven't launched a game there at all. And this game and the KPIs, the amount of users, has led us to very fast growth. And here's the quarterly revenue development for the company. And we're going to do pretty massive amounts of revenue this year and also next year. And very importantly, we are spending over $90 million in performance marketing to drive the game very profitably. And this is one of the key areas that I'm going to talk about in a second. That how is it possible? That what does it take to get to this position? Okay, let's move on to the actual, what are the success factors of running games as a business? The first one is really important. It's the company culture. Because, as you know, all high-performing companies are really essentially a collection of really good individuals working together towards the same goal. And for us, we've had always this notion from the very beginning that, ultra efficiency in everything that we do, meaning that we really try to avoid this communication overhead problem that which slows or kills companies, that there are not too many people discussing or giving opinions about one particular problem unless the core team really needs that opinion. And this gives us, it's really meaningful for anyone. That everyone has a lot of responsibility, and they know that they can move on very quickly as needed. The second aspect of running this business is that you have to be really rigorous in decision making. You can't debate about things too quickly, but make sure that you really focus your small efforts on the most impactful things in a given day or a given week. So you don't throw too many balls up in the same time, but you only have 1 or 2 balls which you're really executing quickly, and then coming back to the next point, which is really about the speed and quality. So rather than theoretizing about things and ventilating about them, let's get it done. Let's get it measured very quickly so we can see the results. Sometimes at the expense of quality, because one of the cardinal sins in our first games is that we went to this bit of a pixel polishing mode, which is completely non-productive. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What matters is completely other things, and we really wanted to avoid this going forward. And then, obviously, it's all about this constantly evolving, super competitive environment. You have to learn all the time. So analytics is our pumping heart. We measure everything. We analyze everything deeply. We even build our own analytic systems from the ground up just to make sure that they serve our needs. But we also learn from our players. We test all of the main features with hundreds of beta testers around the world just to make sure that we don't do something stupid, and all of the glitches are ironed out with the top players. We also do a lot of active participation in community forums, and our developers and community people are discussing with top players about the future but also the current issues and good things about the game. And a very important thing about the culture is that we talk to each other. We have a really interesting mix of super talented young folks coming directly from university, coupled with super heavyweights of the industry. And basically, it's kind of incredible to see that wherever there's a good idea, no one really cares where the good idea comes from, whether that's from a junior guy who just joined 2 weeks ago or for a more experienced guy. We are very quickly to change our way of working and practices if needed. And then the last point I can't stress enough. You have to learn from your competitors. You have to deeply, understand why are they successful, why are they not successful, who are they, and where they're operating. And just having that sort of in the back of your head that it keeps you the pace and cadence very, very sort of high, so that you understand what's coming behind you or what do you have in front of you. Now, the success of running a successful mobile games company, in my opinion, is something called what I call often mastering the company full stack. And in our case, we really had to master all of the following areas. But let's start with the obvious one, the game design. So you obviously, if you're in the business of games, you need to have people who know how to make good games. What are the structures? How do you position the game? All that stuff. Then another obvious thing is that you need to have really solid in the actual development of the game, the technology, the server side, and the client side, technology, and so forth. And then the third area is another obvious one, creative design, the audiovisual thing, the storytelling, those kind of parts. And I would say that most of the games companies are relatively good at this. Maybe not so on game design, but the problem is that most young game companies, and we also did that a little bit in the early days, that a lot of folks think that this is the business of games. And they couldn't be further from the truth. Because if you don't have the next one, which is analytics, you have nothing. You have to deeply understand how the game works and how the conversion funnels before users got to the game in terms of user acquisition work. And basically, that leads to the dark arts of performance marketing. It is so incredibly competitive. Over 700 games are launched every single day. And just cut through the clutter, you have to be really good in performance marketing. You need to know that your cost per acquisition is going to be less than your lifetime value that you're going to extract from those users. And you have to have those mathematical equations and systems in place to manage the incredible complexity you have there. I will talk about that in a second. And that leads to another area, which is business modeling. So you have to be able to put the game, the analytics, and the marketing piece into a sort of a model so that you can actually run it as a business. You know what are the levers to change and adapt and to have a constant evolution as you go along. Because that then will in turn lead to financing, because chances are that you're going to need a decent amount of money to get the baby off the ground, even if you have really good numbers. Because virality in today's market is very, very difficult, and almost no one can sort of plan for it. And that's why you better be prepared to have a solid model that you can actually invest into the growth. Then the two remaining areas are very important once you have taken the baby off the ground. It's live operations, which is about keeping the game fresh and fun and engaging every day, every week, in addition to the normal feature delivery that you do, obviously. And then the last one is, of course, super important, which is community support, community nurturing, and player support. This is a very important part because all of the successful games today are very social in nature, and you have to put a lot of effort and sort of best practices into this area as well. So this is what we call the company full stack. And then now a few examples about each of these areas so that you understand what it does mean in practice. And the first one is the analytics piece, so where we really wanted to go to full flexibility and accuracy so that instead of using third-party tools, we chose to actually build our own. And we honestly feel that having this in-house analytics tool and a really data-focused culture is actually one of our competitive advantages. And here's an example of revenue distribution by lifetime spend. One of the dashboards that we use quite frequently is that we launched one of the desirable monthly heroes with the premise that it should resonate really well with the top spending lifetime spenders. And as you can see, the dents there were exactly what we were hoping. They resonated and they really engaged with the new characters. And other aspects, other pieces of analysis that we do as an example is the different kinds of spender segmentation analysis. We look at how people behave, how they respond to offers, and also what kind of offers we do, sort of optimizing on price points and bundle packs and all, which stage of their lifetime of players should we actually offer them something. And of course, looking at the player behavior inside the game so that we can optimize and find better features, better offers or events for them. Second area is feature development, which is pretty obvious. So this is an example of a feature that we launched in August. Very successful, huge feature. It took us a long time to test with players. And basically 270 new levels, new heroes, re-engaging some of the old heroes from the game, and completely new sort of summoning mechanic, which has completely new price levels. But these are the kind of things that come periodically, which are obviously super important because the game should never stop. Then another example is of the live operations point of view. These are the monthly challenge events that we run. this is one of the events which is pirate themed, and the job of that is really to create this monthly spike of excitement, if you like, and basically offer also a new type of play experience. You know, having unique new monsters, heroes, art, music, and so forth. And then moving on to the most expensive area of the business, I mentioned the 90 million sort of marketing spend, and how do we optimize that? Because we better be sure that we know what we're doing, because otherwise we would run out of money very quickly. And I was literally super nervous when we started, after the launch of the game, with the first $1 million went out from my bank account. I was literally super nervous that, holy shit, that better come back. But that happened. So basically, so-called top of the funnel optimization is incredibly important here. So how do you actually optimize the click-through rates and the sort of the people getting people to download your game from the App Store? So we do continuous App Store optimization experiments using the Google Play Experiments tool, and just having this data exercise going on every single day, every single week. And then moving on to the even more towards the top of the funnel, which is the creatives, the video ads that we do. Just to give you an example of the scale that our incredible only 5-person team, which is running close to $100 million marketing budget, how clever these guys are. So we are actually having over 1,500 video ad versions that we run across all of our markets, across different networks, and just against various targeting criteria on the market. And to conclude this sort of a short session, I wanted to show you a couple of examples of the video ads that we've done. The first one is really inspired by Tinder, which we use to acquire female users to our game. And this is an in-house production from the team. Yeah, who wouldn't want to have a date with the monster, huh? Okay, so this was one example. The other example is when we are going after more mid-core gamer audiences, more guy thingy. So here's another video that we did with one of our partners to address that particular target segment. Yeah, so it's a bit of a fake news, but considering the game, but it works. Okay, so basically, I just wanted to conclude here. So in our opinion, the business of games is really mastering the company full stack, and you really have to tick all of the boxes. And if you're a new team, you don't have to tick all of the boxes right away. Like in our case, it was really the area of performance marketing and perhaps live ops, which were the ones that we were not very good at. We were really decisive, that we knew that we need to get right people, so we were super happy to find the best people on the planet to run that show for us, and also develop the capability on live ops as well. But that's it from me. I thank you so much for listening. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you might have. Thank you.
This was great. Thank you. Bear in mind the name of Small Giant Games. I'm sure that's something useful for you in the future. We are very happy that this day has been a success. We hope you have enjoyed your first day of Slush 2018.
Yeah, first day at Founder Stage. Behind tomorrow is going to be even more amazing. Do come here. And for the one question that probably a lot of you have on your minds, what to do tonight?
What is the place to be?
Yeah. So go to slush.org or open the Slush app, go to the schedule, and there is something called Founder Street. So click that, and you can see all these cool places. They are on Kalevankatu. Kalevankatu. That means a street in downtown Helsinki. There's lots of cool stuff there. Also, other things are in the program, but do check the Founder Street thing up.
Great. Thank you so much. We see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Bye, guys.